Luckily, he didn't detect mine. I assume my being human had something to do with it. She lied smoothly. I managed to get in eventually, of course, but I'm afraid you'll be disappointed with the boring details. Their armies are strong, but that's common knowledge. The general's reasons for leaving were true. There's unrest in Kaloon, a town bordering with Fenstead, over fears of an impending attack from Valgard. General Raylan is their best commander. It makes sense for them to want him back immediately. It all came tumbling out as if she spoke the truth. It made Faythe sick to think she was becoming a master deceiver. Yet the king didn't look convinced, and she trembled to think the question was a trick all along, that perhaps he already knew there were no urgent matters in Ryanel. She counted her breaths as she waited for him to out her lies. Instead, he looked away and seemed to drop the subject. Her shoulders relaxed with relief, but she didn't let herself believe for 1 second she was safe. Her turn on the game board was simply over, for now. The more conflicts that arose, Faythe found herself not standing on any one side. High Pharaoh was her home, but her heart was divided with longing not to fight for a kingdom, but for the people, no matter what color they wore, no matter the shape of their ears, no matter their race or gender. She longed to liberate all of Ungardia from tyrants like the king before her. "You may go," he said in dismissal. She turned immediately, not wanting to linger for even a second. His voice drifted to her quietly right before she met the door. "If I find out you have lied to me, Faythe, your death will be a kindness." Chapter 30. Jakon. Jakon and the group pressed on for the final stretch of their journey. They would reach Galmire by nightfall. Jakon had resisted every urge to stop and turn back for the Fae Guard who left them over 3 days ago to divert a band of Fae Patrol. It would be a futile effort anyway, risking the mission and the people in their company. Still, it didn't ease his guilt that Caius had offered himself as a distraction, knowing his life could be on the line if he was suspected of being party to their escape. A hand went around his own, pulling him out of deep thought, and he smiled down at Marlowe. He longed to remove the gloves they wore against the cold and feel her soft skin. She had been the one to lift everyone's morale through their week-long trip, over a day longer than anticipated thanks to the diversion. He didn't hate himself to admit he couldn't have done it without her. He needed her. They all did. Not for her strength or skills with a weapon, but for her wonderfully calming and upbeat nature, no matter the situation. They walked the last few hours with little conversation. When they at last spied the signs of civilization, faint flickers of amber against the twilight sky, Jakon could have collapsed with relief. The burden of ensuring so many lives would make it here alive lifted as they neared the town alight with glowing torches. Everyone was immensely tired, but he pushed them to make the final journey over the stretch of hills. When they reached the solid stone path that led right into Galmire, Jakon gaped at the person standing at the end of it. Caius's smile was wide as they approached. "Thank the spirits," Marlowe muttered, not hesitating to embrace the Fae. It took him by surprise, but Caius returned the hug. Jakon was stunned with a mix of relief and disbelief that the Fae Guard was alive and had beaten them to their destination. "How?" was all he could manage as they embraced forearms, all wariness of him dissolved by knowing he was okay. The Fae Guard's eyes danced with mischief. "They were headed here to scout for the fugitives, so I joined them. We got here a day before you by taking the main route, and when they didn't find who they were looking for, they left. The humans should be safe." He didn't know how to respond. A simple thanks didn't seem sufficient for what the guard had risked for them to ensure the town was safe from the others for their arrival. "You stayed?" Caius nodded. "Thought I would let you know the coast is clear and accompany you two on your journey back. If you don't mind, that is." The young Fay was surprisingly polite, and Jackon felt immensely guilty for the preconceived notion he had toward his kind. He smiled warmly, giving him a small nod in appreciation. They walked together through the town, the ensemble of refugees trailing behind in need of a proper bed and a good night's rest in safe quarters. When they came across an inn, Jackon went inside with Marlowe, while Caius stayed with the group outside. The place was quiet and dreary, with only a few men seated at lone tables who looked to be drinking away their sorrows. They paid the two foreigners no attention, as Jackon walked right up to the barkeep. "Do you have any rooms?" The short, rotund man barely lifted his eyes to greet him, his face that of a man who had long given up living for any kind of joy. "How many?" was all he grumbled in response. "Over a dozen." "How long?" "As long as they need." Sooner or later, they would have to find their own accommodation and work to become permanent residents of Galmire. There was only so much help Jackon and Marlowe could extend to them. Before the man could protest, Jackon reached into his pocket and lay 5 gold coins on the counter. They were from Faythe's winnings at the cave. Neither he nor Marlowe had touched the money, instead putting it aside in case his friend should need it one day, possibly to escape the king. But he knew she would be more than happy with where her earnings were going now, who they would be helping, so he didn't feel the need to ask if he could use them. The barkeep's eyes widened, and he quickly swiped the coin. With a wary glance around, he said, "I don't want any trouble. There won't be any. They come from Farrowhold and will earn their keep to stay in Galmire when they are well rested and ready." The man shook his head with a grim look. "I'm afraid they'll find Galmire isn't what it used to be," he said quietly, leaning a forearm on the ale-soaked counter. "Whatever they've run from in Farrowhold, coming here is no better." It was a bold statement, considering the man had no idea of the threat on the lives of those outside. Jackon's brow furrowed deeply. "What do you mean?" Marlowe was stiff beside him, and he drew her closer with an arm around her waist in silent comfort, giving her a gentle squeeze. It eased his own tensions to feel her relax from the movement. The barkeep trailed his eyes around the gloomy establishment before he spoke, despite there only being a few drunk humans in the vicinity. "People have been going missing," he said under his breath, as if the shadows were listening. Cold seeped under his skin. "Velgard?" A dark feeling settled over Jackon at the thought he had led the band of innocents to worse doors. The man shrugged but kept his solemn look. "No one knows. Sometimes they vanish for good, but—" He paused, and Jackon's heart thundered as he noticed the man's face blanch at recalling whatever events had caused him to be on edge. "Sometimes the bodies turn up near the edge of the town, close to the Mortis Mountains." He knew there was more to the story, and found himself snapping a little harsher than intended in anticipation. "What of them?" "Most of the time, they're left in one piece. Only the bodies are completely drained of blood. No wounds except neat puncture wounds." As the man tapped his neck, Jackon recoiled at the grim detail. "Ain't never seen a creature that kills so clean." What he didn't understand was, if there was immediate danger to Galmire and the humans were being targeted, why would the king remove the small protection they had? There was nowhere else to lead the group of humans, and the dawning fear he had escorted them from one danger straight into the arms of another was almost enough to buckle him. "Have any of them been women or children?" Marlowe asked when Jacon couldn't. His heart ached at her distress, and he wished desperately to at least be able to console her. But there was nothing he could do or say against the horrifying revelation. The barkeep shook his head. "Mostly it's been the men of the town, strapping lads at first, though now there doesn't seem to be a pattern. A few women, yes, but mostly men," he confirmed. Marlowe turned to him then. "We can't take them back. We can't destroy the hope of a new life for them. It's a risk, but it's far better than living a life in fear of who might come to their door next in Farrowhold." He could see the terror in her eyes, that they would be responsible should something happen to them in Galmire. But she was right. Going back was not an option. He pulled her into him as if it would help ease her nerves. It did nothing for his, but it was a necessary comfort. Maybe Faythe can speak with Nick and persuade his father to reconsider the protection needed in Galmire. They've already searched the town for the boys. They should be safe from the king's guard at least, Marlowe mumbled. They both knew it was a long shot. Even if the king was aware of the threat to the humans of this town, Jacon doubted it would rank high on his list of priorities. Jacon felt the overwhelming need to get back to Farrowhold as soon as possible. There was only one person who would be able to find out more information and possibly help keep the humans of Galmire safe. For the first time, he was actually glad for Faythe's position in the castle. But he and Marlowe had already decided they would stay for a week to ensure the fugitives would be able to build lives and be safe here, as well as resting themselves before the grueling journey back to Farrowhold on foot. It took over an hour to huddle the band of humans into the inn and divide them between the few rooms on offer in the sparse establishment. When everyone was as content as they could be, and had been given a questionable but hot meal, Jacon finally allowed himself to breathe a full, relaxed breath. When he got to his own allocated room down the hall, he creaked the door open slowly, hopeful Marlowe would have surrendered to her exhaustion. Instead, he found her perched on the edge of the small, feeble cot, grasping a cup of hot tea between both palms under the warmth of a blanket. His shoulders loosened off the moment she flashed him a smile in greeting. The sight filled his chest with warmth, despite his freezing body from the trek. "You didn't have to wait up for me," he said, beginning to strip out of his damp clothes. Jacon shivered against the cold, swiftly changing into his spare dry shirt and pants. Marlowe set her cup on the wonky nightstand and stood to walk over to him. Removing the blanket from her shoulders, she reached up on her tiptoes to drape it around his. Jacon's heart fluttered at the tender and selfless act, arms going around her so they were both in the warmth of the comforter, and each other. She leaned the side of her face against his chest. "We made it," she whispered, her words laced with relief as if she'd had great doubts before. His arms tightened around her, a subconscious action at the thought of the alternative, of ever being without her. When her head left his chest to peer up at him, whatever she read on his face had her reaching up to curl her fingers in his hair, bringing his mouth to hers in a surge of need. A relief and a reward now they were both safe and had succeeded in their task to get everyone here. Marlowe took the lead, twisting them, and with a gentle hand she guided him backward until his legs felt the low edge of the wooden cot. The small size of it didn't matter, as he had no intention of leaving an inch of space between them all night. As he lowered to sit on the edge, he held in a groan of pain from his stomach, not successfully enough that Marlowe failed to notice. Her face creased in concern, but he slinked his arms around her waist and coaxed her down too until she straddled him. "Faythe has been in that castle for months," Marlowe muttered, a hint of rare anger seeping into her hushed tone. "She could have found the ruin by now." Jackon's brow furrowed as he tucked a strand of honey hair behind her ear to prevent it from shielding her expression from him. Marlowe's jaw was tight as she stared down at his old wound, her delicate touch tracing over the raised scar under his shirt. "It's not her fault." Marlowe shook her head with a loose huff, and her abrupt retreat from his lap cut off his words. Jackon remained still, watching her pace a few steps away. When she turned back to him, her face was desolate, dropping a hideous weight in his stomach. Jackon braced himself for the outpour of emotion that seemed to surface in her all at once. "She could have tried harder," Marlowe said through an exasperated breath. Even as she spoke it, Jackon could see it pained her to say what she truly thought. "Faythe could have fought harder." Her voice broke, and Jackon stood, heart clenching at the noise. But Marlowe held out a hand to halt him when he tried to go to her. "For months she's been in that castle. I lost my father. You were hurting. We needed her. And she wasn't there." "She didn't know." "When are you going to stop defending her every action?" Marlowe's tone took on a harsh edge, her heartbreak and anger fusing to form something Jackon had never experienced from her before. They had spoken of Faythe, voiced their concerns and upsets since the events that tore them apart from her. But he had been a fool not to see just how deeply Marlowe was hurting. The emotions she had been bottling up all this time. When he said nothing in response, she continued. "I understand that you grew up together, that you and Faythe have a bond I will never glimpse. But Faythe has a life of her own now, and seems to have accepted that, although you haven't." Jackon felt her bitter words like the twist of a blade in his chest. "Where is this anger coming from?" "I'm not angry. I'm hurting." Her lip quivered, and Jackon almost went to his knees before her. "I have this gift that I can never turn off, and I am tired, Jack." Her voice broke as tears fell, months of pent-up anguish he had missed completely. Perhaps she was right, and his concern for Faythe had clouded his senses too much to realize Marlowe was suffering in silence. The emotion that choked his throat was agony. "I love her, Jack. I really do. I know what Faythe sacrificed for me. But she was also the reason we were torn apart. Maybe this makes me selfish, but I lost my father, and she wasn't there. I found out about being an oracle not long after she left. It doesn't stop. The visions, the knowledge. I am just so tired, Jackon. And Faythe, the only one who can understand what I'm going through, wasn't there for me." "I'm here for you," he all but pleaded. Her face fell, along with the note in her voice. "Don't you see? In some ways, it's like I lost both of you that day, because your mind lingers in that castle with her." Marlowe paused to gather a shaky breath. "I kept silent because I thought you were right. How could I blame her when she was there not out of her own choosing? But I realize you're wrong. We can change nothing about the events that unfolded, but she could have tried harder to fight back, to fight for us, for more than just our physical safety. Instead, She submitted and was content to never see us again." "That's not true." Jackon felt the need to interject. It was the wrong thing to say, as her expression hardened once again, defeat etched in her brow. "You won't ever stop defending her, will you?" Jackon swallowed hard, but it did nothing to relieve the marble of grief that constricted his airway. "Why does it feel like you're making me choose?" Marlowe's disappointment, folded with shock, hit him like a punch to the gut. Her shoulders lifted and fell weakly. "I shouldn't ever have to." She turned away from him. Jackon took tentative steps toward her, watching her shoulders tremble lightly with quiet sobs. Wordlessly, his arms went around her from behind, drawing her flush to his front. Marlowe cried harder, and he held her silently, letting her release the emotions she had been selflessly holding in, feelings he should have known she harbored sooner. While he held her, Jackon sorted through his own thoughts, considering every word she'd uttered and every event that had happened between the three of them. He didn't know how long had passed, but her crying slowly eased, then stopped. Neither of them moved. He couldn't let her go. "You're right," he said at last. His hands took her shoulders, guiding her around to look at him. His jaw flexed at the broken look on her face, and his palm met her cheek, thumb brushing away the wetness there. "I'm sorry I haven't seen you, Marlowe. Not like you deserve after all you've been through. Perhaps I did allow myself to be distracted and clouded in my concern for Faythe, and that's no excuse. You're right. She does have a life without me now, and I'll admit—" He had to pause, resenting himself for the words he was about to speak. "Sometimes I also wished she had done more somehow, that she would have fought to find a way back to us sooner. But I also cannot begin to fathom what she's been through and is still going through in that castle. I held resentment for a while, toward the king, the Faythe, but some of it was directed toward Faythe. I kept silent because I can't fault her when I haven't tried to get to her either, despite my many thoughts of it. I have failed both of you." He pressed his lips to her forehead. "I'm so sorry, Marlowe. Can you forgive me?" Her expression wrinkled, but she nodded before curling into his embrace. He released a breath of relief as she accepted his comfort. "I'm sorry, too." "Don't be." Jackon took slow steps backward until he felt the bed behind him. He lowered himself down slowly, not taking his arms from around her until her thighs were spread on either side of him once more. "Don't be sorry for 1 second about voicing your mind." Marlowe's face pulled back to lock eyes with him. Pain still swirled in the oceans of her irises. "You should know that I don't resent her, or you. I just—" Jackon's mouth met hers. "I know," he said against her lips. Pulling back a fraction, he ran his fingers from her temple to her mouth. "I'm here to listen to you, Marlowe. Everything that burdens that wondrous head of yours. But I think you and Faythe need to air your thoughts. You may find your minds align more than you think." Marlowe nodded. "If we get a moment between fugitives, spirits, and evil kings," she mused lightly. The small smile she offered lifted the darkness that had coiled in Jackon's chest, and he huffed a laugh. He hooked an arm around her, and a small squeal of surprise left her as he twisted, pinning her beneath him on the bed. She broke out in a grin then, and it was enough to take his breath. He brought his mouth to hers firmly, and Marlowe's legs parted wider before she pressed herself tighter to him. He stifled a groan as she undulated her hips. His lips went to her neck. "These walls are far from soundproof," he ground out, while his mind turned to a haze. Her hands trailed under his untucked shirt, running along his tensed abdomen before her nails scraped down his lower back as she arched into him, a silent longing for more. They needed this, the distraction and closeness. "You'll just have to be very quiet," she said in a lust-filled whisper. His lips crashed back to hers. There was nothing soft or tender about what pulsed between them. It was anguish and need, longing and forgiveness. Jagon's hands trailed up her thighs, lifting until his fingers hooked under the waistband of her leggings, and he swiftly freed her glorious slender legs while she removed her own top. He took a second to pull back and marvel over every perfect curve and angle of her body, eyes drinking in every inch of her hungrily. Marlo propped herself up on her elbows, her palms reaching down to stroke the length of him through his pants. He hissed, jerking into her touch. Then he took her wrist before she could do it again, and she caught his eye. The heat and desire in her blue eyes made him want to fall before her. And it was exactly what he planned to do tonight. His lips met her collarbone, and Marlo's head fell back with a shallow sound. "It's not me who needs to be mindful of making a sound," he said huskily, trailing his lips south. His hand enclosed around one breast, while he took the other in his mouth. Marlo bit her lip, suppressing a cry. Jagon smiled against her skin, relishing in her reaction. He continued down her body. "You matter, Marlo," he said fiercely, kissing her chest. "Every thought you have, every feeling you bear." His breath caressed her navel as his knees met the ground, cushioned by her discarded clothes. Jagon hooked his hands around her thighs. "Your mind, your heart, your soul. I love every damn piece of you, Marlo Kanays." He pulled her to the edge of the bed, and she let out a breath of surprise as he locked his gaze between her legs. He kissed the inside of her thigh, not taking his eyes from hers. "Tell me you won't keep your thoughts or feelings from me again, no matter how hard they are to hear," he mumbled against her skin. Marlo's chest rose and fell with uneven, sharp breaths, her scattered thoughts written on her face. Jagon smiled deviously. His lips pressed to her thigh again, closer to where he refrained from devouring her until he heard her words. Her head tipped back. "Tell me, Marlo." "I will tell you everything," she panted. "Always?" "Yes." "Look at me, Marlo," he commanded. When her head dragged back up and her gaze met his once more, the lust in her eyes, on her face, demanding he sate the desire pulling right in front of him, was almost enough to make his own release surge. "I want you to see as much as feel just how much you matter to me." The following day, Jagon strolled the dire streets of Galmire alongside Caius. They had decided to rise early, letting the fugitives and Marlo rest in while they got up at dawn to scout the area. Mostly to be sure it was safe from the Farrowhold guards, but also with one specific destination in mind: the Dark Woods. The very name riddled him with fear. It was woodland that had become the foundation of many horror stories whispered among the children and adults of Farrowhold. It was also where Reuben claimed Valgard's soldiers had ambushed him and then recruited him for information about their home kingdom. Something Jagon had horrible reservations about after Faythe's warning at what she obtained in the captured boy's mind. But the dark woods was where the barkeep of the inn claimed most of the bodies had turned up, so they decided they would check out the threat with their own eyes to better gauge what they could be dealing with before they left the humans here. He was grateful for the guard's presence, mostly for his Fey advantages should they run into any real danger. He hated that he felt inferior and incapable in comparison, but Jagon was armed to the teeth and highly confident in his combat abilities. He had Faythe to thank for her constant pestering to practice swordplay relentlessly while growing up together, finding scrolls on various maneuvers and combinations as though it were a lethal dance with endless steps, a choreography to be mastered. He likely wouldn't have an interest in the sport otherwise. The barkeep didn't exaggerate. The sparse amount of bodies in the inn the night previous was an accurate representation of the town's current population. As they walked the uneven, dusty paths, it was almost too quiet. Jagon was used to the bustling, full streets of Pharaohhold, and this was a stark contrast. Only the occasional human could be found outdoors, and every face he saw was pale and hopeless. It set a deep unease in him to think of abandoning the humans who had entrusted and followed him here to a bleak, joyless town. But he couldn't afford to think like that. They were safe and far out of the king's reach. Luxury was never on offer for those on the run with their lives. As they passed out of the dreary town, Jagon spied the edge of the dark tree line and was instantly hit with cold fear. It was irrational to pay mind to scary stories and obscure truths about a simple woods, but as they approached, it was as if Jagon could feel the ripples of sinister darkness emanating from the timbers. Caius, on the other hand, didn't seem at all fazed. If he knew of any gruesome tales prior to what they were headed in to find, he gave nothing away on his cool, collected face. Upon entering the woods, they found it truly lived up to its name. Visibility was restricted with the gray canopy and misted floor. It was eerie, prickling Jagon's skin and setting all his senses on high alert. Why anyone would wander through of their own volition, he couldn't comprehend. It was far from inviting and didn't show any signs of wildlife or hunting. This way. Caius's voice made him jolt as it cut through the stillness. He felt foolish for being so on edge. The young guard followed something Jagon hadn't yet caught on to. He didn't argue and figured it would be wise to trust him on this one. Caius had more than proven himself on their journey. He could have outed their location or apprehended them on more than one occasion. Jagon trusted him without trying. Perhaps he always did. His human ears picked up on the sound of running water just before a long river came into view. It was not nearly as pure and ethereal as the river in the eternal woods. In fact, everything about the dark woods was in blatant contrast to it. Dear gods! The fear that seeped from Caius's words was enough to set the emotion in him too. Jagon followed his line of sight, and the spear of ice that shot down his spine had nothing to do with chill of the winter air. Just a few meters to their right, a body lay by the water's edge. Still. Dead. Though it didn't seem to be far into the stages of decomposition yet. Jagon had only ever seen death once before. His parents. He was so young, only 9 years old, when he watched them deteriorate from a killer illness that swept the town and ultimately left him orphaned and alone. Until he met Faythe, Another lonely and afraid soul he felt bonded to from the first day he laid eyes on her on the streets of Farrowhold. The death before him now struck him with the ghostly image of his long-past mother and father, whom he had buried deep for so long. His hands trembled at his sides, but he couldn't peel his eyes away from the body, fighting against fully shrinking into his terrified 9-year-old self. When a hand landed on his shoulder, he snapped his eyes to meet Caius's. The guard looked back in concern. "You don't have to get any closer. I'll check it out," he said. No hint of mockery or irritation at his reaction, only understanding. Jackon took a deep breath to calm his racing heart. He smiled gratefully but shook his head. "I'm okay," he reassured Caius. Caius gave a nod, then stalked toward the body. Jackon followed suit, trailing a little slower as he focused on reeling in his growing panic and stopping the nightmare flashbacks that surfaced. When he got close enough to take in the full scene, he had to turn away, forcing back the vomit that rose in his throat at the horrific sight. Taking a few steady breaths, he reluctantly twisted to face it again, finding Caius crouched and examining the body intently without touching it. He covered Jackon's view of the most gruesome part, the gaping cavity in his chest. It was a man who had died in clouded, wide-eyed terror. His eyelids were still open, along with his mouth, and Jackon could almost hear the last scream that would have torn up the deceased's throat while he stared into the eyes of his murderer. Jackon kept his distance, letting Caius and his fine-tuned senses deduce what he could from the body. After a moment, he finally straightened and hummed. "What do you notice about the forest ground? The foliage?" Caius quizzed. Jackon observed it, but found nothing out of the ordinary. "Frost." The guard answered his own question. "It's the dead of winter. The body is pale and cold, but not enough to have been here long." The detail and what it meant had Jackon whirling around, not trusting he could leave his back exposed if there was a chance the killer still lurked in the woods. He drew his sword. "We should go," he said, not wanting to become the next target. "He's not drained of blood either. The barkeep said they were almost always drained of blood, and his heart is torn out, but it's still here." Caius went on in confusion. Jackon couldn't be sure if the grim detail was a relief or if it filled him with even more dread. If whatever it was killed for blood, at least it had a purpose. If it simply killed for sport, it was a far more sinister creature than he initially suspected. It meant it had a mind, a conscience, and there were very few animals that would kill so ruthlessly, so specifically, to target the heart and leave the rest. It was an unsolvable puzzle that daunted Jackon with questions he didn't know how to answer. As he stared and stared through the black curtain of the forest and the ghosts of mist, every flicker of movement set him on edge. A slow chill crawled up his spine as he felt as if they were being watched that very moment. "I don't detect anything nearby. Whatever it is, I think it's long since moved on." Jackon wasn't convinced, despite the Fayguard's senses. Then, straight through the warped, staggered trees in front, he swore he caught a movement that could have been mistaken for wind passing through the tree canopy. Except all he could think of were wings. Wings and a vibrant flicker of amethyst that pierced through the dark veil of gray and black. He blinked and it was gone, and he couldn't help but wonder if his mind was conjuring its own visions out of his rising fear. A painful tremor shook him to his core. "We should go," he repeated, quieter than the last time in his cold apprehension. Chapter 31. Toria. He's just a complete ass sometimes. Toria couldn't help the rant that flooded from her when Faythe questioned the friction between her and the prince. Her friend lay sprawled across her bed as she released all the emotion that had built inside her since the night of her argument with Nick over 3 weeks ago. They hadn't addressed it since, even after their awkward encounter in the secret passageway the day they bid farewell to the King of Ulmstone. It saddened her as much as it infuriated her that perhaps Nick was avoiding confrontation. She felt his absence more than she cared to admit. In fact, all of the time, she amended as she paced the space in front of the fire. Faythe rolled onto her stomach and propped herself up on her elbows. I think he's jealous. Toria gaped at the human as her cheeks heated. Nick? No way, she said quickly. She thought she would feel awkward for bringing the conversation up to Faythe, given their short history. Yet her friend showed no sign of discomfort or sadness, which relieved Toria immensely as she initially felt guilty for mentioning Nick at all. There were feelings between Faythe and Nick still, that was clear, though it was not romance she saw when she looked at the pair together. Love, but not lust. But Toria knew she had been the same way with Nick once upon a time, and she hated the ugly pinch of jealousy in her chest at the fact. Faythe rolled her eyes. I'm sure he'll come around. He's a stubborn prick, but he knows when he's in the wrong. It relieved her that she wasn't alone in thinking Nick was out of line with his confrontation. She was also grateful to have a friend to confide in after all her lonely years in the castle. When she had arguments with the prince in the past, the other ladies of the court were like mosquitoes, sucking gossip and any sensitive information she shared and spreading it around like a plague. Toria quickly learned to keep things private, even when the secrets ate away at her. However, with Faythe, it was like a new wave of freedom to be able to speak so openly and know the news would go no further. She never would have imagined she would confide in a human and come to consider one her closest companion. Faythe got to her feet. There's a council meeting I'm going to be late for if I don't go, she muttered begrudgingly. Toria winced. She couldn't imagine being used for her ability in the way Faythe was. She had to admit, a part of her resented the king for it. Reluctantly, she nodded in understanding, wanting nothing more than to be able to spend the day with her friend, if only to distract herself from a certain Fey prince. Faythe left with a weak goodbye, as neither of them were in particularly high spirits. Along with their own personal conflicts, there was the weight of the impending war between the supposed allies. Toria was still in shock at the revelation. She had known Varlas since she was a child. Her father considered him a good friend, and now she questioned everything she knew about the King of Ulmstone. Her heart tugged at the thought of the prince she'd spent the week getting close to. She didn't want to believe perhaps Tarle knew of his father's intentions, and she had been a part of his ploy all along. A marriage to her would gain them even more power, as they would have great control over Fensted too when she reclaimed her throne. Toria shook the thoughts. Needing to clear her head, she decided to leave her rooms for the first time that day. The hallways were quiet, and she didn't bother to tell anyone where she was going, wanting to remain unescorted. In truth, she didn't have a particular destination in mind, and strolled through the halls with her mind elsewhere. When she came to stand in front of the great doors to the library, her heart picked up tempo. Ever since that night in the passageway with Nick and Faythe, the ward had felt a strange pull to go back and find out what called to her at the end of the unventured passage. She was about to push through the door when an invading voice made her whirl. "I hope you're not planning to go back there alone." Nick's words were laced with worry more than scolding. Still, she couldn't hold back her glare. "I don't need your permission or protection," she added, pushing through the doors with more force than was necessary. She didn't need her face senses to know he had followed her into the library. Toria didn't pause as she stormed down the rows of bookshelves toward her dark, forgotten destination. Nick didn't speak as he followed on her tail, and it irked her more than she cared to admit. When she couldn't take the silence anymore, she stopped abruptly, spinning around to face him. "Isn't there a council meeting you should be attending?" It came out harsh with the echo of their last encounter. The prince frowned and halted a few paces away. "There are no meetings today." Toria straightened, and her eyebrows creased together to mirror his expression as the prince and the ward stood in equal confusion. "Faythe said—" She didn't have to finish her sentence as realization dawned on both their faces. She twisted to stare down the dark stretch of passage toward the forgotten alcove as if she would find the human standing there. Nick swore and passed Toria in a few quick strides. She followed closely behind, her heart already thundering at the thought of Faythe walking into danger alone. As much as Toria admired Faythe for her bravery, she also thought it was a miracle the human was still alive with her reckless impulses sometimes. If there was anything of threatening origin down that second passage, she doubted Faythe's mind ability would be of much use. It was easy to forget her fragile mortality when the human lived as if death could never touch her. She let Nick lead the way as they both bustled through the dark. Neither of them stopped to swipe a torch. With their Fey eyesight, they didn't need one to maneuver through. They didn't pause to contemplate when they came to the junction and hastily took the route they were yet to venture down. It rattled Toria's reserves that not even the prince was aware of such a passage existing within the castle walls. It was both incredulous and unsurprising that Faythe was the one to come across such a place. If danger didn't find her, the human had a sure way of seeking it out for herself. They came to a descending stairway and halted. Nick cast her a glance as they both stood deathly still, straining their senses to pick up on any hint of threat. The prince looked back at her and opened his mouth to speak. "Don't you dare ask me to stay behind," she cut in before he could voice the suggestion on his face. At her firm look, Nick reluctantly backed down, though she could see he was struggling to accept it. Without a word, he turned to begin the eerie descent into the unknown void below. Toria kept close behind. Straight ahead, they came across a thick steel door, already open. It was then Toria picked up on Faythe's scent. There was no mistaking she was down here now, as it was all over the door in front of them. Nick would have sensed it too, and even in the dark, she saw him stiffen and his strides become wider. Halfway through the hallway past the door, Nick halted, and Toria nearly went careening into his back. Then she felt it, a god's-awful pull. Except not in beckoning like she felt before. This. It felt as if it drained her with its tug. "What in the rutting damn is that?" she said in careful horror. Nick shook his head. "It can't be what I think it is." At his tone, Toria trembled where she stood. The prince pressed forward again, slower this time as he took each step with extra caution. They came to another steel door that was also ajar. Before they could slip through, they heard a shift from beyond it. Toria was about to leap back in fright until the scent hit her stronger than before. She sagged with relief. Nick, too, loosened his shoulders and eagerly entered the next passage. They spotted Faythe immediately through the metal bars of the cell she was crouched inside. She had her back to them, examining something on the ground, her weak hearing yet to pick up on their presence. Gods! It was a miracle she'd managed to stay alive without something or someone getting a hold of her, if it was this easy to sneak up on a human. Toria was too distracted to speak. Everything inside her screamed to run from this place as the glistening, iridescent black walls of the lone cell suffocated her, even from her position outside of it. This place. Nick trailed off. Faythe shot to her feet and whirled to see them, halfway to drawing her sword until she took in the two Fae. Her expression was bewildered, until it fell into an irritated frown at the fright. "Did you two follow me?" she accused. Toria responded with her own allegation. "You lied to me." She couldn't help but feel a little hurt she didn't trust her enough to tell her where she really planned to go that afternoon. Faythe's face fell in apology. "I didn't want to put you at risk until I knew what was down here." Toria wanted to laugh at the absurdity, yet she refrained from pointing out Faythe's mortality and weak senses made her far more fragile than she. Even if she wanted to argue, she was too distracted by the sickening feeling that settled, and her head, which started to form a dull ache. One look at the prince's blanched face told her he too was feeling the negative effects of the long-forgotten underground dungeon. It reeked of death and radiated evil. Nick scanned every inch of the cell in horror and disbelief. Then he muttered one word that made everything in her recoil. Magestone. Toria had only ever heard legend of the Fae incapacitating stone, and matched his terror as she looked over the cell walls that sparkled with polished black. It was inconceivable to think she was standing in a cell lined with the fatal stone, which had been right under their feet all this time. She instinctively backed up a step, not wanting to get any closer to the mineral to find out if its full effects were true. "Gods above," Nick breathed, daring a step closer to Faythe, who stood fully inside it. "Care to find out what it feels like to be human?" Faythe taunted playfully. The prince didn't match her humor. As he stared at her wide-eyed from outside the open cage door, she added, "If it makes you feel any better, it takes away my ability too in this amount. Only it has no physical effects. I'm just as weak and human as ever." She caressed the distorted black wall. The material was lethal and alluring. Toria even dared to call it beautiful, despite its promise of torture. It wasn't only her ability and her Fae advantages she was afraid of temporarily losing, even as she kept her distance from coming into direct contact with the stone. She could feel its deadly beckoning, and her head throbbed at the mere sight of it. Though she didn't know much about Magestone, it was obvious it had a more detrimental effect than being simply incapacitating, at least in this quantity. "Do you think Orlon knows?" A dangerous question, and Toria slid her gaze to Nick as she asked it. The prince was pale when he turned to her. "It doesn't look as if anyone's been down here in centuries." It wasn't a direct answer, and she didn't press for more as she saw the dread that perhaps his father knew such a place, such a weapon, existed in his own castle. What use he would have for it was a fear not worth visiting now. Something else caught the ward's attention, and she turned her head to stare down the end of the cell block. She only found another steel door, except this one was yet to be ventured through. "What's down there?" she asked, though she didn't expect a real answer. Faythe and Nick followed her gaze, and the human shrugged. "Let's find out." The prince caught her elbow as she stepped past him outside the cell. "Do you ever stop to think anything through?" he scolded. "What is there to think through?" she challenged. Toria didn't know if she admired or feared Faythe's heedless bravery sometimes. After a short stare-off, Nick didn't form a counter-argument, but the protest remained on his face. Faythe pulled her arm free and stalked for the inn door. Toria didn't hesitate to follow. Something called to her beyond that door, and if there was a slight chance it was the ruin they sought, she had to find out. Faythe unlatched the series of bolts that locked it, and Toria noted there were far more security measures on this one than on any of the previous doors they had passed. A dark, unnerving feeling settled in her stomach, and her heart galloped with anticipation. The human strained against the final large latch sealing the steel door. Toria was about to offer to help when the prince stepped past her. He put a hand over Faythe's, and they exchanged a quick look. Toria couldn't read it, but it dropped her stomach for a second. Then Faythe backed away and let the prince undo the final lock that protected them from whatever was behind the door. Nick pulled it open, taking a peek inside before either female could glimpse what lay beyond. He inhaled a subtle breath, audible enough that Toria picked up on it, and her heart skipped a beat. There couldn't be any immediate danger, as Nick slowly slid himself through the small gap. Faythe quickly followed, and Toria joined with heightened caution. She took a long breath, and her mouth popped open at the large cavernous dwelling that opened up in front of them. They stood on a ledge that had no railing or barrier to protect them against the fatal fall into the pitch-black, bottomless pit. Scanning around, she saw several levels and gaps in the stone that led off in various directions. An underground labyrinth. Mercifully, there was no mage stone to be seen or felt in the cave. Yet it gave off a different kind of ethereal feeling. "It's here," she said in realization. When her companions looked to her expectantly, she added, "The ruin. I can feel it." Faythe's eyes widened. "Do you think you can find it?" she asked eagerly. It was faint, the uncanny, similar power she felt from the light temple. It quietly called to her, and she was confident, given enough time to scour the various passages, she would be able to track it down. "I think so, but I'll need time." Toria's senses spiked on high alert, but she couldn't place what it was about the dark dwelling that screamed at her to run. She heard it just as the prince straightened to tune in too. The whoosh of air, climbing, beating louder. Wings, she concluded, sounding down below. And with them, a terrible scent of death and decay rose from the pit. Nick drew his sword, and at his obvious alarm, Faythe mirrored his movement. The slice of steel echoed through the otherwise soundless dwelling. Everyone braced in anticipation. Then, shooting upward to their level, death greeted them in the form of wings and flesh. Chapter 32. Faythe. "Run!" Faythe didn't argue as the prince barked the command, but two prominent thoughts surfaced in her split second of deductive thinking. The first was that even if they attempted to outrun the beast back into the castle library, they would only unleash damning chaos on the unwitting occupants above. The guard might be able to take care of the problem before it caused too much destruction, but it would ultimately give away the passages they'd found. The second was that if the temple ruin was down here, they had to at least try to locate it. And that meant eradicating the threats standing in their way. Neither problem offered a desirable outcome, nor held confident odds for their survival. Perhaps she'd gone utterly insane in her quest for the spirit ruin. While she knew Nick meant to retreat back the way they came, back to the only confirmed exit, Faythe darted right instead. Her recklessly impulsive maneuver put enough distance between her and the Fae that the winged creature, reeking of blood and decay, landed in that space to separate them, and chose to face her. She trembled at the ghastly sight of it, but held her blade firm. The creature hissed as it beheld Lumarius, and Faythe's eyes narrowed at the reaction. She didn't expect a simple sword to be of much use against the creature, but its reaction told her it somewhat feared the steel in her palm. Faythe took all of one moment to gauge the monster in front of her, and she was almost struck. The first thing she noticed was its ears. One was half torn off, but the other was pointed, just like the Fae. Its face was hideously disfigured and rotting with old wounds. Despite the neglect, Faythe could still make out features that would have once been just like Nick or Toria's, or even hers. It shook Faythe to her core to think of what could have happened to it to turn it into such a gruesome creature.
I rather hoped you would hear my beckoning.
Its voice was distorted in a wicked croak that washed nausea through her. Faythe was surprised to find it could speak at all. A chill slid over every notch of her spine as its words registered. Her first day in the library, she thought she could feel something, which led her to the discovery of the hidden passageway. Her throat turned bone dry, but she choked out a response. "Who did this to you?" The creature was beyond human or Fae recognition. She wanted to test if its mind had been twisted beyond salvation too. It flayed its black, bat-like wings, which were so shredded it was a miracle it could still take flight with them. The top and bottom tips were razor-sharp, and Faythe tracked them, knowing one swipe of the mighty wings could kill her. The Fae-like being took a step closer, and she retreated in response. Its eyes danced with a predator's delight, and she saw the hunger in them. She'd been lured down here all along, though she could find it in herself to forgive her own foolishness and naivety if it led her to find what she sought, the temple ruin. As if only now remembering she wasn't alone in the cavernous dwelling, her eyes caught the emerald of Nyx already staring at her in wide-eyed terror. She could see he was deliberating every possible strategy to get past the creature of death and rescue her. It wouldn't be possible, and it wasn't what she needed from him either. "You need to find the ruin," she said into his mind. His answering voice was near desperate. "I won't leave you here with that thing." She didn't have time to argue, and couldn't avert her focus from the monster for long. "You have to, Nick. Go, now." Before he could respond, Faythe twisted and ran. She darted into a side passage and clumsily sprinted through the dark. Chilling laughter echoed through the hallways like a haunting caress over her skin, setting every hair on end. It had no direction, and she had no way of knowing how much distance she'd managed to put between them.
You can imagine my delight when I caught the scent of a human above,
The voice sang.
It's been so long since I tasted warm blood.
She didn't let the horror settle that it intended for her to be dinner. Something that once would have looked as normal as Nick or Toria, despite its wings, wanted to feed on her. Hurling around the next corner, she skidded to a halt in cold terror to find the creature already at the end of the passage. Even in the poor lighting, she could see its sly grin as it stalked toward her with predatory slowness. She stumbled back, then stopped to angle her sword. Its smile faltered again at the sight of it, giving her slight confidence, and she straightened to strike. When it was close enough, she reluctantly tried its mind. Faythe cautiously slipped inside, but immediately retreated, physically spluttering at the nauseating dark feeling that rippled into her own body. She lost focus for a second. It was enough. Faster than any Fae she'd seen, the thing was upon her, and she was slammed into the wall in a heartbeat. The force knocked the breath out of her, and Lumarius clattered to the ground as it clamped down hard on her wrist. She cried out in pain. She would have doubled over at the stench of rotting flesh if she weren't pinned upright. It leaned its face of gore into her, inhaling deeply as it savored her scent. Faythe recoiled and gagged, struggling to keep herself together to find a way out of her compromised position. Her left hand was free enough for Faythe to reach to her side. Pulling free her dagger, she plunged it into the creature's stomach, and it released her with a blood-curdling shriek that stung her ears. She didn't hesitate. Pushing off the wall, she swiped Lumarius, but only got a step away before a searing pain tore across her back. Crying out, Faythe fell to the ground, twisting to find the thing standing over her. But its eyes were transfixed on its own claws, which were coated in her blood. Slowly, it raised those spindly, decaying fingers to its mouth and licked the crimson liquid with a guttural moan. Faythe clumsily shuffled backward while it was distracted, battling against the searing pain as her wound scraped the stone, loose debris catching in the open flesh. Upon seeing her distance herself, the creature locked onto her with a look that was beyond human or Fae, utterly monstrous and savage. It lunged for her, and with a cry, Faythe instinctively swiped her blade. She felt it connect and slice right across its abdomen. Black blood sprayed out and coated her, the stench so foul it made her eyes water and stomach churn. Its scream shot pain through her ears and mind, but the adrenaline coursing through her veins at the extra seconds she'd bought for herself had her twisting and stumbling back to her feet. Her pain numbed enough and her instinct to survive that she threw herself down the winding paths. She had no idea where she was going. Each distorted hull she'd turned into looked the same, and dizziness made her sway into the sharp, unbudging stone walls. She was lost in the obsidian labyrinth. Breathing became difficult in her panic, and the waves of lethargy began to weigh down her steps. At the end of the next passageway, she saw light, a beacon of hope that snapped her wide awake. Faythe raced for it, crying out as she nearly met air below her feet and clawed desperately at the wall beside her to regain her balance. A dead end. She was one reckless step away from plunging herself deep into the abyss below. Terror doused her as she heard the creature's playful taunts catching up with her again. Across from her was another opening in the stone. On a normal day, she would have judged it too far for her to make the leap safely. With her life on the line, however, her flight mode kicked in, and without thinking, she took a few backward strides, then launched herself with everything she had. Midair, she knew she wasn't going to make it. At least, not completely. Her fingers caught the edge, tearing in agony, while her body slammed hideously against the stone. She gripped onto the jagged ledge for dear life, struggling against the wave of dancing stars that threatened to pull her under. Her arms wouldn't hold her for long enough, and as she tried to shift her weight in desperation, she couldn't get the angle that would give her the strength to haul herself over the edge. If the creature didn't kill her, the fall to its lair below would surely be her death sentence. She felt utterly helpless and out of options. Faythe then heard the fast approach of feet clapping down the hallway she sought to gain a foothold into. It wasn't the creature. It still called chilling chants from behind. She tried, really tried, to hold on for as long as she could, but her grip faltered, and she let out a cry as she began her quick plummet into the dark pit, catching the horrified looks of Nick and Toria above her, seconds too late to prevent her fall. While Nick looked fully prepared to jump after her, the last thing she saw before she was swallowed by the darkness was Toria's controlled arm motions. Her body cut through the air, faster and faster, toward a certain death. Her fall was short, but her bones didn't get a chance to shatter against the ground when the air around her stirred, encasing her from below to slow her down and break the impact. Toria's wind, gods above. It still hurt awfully. She landed on the sharp, uneven floor of the pit, but she was alive. Faythe took all of 1 second to breathe and thank the spirits she had narrowly escaped the tragic end. She rolled, hissing as her hands cut on the razor-sharp sticks that surrounded her. No, not sticks. Bones. Faythe shrieked, fumbling around to try to get her balance to stand. There were so many remains, piled so high she couldn't find any footing on solid ground. When she twisted her head to the side, her blood ran cold, and her heart stopped dead. The small form she spied mere meters away had his back to her, and was the only body that still had its flesh. She knew the human boy. She'd been the one to end his life. Too horrified to make a sound, and too struck with nausea to move, all Faythe could do was remain paralyzed, unable to tear her eyes from the young boy's form. She couldn't even cry in her shock, despite the remorse that froze her. She'd killed him, and his body had been heinously thrown down here, discarded like trash to be devoured by that beast. It was an immeasurably guilty feeling, and something she didn't think she'd ever feel atonement for in her short life. A dark shadow appeared above. She knew it was the creature's wings cutting off the small light source, as the Grim Reaper incarnate swooped down to claim her. But she couldn't bring herself to make any move to attempt to run from it. She deserved to meet her end here, for her body to be left alongside the innocent life she took. Before the Fey mutant could land, Faythe felt hands hook under her arms, hauling her clumsily from the pit of bones. She stumbled frantically, snapping back into her fighting senses. When she finally felt firm ground, she almost collapsed in relief and gratitude, and spun around to meet the emerald eyes of her savior. She would have embraced the prince in that moment, if the loud snarl behind, followed by the crashing and snapping of bones, didn't force her into flight mode. "Go!" Nick barked. She didn't have to be told twice, and she twisted, once again on a frenzied sprint from the demon. The prince grabbed her hand as he passed her, and she almost felt as if she were flying, as his immortal speed accelerated her steps immensely. It was still not fast enough. The creature closed in behind them. They weren't going to make it out by attempting to outrun the thing. Before she could lose her nerve, she tore her hand from Nick's and spun around, blade poised as she spotted the unhinged beast savagely charging toward her. To her surprise, it stopped a few paces away, its face contorted in animalistic fury as it beheld her sword. Her head tilted when its eyes darted between her and Lumarius. "Niltane steel," Faythe mumbled, realization dawning. She shifted the blade in her hand and stepped forward. The creature hissed at her and flinched slightly in response. Faythe wasn't foolish enough to think she could kill the immortal monster, but its reaction to her steel made her believe it was entirely possible. It was now clear the doors that held the creature in were also crafted in Niltane steel. She was sure it would have been able to rip them off their hinges despite the series of deadbolts otherwise. Nick was beside her, his own blade angled, but his was perfectly ordinary, bright silver steel. "Remind me to get an upgrade, will you?" he commented, not taking his eyes off the Fey mutant in front. While his jest was made in humor, she appreciated the promise in his words. They would both be walking out of this cave alive. The creature lunged without warning. Nick moved first, stepping in front of Faythe and bringing his sword up to strike. Faythe had seen the prince in action many times, had even parried against him both with and without her ability. His skills in combat were second to none, thanks to his centuries of honing them. Yet Faythe dared to say he was outmatched against the uncharted threat. It was a creation with one purpose, one goal only: to kill. The prince struck the creature several times, but it showed absolutely no reaction to the slices in its already torn-up skin. It didn't feel pain. At least, not from any regular mortal weapon. The pair became a blur with their impossible speed in the dark, and she struggled to keep track. She couldn't find a way to intervene, though she held the only weapon that could offer victory. Nick had his back to her, and she saw he was faltering. An idea suddenly sprang to mind. Another impulsive, reckless, completely insane idea. She didn't have time to think it over, as it would be Nick's life if she didn't act soon. Angling her sword, she sliced quick and fast, hissing at the sting that trailed like fire up her forearm. Faythe felt the warmth of her own blood soaking through her sleeve, and instantly, the creature's eyes twisted to lock onto it. It threw Nick roughly to the side without a second's warning, and then darted for her, impossibly fast. The prince was on his feet in a flash despite the hard blow against the wall. Just before the thing reached her, Faythe's eyes locked on Nick's, which were filled with horror as death approached her, too quick for him to intervene this time. She tossed her blade to him as the mutant Fay grabbed her and sunk its rotting teeth into her neck. The pain was excruciating. But this was her only option. She wouldn't have been quick enough to make a killing strike before it stepped out of her sword's path. Flames tore through the veins in her neck, spreading to paralyze her while the creature drank her blood. Then it was gone. The Marius protruded from its abdomen as it gurgled, and black blood spurted from its mouth. The scorching pain in Faythe's neck raged like fire deep under her skin, and she couldn't hear sound anymore as her ears filled with a loud thrum. Her vision lost focus, vague as she caught the final blow Nick dealt, and the creature's head went tumbling from its shoulders. Faythe fell to her knees, feeling sleep numb the throbbing pain and lift her away from the foul stench of the thing's black blood. She thought she heard her name, but couldn't be sure as agony drowned out all her senses. She swayed and fell into the form that pulled her from the ground, holding tight when her legs failed to withstand any weight. Nick, she realized, as his close scent filled her nostrils. She forgot where she was for a moment as the comforting smell stole her away to better memories. She was floating and melted into the warmth of the body that carried her. Her head fell back, and the glimmer of emerald was the last thing she saw before darkness claimed her. Chapter 33. Faythe. Faythe stirred, feeling hideously dizzy before she even opened her eyes. She could hear voices, but they were distorted, as if she were underwater. She took a sharp breath in panic, relieved to feel the cool air rush down her dry throat. It cleared her head, but stabbed her chest. Then, in stark contrast, she registered sickly heat and felt suffocated by the blankets that weighed her down. With a jolt, she snapped her eyes open in a surge of anxiety, blinking rapidly as the new light stung her eyes and caused her head to pound. Not too fast. Her eyes met those of Toria beside her when they came into focus, and Faythe stared at her, blank with bewilderment as she tried to rack her memory for information. Then it all came flooding back at once. The cave, the Fey mutant, the young boy. Oh, gods! Nick was the other presence in the room, and he made quick strides over to her side as she adjusted to her surroundings. Faythe was in her chambers. Horror overcame her as she looked to the prince and said, "The thing down there, is it—" "Dead," he answered before she could choke out the word. Her mind reeled as memories of the horrific ordeal flooded back to her. What the rutting damn was it? She could barely whisper as her throat was too painfully dry. It made her wonder just how long it had been since she passed out from the creature's bite. Her body ached awfully, but she found the strength to sit up. Toria helped and brought a cool glass to Faythe's palm. She took it gratefully, greedily throwing back the water. It brought clarity to her head and vision, as well as soothed her aching throat. "We don't know yet," was all Nick could offer, and she saw he was just as disturbed by what they encountered in the caves below his home. It came second to his look of fear and concern as he looked down at her, though, and Faythe figured she must look as hideous as she felt. "How long have I been out?" she croaked. The prince's face fell, and she braced herself. 3 days. She blanched. Her hand reached to her neck and found it bandaged. Over her shoulder, she felt the dressings on her back under her loose shirt. She shuddered as the feeling of the creature's foul mouth on her neck pulsed through the spot where its teeth pierced her flesh. "God's faith." Nick paused, looking as if he couldn't bring himself to finish what he wanted to say. Toria cast him a look of understanding. "We didn't know if you were going to pull through. The thing must have injected you with some kind of venom. It took you out almost immediately, and being human, your body couldn't fight it faster than it spread." Faythe only stared wide-eyed at Nick as he relayed the events. She had been obliviously near to her end and felt a wave of dizziness pass as she asked, "Then how am I alive?" as the prince's grim look told her she would be a corpse instead. "Eucalypts," Toria answered simply. Faythe blinked. She had come to love the tiny orbs of light magic that once saved the life of her friend, Jakon. But she knew they came with a price. "It was Nick's quick, brilliant thinking, actually," Toria added. Faythe could tell he knew what fear lay in her mind at the mention of the Eucalypts. "I really hope we find the damned ruin. I don't fancy spending eternity with you in those woods in the afterlife, he said with a smirk. She relaxed at knowing there wasn't some other impossible task the spirit of life demanded to save her life this time. Then her face fell. You mean you didn't find it in the cave? It was the only reason she'd risked her life in the first place. Now it all felt like squandered energy and a wasted visit to death's door. Toria shook her head. I think it's down there somewhere. But we weren't about to leave you to that thing, and we didn't know if there might be others. Nick cut the tension. You'll need another few days to rest. I managed to get you out of the last meeting without too much suspicion. He turned slightly, indicating his intention to leave, but didn't remove his hand from Toria's in silent invitation for her to go with him. The ward looked reluctant. Faythe gave her a weak smile and a nod to confirm she was okay and didn't need coddling. In fact, she would be grateful for the solitude to wrap her mind around the terrifying ordeal and could already feel the comings of sleep, despite her 3-day rest. Whatever the thing in the cave was, it was unnaturally powerful and absolutely lethal. She could only pray to the spirits there would be no more from where that creature came. Toria slid out the door Nick held open, but he stopped and turned to Faythe. You try anything like that again, and I'll kill you myself. The ghost of a smile caressed his lips in his attempt at humor, but worry and relief drowned it out. Faythe picked it up for him, as it was the best communication she knew with Nick. Don't worry, Prince. I don't plan to challenge dark immortal beings again anytime soon. She nestled back down into the sinking sheets. He chuckled a little and gave her one last longing look, as if she might still die in front of him any moment. Then he quietly left. Toria headed straight for her rooms, perfectly aware of the prince trailing behind her, even though they passed the hallway that led to his quarters. He didn't speak, and she didn't care to ask why he followed. She opened her door and was about to close it behind herself when a powerful hand connected with the wood to prevent her from doing so. She scowled at Nick, meeting his eye for the first time since they left Faythe. Can we talk? He said quietly. Her heart cracked at the pain laced in his voice that she very seldom heard. The last time was when he lost his mother. He needed her then, and it was clear he needed her now. She couldn't turn her back on him, no matter what friction lay between them. She nodded once, stepping into her rooms and letting him follow her in. She went straight for the fire, which blazed eternally in harmless blue flames to take the chill off the winter night. You know, I wish it were me instead of her. Don't say that. The prince cut her off in a low, dark tone. She turned her head to look at him. His eyes were lit with coldness against the cobalt flames. I would have healed quicker. Perhaps I could have outrun it faster. Again, her words were halted as Nick took a step toward her. If anything happened to you down there... His face softened, and the pain returned to it. He averted his gaze to the fire, slipping his hands into his pockets as he paced over to her. There was a split second when Faythe disappeared, and that monster along with her, that I had a choice. The contours of his face were made all the more prominent in the flickering light, and his jaw twitched as he ground his teeth together. Faythe was in immediate danger of her life, but there was no guaranteeing that creature was the only one of its kind down there. She means a great deal to me. She always will. And losing her would have broken me in a whole new way. Toria almost looked away from Nick as he poured his feelings for the human right out in front of her. Then the emerald of his eyes connected with something inside of her. But in that moment, I chose you, Toria. For everything you've done for me, everything you are to me. I wanted desperately to aid Faythe, but I couldn't until I knew you were safe. I couldn't leave you. If I lost you, I don't think I would survive it. I wouldn't want to survive it. She felt her heart stop. Never in her century of being close with Nick had she seen such a vulnerability within him. It broke her as much as it lifted her. She didn't know how to respond. As much as she wanted to be elated by his declaration, she didn't know what it meant. She asked in barely a whisper, "What do you want from me, Nick?" "I don't expect anything." "That's not what I asked. What do you want?" "I want you to be safe." Toria took a step toward him. "I am safe. With you. I couldn't be safer." Nick shook his head. "You're wrong." She ground her teeth, feeling frustration rile her up at his contrasting words. The prince's face was pained. A plea lay in his features for her not to press the matter further. She couldn't understand him, even after all this time of Nick pulling her in, only to push her away when she came too close to breaking past a steel barrier. It hurt right down to the depths of her being. It hurt that he kept his deepest feelings reserved. Toria held those sparkling emeralds that soothed her pain as much as they caused it. She couldn't push with him, or she risked losing him completely. Swallowing her disappointment, she straightened, her face falling into her mastered mask of cool indifference. "I poured my heart out to you once, decades ago, and you left me alone in bed by morning, as if I were just another one of your courtesans. I won't make that mistake again." She knew it was a low blow to open an old wound they had long since moved past, but it seemed relevant to remind the prince it was he who never saw anything romantic between them. He opened his mouth to counter, but she continued before he could. "Gods above, I couldn't bear anything happening to you either, Nick. But you don't get to put me down for seeking out the company of another when you've paraded your lovers around here and I've said nothing." She tried to keep her tone calm, but she couldn't help the bite in her voice after weeks of pent-up anger since their conversation about the Elmstone prince. He flinched, and she could see he was deliberating whether to back down or match her indignation. Nick eventually sighed, and his expression softened. "I don't want there to be any more bad feelings between us," he said. She hated the sinking disappointment, realizing it wasn't the response she was hoping for. "I'm sorry. It was none of my business, and I won't get in the way of you wanting to pursue other relationships again." He may as well have torn her heart out instead, but Toria didn't let it show. After all this time, she thought she would have hardened herself against the pain of the prince's rejection. But it hurt as much as the first time he made it clear he wanted nothing from her in that way. Still, she treasured his friendship, and to protect that, she smiled with all the warmth she could muster to accompany her next words. "Then there is nothing more to be said." Chapter 34. Faythe. After another 5 days' bed rest and a visit from a healer who was paid highly for their silence, Faythe almost felt normal again. The after-fever from the creature's venom was a death-like experience in itself. She had barely left her bed and hardly stayed conscious for more than the time it took to be force-fed by Nick or Toria. It was embarrassing, to say the least, and she was more than glad when she found the strength to get up and dress that morning. Her muscles still ached, but it was bearable. She sat by the fire, perfectly ordinary glowing amber embers as she requested. Flames that could burn, a warmth that was real. Yet she was drawn to it far more than that, transfixed by the dance of fire and ash, as if it could take flight at any moment and free itself from the confines of its stone pit. Her deep thought was broken by a knocking at her door. She breathed deeply as she tore her eyes away from the mesmerizing waltz of fire. Her voice croaked as she called for the person to enter, having little energy to move to the door. Faythe didn't turn to see who it was, figuring it was likely Toria or her handmaidens. Nick was ruled out, as he rarely paused long enough after knocking before welcoming himself in. "You look terrible." She whipped her head around with a wince of pain to see Caius looking down at her. He held a smile, but his face fell in concern as he beheld the state of her. Faythe tried to stand, but the young guard motioned for her to stay seated and occupy the chair opposite. "I've been better," she admitted. His conflicted frown dropped her stomach, thinking perhaps he had news about her two friends. It had been long enough now for them to have returned to High Pharaoh. Just as the suspense grew too much for her to bear, Caius spoke. "I went with Jackon and Marlowe to Galmire." Faythe's eyebrows rose in surprise. She had never asked it of the Fae guard, and wouldn't have thought to, as it was a great risk should the king ever find out one of his own was party to the fugitive's escape. "Are they safe?" she asked quickly. She wanted the details, every last one, but wouldn't be able to take in anything else until it was confirmed. Caius nodded, and she slumped back in relief, but he kept a grim look. An unease settled, and her pulse quickened as she waited for him to delve into the journey. "Jackon and Marlowe are back in Pharaohhold. They're safe," he began. "But I fear we've perhaps led those innocents to a worse fate if we don't do something." The guard looked pale, and it stirred a dark dread in Faythe. "What do you mean?" He leaned forward to brace his forearms on his knees, shaking his head as if he didn't know how to explain himself. "People are going missing in Galmire. The town is hardly half the population it used to be." He frowned into the fire as he tried to recall what he knew and make sense of it. "It gets worse. Those who do turn up, their bodies are left sloppily, always by the edge of town, and they say they're often drained of blood." His eyes met hers again, and Faythe fell utterly cold. Her mind raced, and even started to throb as she replayed his words. Blood. It was the one thing the creature down in the cave wanted most, had even gotten itself killed by dropping its attention in such a frenzy at the sight of it. Her blood. Human blood. She didn't want to believe the pieces that fell almost too perfectly into place. She couldn't ignore the possibility, but she stored it in the back of her mind to look into later. "Thank you, Caius. You didn't have to risk yourself to go with them." Her gratitude to him was endless. The selfless guard smiled. "I wanted to." Week's end marked a month and a half since the king's meetings with Ormstone and Ryanel. Faythe tried not to keep count of the days, but in anticipation of what Raylan would do with the information he took from her, what the king of Ryanel would do in retaliation, she was on edge that any day now one might move to strike first. So far, it was quiet in all kingdoms. Nick had been keeping close watch on his father's movements, and even dared to spy on private affairs he was not invited to in the secret passage overlooking the council chamber. Nothing alerted him to any plans to carry out the king's desire to conquer Ryanel. It was a relief, but Faythe knew better than to let hope settle that perhaps both kings had decided against such a brutal, ruthless act, knowing they could be treading water in the calm before the storm. Walking through the gardens with the king's ward, she almost felt guilty as their footprints disturbed the peaceful sheet of purest white. The first snowfall of the season had brought the clouds to the ground, and she marveled over the thick, glittering crystal blanket. Innocent snowflakes flurried down in a beautiful cascade after the tantrum of ice and wind the previous night. Faythe deliberately left the hood of her cloak down to feel the cold nip her cheeks. The child in her longed to roll the icy sheets into compact spheres and make a snow creature. Even beyond childhood, it was something she and Jackon had found laughter and joy in. She smiled at her memories, which seemed so distant, the serenely quiet and colorless surroundings almost taking her away from the troubles that plagued her mind. Her once carefree, mundane life was now packed with horror and uncertainty in a court of nightmares. "I really wish you could attend the Yulmus ball. It will be deliriously dull without you." Toria's voice cut through the peaceful silence. Faythe rolled her eyes at the ward. She didn't let it show that she was glad for not being permitted to attend the extravagant event in 3 weeks' time, given her human heritage. It was a grand ball of splendor and prestige she was far too lowly on the social hierarchy to be granted an invite to. Faythe was relieved more than insulted to be spared a night of distasteful slander and judgmental stares. "You've survived plenty of them just fine without me." "I don't want to just survive them anymore. You might have actually brought some enjoyment to the night." Faythe would have appreciated the flattery if it weren't completely ridiculous and exaggerated. She had other plans anyway. While she had been specifically warned not to leave the castle, as most of the guards would be granted leave for the event, she had little intention of abiding by the king's rules. She decided weeks ago she would sneak out to the outer town to spend Yulmus on the hills with Jackon and Marlowe, where she'd spend it every other year. Faythe and Toria headed to the stables to seek out the warmth within. The ward rubbed her gloved hands together as she went over to one of the brown mares. Faythe shuddered for heat too, now the snow had melted, and her wet face was starting to grow numb. She looked around the horses, marveling at their beauty while she blew into her cupped hands in an attempt to warm her cheeks. Then she dropped her arms, the ice that froze her having nothing to do with the weather, as she caught a glimpse of the horse occupying the end stall. Its black beauty and stark, contrasting glacier blue eyes were like no other she'd seen before. There was no mistaking the mare, and she knew it was an impossible coincidence, a chance in a million, for there to be a horse identical to Callie here. She slowly willed herself to walk toward the beast, her suspicions only confirmed when the horse stared unflinching at her the whole way. Even though it was foolish, she couldn't help but think the mare recognized her too. It bowed its head low when she stood in front of its stable, and Faythe raised a hand to stroke her muzzle. "She's a beauty," Toria admired as she came up beside her. Snapping out of her reeling thoughts, Faythe turned to Toria. The ward appeared oblivious to who owned the midnight mare. At the thought of Raylan, she instantly felt anxious, sick to her stomach. Why would the Ryanel general return? Every motion set her on edge as Faythe walked the halls of the castle. Toria left her to go to her own rooms, seeking warmth by the fire and wanting to change out of her damp dress from being outdoors. Faythe couldn't feel the cold anymore in her nervous state. She wasn't sure why she was so rigid at the prospect of running into Raylan at any given turn. Perhaps it was the thought that whatever his intentions were for being here, they were likely not in good faith. Not with the threat the king of High Pharaoh posed to his own kingdom. She was about to head back to her own rooms after a futile effort to scout for him, beginning to believe maybe he wasn't in the castle after all. Then she halted abruptly in the wide hallway, almost jumping out of her skin, when the throne room doors were loudly hauled open. The silver white of Raylan's hair was the first thing to catch her attention. The sight gave her the conflicted emotion of thrill laced with fear. She tuned in to the end of his conversation with the king who followed him out.
I look forward to seeing the results of your labor, General. I'm glad you decided to take up my offer, even as a temporary position.
King Orlon finished. Her eyes locked on their joined forearms, incredulous.
It's my pleasure, Your Majesty. I hope I can make a difference in High Pharaoh. We are allies, after all.
With this, Raylan turned to fix his sapphire orbs directly on Faythe. A sharp tremor ran through her at their knowing gleam. When the king's eyes followed, they dropped the handshake, and he turned to her.
Ah, Lady Faythe. I was rather hoping to catch you. Will you join me?
Orlon's tone was unnaturally tame, and even held a forced kindness as he addressed her in front of the general. He held out an arm, silently beckoning her to enter the throne room behind him. Faythe paled at his deadly stare, knowing the threat of his wrath if she declined. So, nodding sweetly, she gave a small bow of her head, much to her reluctance, before strolling up to the pair and making her way inside. Raylan's eyes never left her, and she tried not to stare back in response. She had so many questions for him, but right now, she had to dine with a demon. When she was fully inside the great hall, she didn't immediately turn upon hearing the large doors groan shut once again. The king passed by her and twisted around just before the dais.
I want you to keep a close eye on him, he said plainly but quietly.
He didn't have to clarify who he referred to, casting a look behind her as if the general were still behind the doors. You don't trust him, Your Majesty? His eyes narrowed at the ghost of Raylan's presence, and he raised his chin in contemplation.
Why should Agalor's best and most loyal general leave him if they face threats, as you say?
Faythe trembled, realizing this was as much an interrogation as it was a command to spy on Raylan. Nevertheless, she stood firm. Perhaps there turned out to be no threat after all. The king hummed, far from convinced.
I'll be having his every move watched, and I expect you to get close enough to him to know his every thought, too. I don't care what it takes.
It was a command, and she didn't fail to pick up on the hidden meaning. It wasn't enough for her to be the king's executioner or spymaster. He saw an opportunity to degrade her further by expecting her to be his courtesan, too. Her fingers twitched, but she fought the urge to clench her fists in fury at the suggestion. Her teeth ground together instead, and it took all her willpower to force a nod in understanding and agreement. It still boiled her blood to have the king suggest she be used in such a way, as if no part of her remained her own anymore.
She would never let that happen. Faythe stood outside her rooms after her short meeting with the king, staring directly at the door opposite. She didn't even know if Raylan occupied the same chambers as his last visit. Now his position was to be extended in the castle. Yet she couldn't bring herself to retire for the evening until she found out. She was glad there was no one around to notice her nervous pacing, as she'd been deliberating knocking for the past 5 minutes. Without giving herself a chance to back out, she stormed the short distance and rapped twice upon the door. Her heart thundered. She wanted to take it back, silently praying no one would answer. Luck wasn't in her favor. A heartbeat later, the door swung open, and Raylan wore a smirk as he stepped forward, crossed his arms, and leaned casually against the frame. "I was wondering how long you would stand out here for," he said with a wicked grin. "You far surpassed my expectations." She only gaped, caught between wanting to abandon the confrontation completely and whack the smug look off his face. "I told you not to come back to High Pharaoh," she hissed with all the intimidation of a mouse in the face of the white lion. "Unfortunately, I don't take orders from you," he said dismissively. She itched to respond in the best way she knew how. Her hand curled around the phantom hilt of her sword, and she longed to swing it at the general in front of her. "I could tell the king everything." His eyes danced in challenge. "You could. I would love to watch you explain how I came to the knowledge of the king's plans." She couldn't out him without exposing herself and what she did to Varlas to obtain the information. "What are you doing here, Raylan?" she demanded with no small amount of accusation. His head tilted in amusement. "Now who's the suspicious one? A rose is just a rose, Faythe." She didn't react to his regurgitation of her own words. She lifted her chin instead, determined not to yield victory. "A rose is too pretty for you. You're more like a blossomless thorn bush," she sneered. His smile grew wider. "Because you think I'm dangerous." "Because you're a prick." He straightened and stepped forward so fast she stumbled all the way back until she met the cold wood of her own door. When he stopped, she saw the flash of his extended canines right before he leaned in close and let his breath caress her neck. His hand beside her head trapped her. There were only 2 reasons for a Fae to bare their fangs: in threat or in lust. Her throat bobbed, turning bone dry at knowing it could only be a deadly warning. She was too frozen in shock to think or move. Her pulse became a prominent throb in the veins his teeth would puncture. His mouth never made the connection, but the lingering threat rattled the heart in her chest, and his proximity was electrifying. "It would be so easy to end you," he said quietly, in a deep, gravelly tone. Faythe shivered, but not in fear. "So many ways your life could be gone in less than a second." The vibrations from each word rippled over her skin, and she almost forgot where she was. Her fingers flexed and clenched against the wood, as if it were a material that could be grasped in response to the tension flushing her body. Faythe felt the hum of his touch just before his fingers grazed over her neck above her collarbone, where she knew the unruly scar of her bite wound from the foul beast would remain a permanent marking. "Who did this to you?" His voice turned surprisingly dark, and she thought she detected anger in it. But she could barely register his words,
when all she could think about was the cool gap that remained between them, and how she didn't want it to exist. Her heart beat wildly, and she tilted her head subconsciously, feeling his breath become hotter, his mouth closer. She wanted him to make contact. Her blood roared, eyes almost falling closed. But then something snapped her sense, and she internally recoiled in horror. Bracing her hands on his solid chest, she pushed with everything she had, and Raylan stepped back, though she knew it wasn't from any feat of strength on her part. He wasn't grinning anymore as he stared back at her, seeming to return to his own right mind. His gaze held shock as he took a step away from her. "Stay out of my way," she hissed, feeling the fury rise in her with the warning. "You're not here to play general to a foreign kingdom, one you can't even stand to be in. You're up to something, and I don't care what happens to me. I won't hesitate to turn you in if I find reason." Not giving him a chance to belittle her statement or authority, she spun away from him, throwing her door open and slamming it shut behind her. Her pulse raced, and her thoughts were erratic. She despised more than anything that she'd allowed herself to be foolishly affected by him, like some weak, flustered girl. It angered her, bewildered her, but most of all, it terrified her. Not because she feared him, but because she enjoyed the completely new, unexplainable thrill of such a dangerous desire. Chapter 35. Faythe. The following morning, Faythe awoke earlier than usual without getting much sleep. She cursed Raylan for being the annoying force that rattled her thoughts too much to get any decent rest. Knowing he was a few steps across the hall, she dressed in her fighting suit and headed straight for the training room to release the frustration and anger he'd succeeded in riling up. What made it worse was that he'd barely even tried to invoke such a reaction. Nick and Toria joined her a little later, and she was grateful for a sparring partner to use as moving target practice. She faced off with the ward, while the prince observed casually from the side of the large raised training ring. They used long staffs as Toria's weapon of choice, and Faythe relished the opportunity to advance her skills and knowledge of the unusual tools of attack and defense. Every time the two females came down here, their time was spent mostly on teaching, as Toria carefully demonstrated her maneuvers and balance with a long stick of wood. Faythe had gotten enough practice during her months in the castle that she was actually becoming quite good at it. She threw everything she had into the session, releasing all her indignation, and even had Toria retreating instead for once. When the ward was forced off the slightly elevated platform, Faythe stopped, panting heavily. Even Toria looked out of breath, but not nearly as much as she. In a castle full of Fae, Faythe was starting to hate the physical inferiority that came with being human. "What's got you so worked up this morning?" Toria commented with a hint of concern. Faythe turned away from her, walking back into the center and taking up stance to start again. "Nothing," she muttered through a long breath of exertion. Toria didn't move, much to her irritation. Her body protested, but her mind was still wild with thoughts, and she felt the burning need to release the pent-up emotions through the swinging of something. "Perhaps you should take a break," Nick chimed in knowingly. He had been on the receiving end of her sword many times when she was unhinged in anger. She winced at the memories, not proud of herself for those outbursts, and took a few calming breaths. Nick was right. Running her energy into the ground wouldn't do her any favors.
Humans and their erratic emotions. At the voice that joined them in the room, Faythe managed all of 5 seconds before her fire was sparked again. She had yet to even glimpse the general. Or is that just you, Faythe? She didn't need to move as he came to stand next to Nick and Toria in front of her, with a crooked, taunting smile. She glared at him with the force of her anger, as if it could turn him to ash where he stood. Nick shifted at the tension, his eyes darting between her and Raylan. "What are you doing here?" he asked the general, and he didn't mean in the training room. Raylan turned to him. "I think you know why I'm here." The prince's eyes narrowed as he folded his arms. "Are you on orders from Agalor?" She knew they held some kind of friendship. It was clear from the way they engaged at the king's meetings. However, she wasn't confident it was strong enough for Nick to trust him so easily with the rising conflict between their kingdoms. "I'm not your enemy, Nick. We've fought side by side in battle against those we should all be focusing our attention on." He spoke to the prince as both a commander and a friend. "I'll be damned if I do nothing to prevent us from standing on opposite sides instead." Raylan was fierce in his words, and her dislike for him wavered slightly in appreciation that his loyalty wasn't mindless to the king he served. The prince nodded in agreement and understanding. They had a common goal of trying to stop the kings of High Pharaoh and Elmstone in their quest for power. She knew it would be hard for Nick to silently work against his own father. It frustrated her that all of this could be avoided were Nick on the throne instead. With their concerns addressed, Raylan turned his attention to Faythe once again. His smile was goading as he drew his sword. She watched the dark gray blade sing free from its scabbard. Niltane steel. It shouldn't be surprising, considering the Niltane Isles lay within Ryanel. In fact, she was sure it was more unusual that she owned such a precious metal. "What are you doing?" She frowned in annoyance as he stepped up and into the ring. "Wood or steel?" Her teeth ground as he got closer. "You really want to face off against me right now?" He grinned wildly. "Why so angry, Faythe?" It was deliberate. He was trying to rouse a reaction. It worked, and she met Toria's eye at the same time as she tossed the staff she held back to her. Toria caught it effortlessly. Nick was already holding Lumarius. He copied her, and Faythe's hand molded around the hilt as she caught it, the sword becoming an extension of her own arm. She flexed it in her wrist, savoring the feel as it awakened a dormant passion, rattled her senses, and honed her mind for combat. Now, it was her turn to smile with feline delight as she felt her confidence rise with each twist of her blade. "Are you sure this is a good idea?" Nick said warily from the sidelines. Faythe's grin was arrogant. "Don't worry, I won't go too hard on him." She wasn't really foolish enough to think she would win in a sparring match against a centuries-old Fae war general. Her pleasure lay in shaking the feathers of the phoenix. Raylan barked a laugh. "I've taken down Faythe thrice your size with little effort." "I don't doubt it, though you misjudge my flaws, General." "You can't get inside my head." "Are you afraid it'll even the playing field? Or perhaps besting those who are physically inferior is what inflates your ego so much?" His eyes danced in amusement. "All right, I'll let you in. Just the surface." She didn't let her triumph show as she stepped into a defensive position. Raylan assessed her from head to toe.
She thought it was to size her up as the opposition, but a dark look of recognition and then appreciation crossed his face before he composed himself. That was when she realized exactly what had caught his attention. How does a human from High Pharaoh come to possess Faythe fighting attire from Ryanel? He pondered curiously. Though he didn't expect an answer, she said, "It was a gift." Not entirely a lie, but she had fully paid her friend Ferris back for the garment after she fought in the notorious underworld of the cave. She waited for him to mock her, to say she wasn't worthy of it. "It suits you," he said, and she was surprised at the sincerity in his words. "Though it's a little outdated. If you win, perhaps I'll see to it you get an upgrade to the latest model." She didn't let it curb her focus. Instead, she angled her blade in silent invitation for a dance of swords. He didn't take a counter stance, as if he thought he didn't need to brace himself against her. He was about to be proven very wrong. She moved fast. Seeing his intention to step out of her way, she switched her maneuver at the last second. Raylan caught her blade with his own before it could tear the flesh of his thigh, and the sound of kissing steel echoed through the training hall. The vibrations of the blow crawled delightfully up Faythe's arms, and she smiled deviously at his raised eyebrows. Retreating, she twisted Lumarius once before angling it again in a soundless taunt. Raylan looked quietly taken aback by her swiftness. She almost dared to believe it was approval in his eyes. "Okay, Faythe. I see you." She raised her chin, taking a breath to channel deeper and deeper into the well of lethal tranquility that focused her in combat. On her exhale, she said, "Good. Now, I want you to hear me." Faythe became spellbound by sapphire orbs, lost in the stormy sea as she captured Raylan's premeditated movements. She struck again and again, forcing him into his defensive stance, while she shot out a round of offense attacks. She knew he could switch the order any time he liked, but he allowed her to lead. He was impossibly fast. It took every drop of mental focus to strike as quickly as he could deflect. Faythe reveled in the challenge, not registering the rising burn in her lungs, nor the pulsing in her head as they darted around the sparring ring. She twisted, thrusting her sword forward. It would have gone straight through his abdomen, but Raylan's blade clanged loudly against it, batting it out of the way before it could. Faythe backed up a step to regroup, panting hard. They circled each other slowly. It riled her to no end that while she used significant physical energy, Raylan remained unfazed by the exercise. "If you want me to go easy on you, just ask," he said to vex her, as if reading her thoughts. She rolled her shoulders back, already stiff and sore from the parry of steel. "I'd rather you struck me than insulted me like that." His lips curled up, but he gave her a slight nod of respect, and she felt strangely proud that it came from a highly regarded Faythe general. Then she remembered that general was also an arrogant, stuck-up ass. In her short pause, she failed to catch Raylan's intention to move first. She ducked, narrowly avoiding the blur of steel over her head. But his second maneuver was too quick, and she didn't hold the connection to his mind any longer. Before she could turn and reposition, he was behind her in a heartbeat, his sword resting horizontally against her throat. The cool breath of metal was a chilling warning that one swipe of pressure would spell her end. In conflict with his actions, however, the warmth of Raylan's body against her back felt like a force of safety. His hand encased her forearm, pinning it across her abdomen so she had no way out of the compromised position. The threat of his sword became insignificant as her mind reeled at the stance, at his calloused fingers over her soft skin. She was broken from her trance when he stepped away from her abruptly, the ghost of his embrace sending a chill down every notch of her spine, snapping her back to her senses. Her cheeks flamed, and she whirled to him with a deadly glare, anger flaring. Though, admittedly, it was more at herself than at Raylan, for allowing herself to be distracted like a novice. "Had enough yet," he drawled, bored. Her hand tightened around the hilt of Lumarius, and he noted the response, smirking down at her painfully clenched fist. "Faythe, maybe it's time to—" Nick didn't get a chance to finish his sentence when the clash of swords became a melody in the room once again. Faythe didn't drop eye contact and pushed herself harder than she had in months. Raylan looked just as focused as she was, and it brought her slight satisfaction knowing he at least had to use some effort against her. Her pulse raced, and blood pumped faster with every harsh vibration of her sword hitting its target, canceling out everything else around her. The room became an indistinguishable blur until she could see nothing but sapphire and steel. Their blades locked inches from her face, and Raylan smiled down at her in amusement. "Not bad, for a human girl." Her breathing was ragged, each inhale like spears of ice down her throat. Clenching her teeth in frustration at the comment, she pushed off from his blade with everything she had and didn't pause for a second before moving on instinct, desperate to wipe the victorious look from his face. Not with words, but with one landed strike of her sword. She wouldn't feel guilty for it. He would heal before the day was up. She couldn't explain what made the desire so prominent in that moment, as if she had something to prove to him. "Stop," he said, his voice a hard command. Faythe didn't. She couldn't. It sang in her veins to continue, even if it wore her out completely. And soon it would. Her bones ached, but it was her mind that throbbed worse, almost blinding her. It screamed at her to stop as much as it compelled her to push on. Raylan backed up a long step, and she was about to lunge forward with another attack when her blade met another's in the ring. There was nothing kind on her face when she snapped toward the person who stopped her, about to direct her unhinged rage at them, until the familiar emerald eyes brought her world back into focus. She breathed hard, and everything caught up with her all at once. Her head pounded sickeningly, and she had to drop to her knees, not trusting her stability now the urge of combat had dwindled. She felt Nick kneel with her. He took Lumarius gently from her grip and set it on the ground. Then Raylan approached, his large form casting a shadow over her. "Even the best warriors know when it's time to stop fighting," he said, but there was no lecture in the words. "Recognize your limits. Learn to disperse your energy, or you'll burn yourself out before you last 5 minutes on a battlefield." She raised her eyes to him and found him staring down at her intently, assessing her. To know he wouldn't count her out completely in the face of battle made her humbly proud. And grateful Raylan chose not to condescend her in sharing his commander's advice. It was then she realized all his taunting and teasing about her mortality was really a test to see if she would submit or rise above it. "Now, your sword skills are impressive. I'll give you that," he went on casually, letting one last longing look linger. She thought she detected curiosity tied with awe. Raylan turned away before she saw any more of the rare, softer side he didn't like others to know he harbored. "Take a moment to gather yourself. Then let's work on those lackluster close defense skills." Chapter 36. Faythe. By nightfall, Faythe couldn't sleep. It wasn't because of the Ryanel General this time. Instead, a certain unearthly spirit dwelled on her mind. She planned to revisit the cave below the castle with Nick and Toria to find the ruin, and now she was fully well again, there was no reason to delay. They had made arrangements to meet by midnight tomorrow, fully equipped and armed should they meet any other ghastly, unexpected creatures. Yet, with the discovery of the King of High Pharaoh seeking out the Resquilias she needed for the spirit temples, Faythe felt filled with dread. They could be aiding the king's cause if she found Aurealis's ruin. Perhaps it was lost even to the king, and he had no idea it lay beneath his very feet. Whatever power it held, it could be what they needed to gain the upper hand and follow through on their plans for war. She didn't make it to the underground labyrinth that led to the outer town without being completely undetected, but she used her ability brazenly to withdraw the short-term memory of the odd single guard who caught her. Doing this, she was able to divert them before they even realized she was there at all. Even though it worked with Varlas, it was a risk, and one she wasn't entirely certain she would succeed in taking. But so far, none had made any move to come after her. All she could do was pray to the spirits it stayed that way, at least until she made it back. In the outer town, she was about to pass the hut without a thought, but she felt the quiet beckoning to visit an old friend and found herself compelled to make a swift stop at the abandoned structure. The hut was somber in its silence and lonely in its emptiness. It brought her both joy and sadness to reminisce in the confines of the small space she once shared with Jackon. At the thought of her friend, and Marlowe too, her heart ached. She longed to see them and find out about their journey to Galmire. It would have to wait, as she was well into the unsociable hours of the night. The back door into the bedroom creaked loudly on its hinges. The bare cots were a sorry sight, robbed of all personal possessions. Faythe was glad her friends had moved to a more comfortable living space, but it was bittersweet to find her home of 10 years neglected. She sat on her old bed, finding the mattress far more uneven and uncomfortable than she remembered. She simply stared at the empty one opposite, smiling sadly as she pictured the ghost of Jackon's long form hanging half off the too small bed, deep in slumber. The more she imagined it, the more vivid it became, and she could almost hear his soft snores in the dead silence. She was snapped out of her memories when the front door to the hut groaned open slowly. Faythe got to her feet, heart racing, and pressed herself against the wall next to the bedroom door. She strained her ears, only making out that the intruder walked casually around the front room, making no effort to be stealthy. Drawing Lumaria slowly, silently, Faythe took one long breath to brace herself, then barged through the bedroom door with unfaltering confidence to face the nighttime bandit. It was not the burly, hooded thief she was expecting. Rather, the bandit's hair rivaled the luminance of a full moon, and his eyes sparkled like the night sky as they bore into her, unfazed by her outburst. She still held her blade poised at the sight of Raylan, from shock or relief, likely both. "What in the rutting damn are you doing here?" she demanded, finally lowering her blade. "I could ask you the same thing," was all he said as he scanned the small hut. She wanted to be angry with him for intruding, for thinking it was okay to follow her in the first place. But the emotion failed her as she took in their surroundings. This was my home, she admitted quietly, not sure why she felt the need to explain. Raylan looked at her with curiosity, and she had to avert her gaze in slight embarrassment. "You lived alone?" he asked. She shook her head. "My friend, Jackon. He lived with me here." The general took a few steps around the place, picking up discarded items that held no personal value. "You were together?" Again, his statement held a question as he left it open for her to correct. "Not in the way you think." She saw him hesitate before he continued. "Where is he now?" Feeling no need to hide anything from him, she continued to oblige. "Safe. He lives on the east side of town with my friend, Marlowe." She couldn't fathom why it interested him in the slightest, but Raylan seemed deep in thought as he took everything in. She watched him move around the hut, his tall form eclipsing the place. Then he hit with a question that made her flinch. "What happened to your mother?" His eyes met hers, and for a split second, she thought she saw sadness in them. "I think Valgard took her." It was all she could offer, as she didn't truly know how her mother met her end after that day in the forest. "I'm sorry." The sincerity in his voice made him sound as if he wasn't only sorry for her loss, but for his own. "Me too." For a rare moment, she found herself and the general on mutual ground. She connected with him and embraced the kindness in place of his hostility. "You didn't really think you could sneak out of a city crawling with royal Fey gods unnoticed, did you? Your ability is impressive, but you could do with a bit more practice at wiping memory." A small, teasing smile turned up one corner of his mouth when Raylan looked at her. "We should thank the spirits it actually worked on Volas. Half the gods you tried to elude were on their way to rat you out before I stopped them." Faythe's cheeks flamed. She saved herself the embarrassment of admitting she really did believe she was stealthy and competent enough in getting here. Though she was irked not to be alone in her quest, she reluctantly had the general to thank, or she would be in deep waters with unwanted questions from the king by morning, were it not for his influence. She realized the general likely outranked all the guards in the castle. Crossing her arms, she asked, "What exactly are you doing in High Pharaoh?" Not an accusation, but because she genuinely wondered what his intentions were and how he thought his presence here would help. His shoulders shifted. "Keep your friends close, and your enemies closer." Faythe rolled her eyes at the vague response. "What are you doing, wandering the town in the middle of the night?" She didn't answer immediately. The general knew everything about the king's plan, but he knew nothing of the spirit entity who may be an even greater threat than any man or fae on the land. I have somewhere to be," she said lamely, turning a blank on convincing excuses. Even the truth was likely to be taken as a lie if she tried to explain the absurdity of what she set out to do that night. Raylan gave her a look that told her he wasn't going to let it go. Faythe huffed with mild humor. "Follow me if you want. It seems to be your favorite sport." Pushing past him, she exited the hut and joined the shadows. It wasn't a surprise when she felt Raylan close behind her in the alley. She didn't glance back at him as she said, "I hope you're good with the strange and impossible." Faythe waited by the waterfall, watching the eucalypts chase each other in an eternal dance. She had warned Raylan multiple times of the horrors he might face upon entering the woods, and figured the general had many of those from his time in battle for the spirit of life to call upon. She shuddered to think what the worst of them would be, but there was no dissuading him from passing through. She heard his deliberately loud footsteps behind her and turned to him. His face was blank, unreadable. It scared her more than she thought it would. "Everything okay?" It was a pathetic question, and not one she really expected an answer to. His sapphire eyes bore into her, and she swallowed hard at the vacancy in them. Ghostly, haunted, they locked on her for a few painfully long seconds. Then he looked away, face falling into his usual steely indifference as he said, "Whatever you have to show me, it'd better be worth it." Faythe huffed, relaxing from the rigid posture his disturbed expression had caused. A hint of a smile tugged at her lips as she turned and started the walk through the tree line in the opposite direction. "You didn't have to come," she drawled. "In fact, you weren't even invited." The crunch of his footsteps against the woodland floor caught up as he fell into step beside her. "The streets aren't a safe place for a young woman to be alone at such an hour." "If you're looking for damsels to save, General, you'll be greatly disappointed tonight." "You never seem to disappoint." It wasn't a compliment. Rather, he was stating the obvious, that she was a walking contradiction and a magnet for danger. When Faythe stepped into the temple glade, she stopped to turn to him. "Let's keep one thing clear between us. Our goals align to keep our kingdoms from destroying each other, but that's where it ends. We're not friends. You don't have to pretend as if you care for my well-being." Confliction crossed his face, but it was gone a second later, and he straightened, his powerful arms crossing over his chest. "You still don't trust me." She laughed sarcastically. "You stripped me of my ability and used it against me. I trust your intentions are true, but I'm not a fool to believe you won't turn on us all when the time comes." "It sounds as if you're already preparing for a war." "Aren't we all, in one way or another?" He was silent, in quiet contemplation for a few seconds, and she was about to continue the walk to the temple when he spoke again. "And if the time does come, where do you stand?" The question terrified her because she could see in his eye that somehow he knew she would be conflicted in her answer before he even asked. High Pharaoh was her home, her place of birth, but she wasn't willing to fight mindlessly for a ruler who was wrong. "I hope to stand on the right side," she said. "It doesn't have only one color or house emblem, nor a single race or gender. It can be made up of the most unexpected array of those things, all brought together with a common goal." The answer seemed to satisfy him enough, and Faythe saw the steely edges of his expression soften slightly. Without another word, she stalked to the temple, drawing Lumarius so she could use the Rescilius. Before Raylan could ask, she held her sword out to him, and at seeing his cocked eyebrow, bounded up the steps to draw the first symbol with the chalk she'd brought along. She bit her lip to suppress a giggle when she turned back to the sight of the great general squinting awkwardly through the small rock. "How in the spirit's name did you come across this?" he asked, passing the sword back to her. Looking through the pommel, she said, "It's a long story." And once again, she rushed to finish the last sketch before the symbol disappeared from memory. The doors groaned inward a fraction after a short pause, and she looked to Raylan expectantly. When he didn't immediately move, She jerked her head toward the stone doors. You can't very well expect me to push them open while you stand pretty. While he was here, she may as well make use of his strength. Raylan gave her a faint scowl, and she couldn't hide her light amusement this time. He wordlessly stepped forward, pushing the doors in with little strain. She didn't pay him any attention as she passed to go inside, but now she was here, she was starting to lose her nerve. Dare I ask, what is this place, and why are we here? Raylan commented, scanning the open temple with an edge of caution. She too looked around, growing bored of the recurring sight. It's the Light Temple, she answered simply, as if it were a mere market stall. I happen to have dealings with the Great Spirit of Life. The general looked at her as if she'd lost her mind. She smirked at his response. It was exactly what she expected, and she didn't blame him for thinking it insane. Little did he know, she had barely scraped the surface of the impossible yet. Faythe stepped into the dreaded pool of light and held the pommel of her sword firm between both hands until the beam shot through the Resquilius. What are you doing? Raylan stepped closer. Before he could decide whether to enter the sunlit circle, she gave a crooked smile. See you on the other side. The light met its mirrored stone target, and the glare of its encasing cast out the image of the general's wide-eyed look. Faythe lowered her sword and used it to prop herself up casually as she waited for the spirit to appear. But it was not Aurealis who materialized to greet her this time. Faythe straightened instantly, staring in shock at the glowing form that appeared in front of her. She trembled as instead of the white-haired beauty, her mother stood before her with a warm smile. Is it really you? She asked in disbelief, her voice barely more than a whisper. Her mother's ghost nodded, and a small sound left Faythe's lips. My dear girl, she said sadly, we don't have long. Faythe had so many questions, so many things she wanted to tell her, and so many words that had been left unspoken since the day her mother was cruelly taken. All of it circled in her mind at once, and she almost swayed with a surge of thought. I'm so proud of the woman you've become, her mother continued. A silent tear rolled down Faythe's cheek. I don't know what I'm doing, she admitted, overwhelmed with emotion and wishing so desperately to release all the worries she would have brought to her mother over the years if she were still alive. Her mother stepped forward, and it took everything in Faythe not to fall into the arms of her ghost. You're exactly where you need to be, she reassured her softly. Faythe whimpered. I miss you so much. I'm so sorry. You have nothing to be sorry for. I was wrong. I should never have kept you from your destiny. The world needs you, Faythe, but you are not alone. Never alone. Faythe shook her head. I can't save anyone. I'm sorry this fate falls on you. I tried to prevent it, but I fear I only hurt you more. I denied you the chance to know the other half of your lineage. I will never forgive myself for the relationship you lost. Both of you. Faythe's stomach dropped at the mention. My father? She breathed, unable to brace herself for the knowledge she was about to receive. Her mother's face fell. He is good and honorable, and we loved each other fiercely. It was my own selfishness and misjudgment that tore us apart and ultimately ruined the bond you could have had. My only wish here in the afterlife is to see you have a chance to rebuild it now. Faythe's breaths came harder at the new information. He was alive. That much was confirmed. And it calmed a raging, gut-wrenching thought that perhaps he was the opposite of how her mother described him. "Where is he?" she dared to ask. The ghost smiled. "You may have been born in High Pharaoh, but you will always fly with the phoenix." Faythe frowned deeply, about to question the riddle. She didn't get the chance, though, as her mother continued. "I wish we had more time, Faythe. You came here because you have doubts about the spirit of life, as did I. I'm here to tell you she is on our side. Trust her guidance as much as you trust those closest to you. Find the temple ruin." Her mother's form started to dissipate into the light behind. Faythe's panic surged. "Wait! That's not enough time," she pleaded, desperate for even a few seconds longer with her. "I am always with you. Do not be afraid." "I am afraid," she choked out through the painful tightness in her throat. Her mother smiled sadly. "You are brave, Faythe." With those last echoing words, her image faded, and faded, and was gone. A tear slid down Faythe's cheek without a blink. She kept her eyes fixed on where her mother stood, her mind clinging to the vision even once she was gone completely. Faythe imagined her soft features, her brown wavy hair, her slim figure. Even when the circle of light fell and her eyes burned in the contrasting dark, Faythe didn't blink. Gold eyes turned to the deepest blue. Raylan stared back with shock and concern outside of Aurealis' symbol. But Faythe wasn't present, didn't even register the general taking wordless, tentative steps toward her. She was her 9-year-old self again. Around her was not the gray stone walls of the temple. Faythe was in a forest so dark and frightening. Silence filled her mind. Silence in anticipation of her mother's scream. She had been taken from Faythe then, just as she was now. Before that chilling sound she would never forget could pierce through her mind, calloused palms took her face, and Faythe snapped her head up. "What happened, Faythe?" Raylan's voice came into focus, his expression alarmed by whatever he read scanning every inch of her face. Faythe stumbled back a step, and his hands fell. She held in her whimper at being brought back to her real surroundings. Her hands subconsciously rubbed her chest at the tightening pain that constricted her, as though the seams of an old, deep wound were straining to burst with a new wave of world-shattering grief. It made it real. Seeing her mother. She was in the afterlife. It was both the liberating closure she so desperately needed and an agonizing realization. There had been a hideous, hopeful part of Faythe that believed in a chance her mother was alive, having never seen her death, never in the final sense of the word. While trying to gather the words to respond to Raylan, she turned around, and upon spying the podium behind him, she slowly walked toward it. Trembling fingers came up to graze the hollow shape of the ruin she was tasked with finding. Raylan followed but said nothing as he observed her. She took a deep breath, in through her nose and out through her mouth. She repeated the motion until she felt collected enough to explain what she could to the general who waited patiently. "She's gone." Faythe's brow pinched together. "She's really gone." Somehow, Raylan knew exactly who she meant. "You saw your mother," he said, so tenderly soft. All she could muster was a tight nod, unable to look at him while she fixed her eyes on the sad, dark stone, focusing on its gritty texture under her fingers to distract from the tears she fought against. Raylan moved around the podium, and Faythe wiped her wet cheeks. He stopped behind her, and she felt his hand gently come to rest on her shoulder. She felt the touch beneath her skin like a pulse of strength and comfort. He said nothing. He didn't need to. She appreciated his silent consolation, savored it. And with a new breath, she straightened, determination returning to her for what she needed to do. Raylan's hand left her as she turned to him. "You should walk away now. Save yourself from becoming tangled in a web of answerless questions, impossible notions, and dangerous propositions," she warned. Yet she knew, even before his mouth curled with faint humor, she knew his answer. "I've faced worse monsters, Faythe," he said with an unexpected but soothing warmth. "Let me help with yours." Chapter 37. Faythe. The three friends stood armed to the teeth within the hidden alcove in the library. Though two of them had the added advantage of immortal senses, Faythe tried not to see herself as the weaker in comparison. They waited patiently, as there was only one last-minute addition to the ensemble to arrive. Raylan had been adamant to know everything, and whether she trusted him or not, she could only see the advantage of informing him about everything she knew of the spirits and ruins thus far, in case he could add any insight. He couldn't, and she had confused him more than educated him on the matter. Still, he listened, focused and attentive, and not once did he condescend or doubt any of her claims. It was refreshing to speak so freely without judgment or question, and she actually treasured the few tender hours they spent on the front steps of the temple, forgetful of time, fear, and worry. There was only one fact that remained confined in her mind, as even she was still uncertain of what it meant: that she was an heir of Marvellus. Raylan's silver-white hair was like a beacon as she spotted him approaching down the dark hall. There was no dissuading him from accompanying them to the forgotten cave below the castle when she told him where they planned to go looking for the temple ruin. Especially once she mentioned it was once home to a mutated, ghastly creature they'd narrowly escaped. She trembled where she stood to think they could face another like it tonight. But they were ready this time, with both wits and steel. He came to a stop before them, acknowledging Nick and Toria, but letting his gaze linger on Faythe, offering the most subtle reassurance in the faint dip of his head. He read her emotions so easily it was unnerving, yet she thought she had done a commendable job of maintaining a hardened exterior to mask her great fear. "All right, Demon Slayers united. Let's go," Nick said, stealing her attention. When she twisted to him, he was already pulling back the tapestry to reveal the hidden door. Toria was close behind as they walked the passageway, and behind Faythe, Raylan became an obvious presence she tried to push to the back of her mind, unsuccessfully. They came to the Magestone-lined cell. Nick and Toria hastily walked straight past, but she noted Raylan wasn't so close behind anymore and paused to turn to him. He stared with a furrowed brow into the cells. Faythe didn't say anything, and didn't know why she felt the need to hang back for him when her friends had pressed forward. "This is worse than I thought," he mumbled quietly. She wasn't sure if he expected a response, but she felt riddled with dread at Raylan's deep concern. "I don't think it's been used in a long time," she commented anyway. The general stepped inside one of the cells, and Faythe sucked in a sharp breath, lunging forward a step. He hissed in pain, face contorting as he fought against some phantom effects of the stone she couldn't comprehend. He raised a hand to his head, but made no move to step back out. Without another thought, she grabbed his arm and pulled with all her might to drag the brute of a warrior the few steps back out of the cell. Raylan released a quick gasp of air, blinking as if he couldn't believe a full-grown Fae could be rendered almost immobile in a room lined with the mineral. He turned to her with raised eyebrows. An amount like that, it's not only to take away our ability and strength, it's a means of torture, he said with no small amount of disbelief. She didn't care what his reasons were for testing it as she hissed, "Don't do that again." An amused smile tugged at one corner of his mouth. "Were you worried about me, Faythe?" She scowled in response, spinning on her heel to go catch up with the others. "Should have left you in there," she mumbled under her breath, though he heard her clearly, and his quiet chuckle echoed behind her. She resisted the urge to take her dagger to his chest and cut off the sound. They walked out into the large, open, cavernous dwelling, and Faythe shuddered with the haunting memory of their last visit, straining her ears to hear the echoing boom of the creature's wings as it rose from the pit below. Her companions were alerted to nothing, but she couldn't relax. Feeling her neck faintly throb around the 2 small puncture wounds, she lifted a hand to rub the tender spot. Though there was no immediate danger, Faythe's breathing hitched in her throat, and her vision swayed a little. She stopped in her tracks, bracing a hand against a stone pillar, unable to take her eyes off the black, depthless void below. Her breathing quickened with the flashes of grim memory, still so fresh. She pinched her eyes closed, focusing on convincing her mind she was safe from another attack by the foul creature Nick had slain. A hand fell on her back, and she jolted violently, pulling her dagger free and spinning around. That same touch curled around her wrist to prevent her blade from plunging upward through Raylan's neck. A strong arm hooked around her waist, drawing her flush against a warm force and saving her from another plummet into the lair below. She breathed hard, staring up into familiar sapphires in wide-eyed horror over what she'd mistakenly attempted in her flashback of terror. Raylan only looked back at her with deep concern. "Sorry," she muttered through a short breath. He released her wrist slowly. "Are you okay?" His voice was gentle, worried. All she could muster was a vacant nod while he tried to soothe her panic. "Nothing will get the chance to hurt you down here." Holding his stare, she nodded again, appreciating the promise in his statement. She pressed her body to his, the pressure and warmth folding a sense of security around her, enough that she could reel in her racing thoughts. Raylan backed up a long stride from the ledge, taking her with him. Then his arm fell, and he put a step of distance between them. Faythe relaxed, rolling her shoulders back, and breathed consciously. She would have thanked him. Admittedly, she found great comfort and protection with Raylan guarding her back, but her thundering heart still choked her words. When she turned, Nick and Toria stood a few meters away at the first gap in the stone, silently observing her embarrassing encounter with Raylan. Her cheeks flamed, and she stormed toward them, determined to forget her outburst of fear-triggered paranoia. "You went through a great trauma. It's only natural to have that kind of response. We shouldn't have come back here so soon," Nick said gently. "I'm fine," she snapped, and immediately felt guilty for deflecting her irritation at appearing weak. "Sorry, This way," Toria called, not bothering to wait for them as she followed a silent beckoning none of them could hear. Nick and Faythe exchanged a small smile of understanding before they all rushed to chase after the ward who disappeared around another bend. After a few twists and turns,
Faythe's Fey companions contorted their faces in disgust, covering half their faces. Then the smell hit her human senses a delayed half-minute later. She flinched and almost gagged at the nauseatingly foul and familiar stench. It was even more pungent than the last time she was here. The black heap came into view around the next bend, and they all stopped to behold the mass of wings and gore. "That's what bit you," Raylan said. She was about to ask how he knew about the bite, but then she remembered the first night he returned. He'd seen the faint scars on her neck when he got close enough in his act of intimidation. She shuddered as if she felt his fingers tracing along the permanent marking. Raylan moved past her, covering his nose as he went to kneel in front of the thing. He examined it for a quick minute before straightening and saying nothing. His brow furrowed in deep concentration before he turned his head to her, and she almost recoiled at the anger in his look, though it wasn't aimed at her. His eyes were fixed on her neck. Faythe shifted on her feet, ridiculously nervous under his gaze. Then Raylan wordlessly stepped away from the decomposing heap. She wanted to question what he made of the creature, but Toria skipped past him, Nick hot on her heel. Faythe and Raylan exchanged a last grim look before chasing after the prince and the ward who were already around the next turn. The few minutes they walked in deafening silence felt far longer to Faythe, who was still painfully on edge. Everyone had their swords drawn, and no one dared to speak in case it delayed their alert to any impending danger. Faythe was lost in a pool of her own thoughts, and would have crashed right into Nick's back when he halted, were it not for the hand that hooked around her elbow. She only scowled at Raylan, who smirked at her clumsiness. Her question of why they'd stopped was answered the moment she turned back and beheld the iridescent obsidian rock that lined the walls along the rest of the path ahead. "It's down there. I can feel it," Toria said in frustration. The end of the passage held a door, yet none of her Fey companions could make it across with the amount of magestone along the walls. Faythe stepped forward, about to push past the prince without giving her nerves a chance to hold her back, when Raylan's hand caught her arm once again. "Don't even think about it," he warned. She would have snapped at the gesture, but she found herself amused instead as she looked down at his hand that was yet to release her. "Are you worried about me, Raylan?" He failed to see the humor and held his look firm. She rolled her eyes, pulling her arm from his grasp. "It's not as if any of you can go down there." She looked around briefly. "Yep, only human here. Guess I'm shit out of luck." She turned to go forward, but was met by Nick's tall figure blocking her way. "We don't know what's down there," he said, his voice laced with concern. Yet in his eyes, he knew they had no other options. "I'll come with you." At Raylan's offer, gold met sapphire, and her retort died in her throat at the unexpected worry on his face. Her look softened. "You could barely move when you stepped into that cell. You'd be weaker than me down there." His jaw flexed, as if he wanted to protest, but ultimately he knew she was right. "It's strong here. I don't think it's far past that door. We'll be able to hear if there's any danger, and she'll make it back to us before anything can happen to her," Toria said to curb the worry of the overprotective Fey males. It wasn't their nature, even more so than humans. They were annoyingly territorial, dominant, and protective. Faythe smiled at Toria in thanks. Raylan looked the most reluctant to agree, but gave a forced nod of acceptance anyway. Without giving her mind a chance to submit to her own rising fear about what lay beyond the door, Faythe stepped through the second half of the hallway.
She only prayed the damned ruin would be there for the taking, and she wouldn't have to face anything nightmarish. Likely wishful thinking. "Don't let your guard down for a second," Raylan's voice called out as she met the door. Faythe would have been irked at his excessive concern, but a small, mischievous smile crept along her face. She would find a way to tease him with his worry later. She unlatched the 4 bolts on the door, not giving herself time to dread why there were so many to seal the thick steel, then stepped inside and let her companions fade away behind her the deeper she went through the black hallway. She made 1 turn. Then there was nowhere to go except forward when she spied a room at the end of the hall. Edging closer with caution, Faythe faintly made out a pool of light that hit the center from a source directly above. Inside the compass of light sat a small box. It was too perfect, too obvious. She made it to the entrance and gasped, taking in the sight of 100 mirrors. With her first steps into the room, her own reflection bounced back at her at every imaginable angle through the distorted cuts of glass. The illusion was spooky. Her heart leaped with each direction she glanced to find a figure staring back before her mind registered her own face. Faythe stepped up to the box and crouched down low to examine it, not immediately going to touch it. It had strange markings she had never seen before, but there was no keyhole or obvious way to open it. She couldn't even be sure if the ruin was inside, or if it was just some ancient artifact. She reached out with both palms to lift the box. Then a gust of wind blew around her, sending wisps of unbound hair over her face. Faythe went cold as ice. Shooting upright, her hand was halfway to drawing her sword when a voice spoke. "You come for the Light Temple ruin," it said from no direction in particular, bouncing around like her reflection in the mirrors. A sharp chill shot down Faythe's spine, hard erratic from an invisible threat, and she whirled frantically to catch a glimpse of the intruder. No other form joined her in the hall of mirrors. When she went to twist again, she froze. One of her reflections didn't move with her this time. It smiled wickedly, knowing she'd figured it out. But when she blinked, it was back to her own horrified expression that copied her every flicker. Whatever it was, it lived in the mirrors, using its prey's own image to terrorize. "A clever one," it sang. Faythe's eyes darted from each misshapen shard of glass. "Face me!" Her voice wavered with the command, giving away her lost confidence. Laughter mocked her in the form of her own face. She couldn't stop her eyes from frantically scanning her reflections in anticipation of one not following her next move. Her pulse raced at the haunting concept. Then she spotted it, angled to look down on her right, an evil grin plastered on its face. Her face. "I am," it said to her. The voice sounded from her left, and she snapped around to catch the out-of-place reflection. "I am your past." Then in front. "I am your present." Then above and behind. "I am your future." It chilled Faythe to her very bones, and a violent tremor shook her whole body. "I'm not afraid of myself." Again, its hearty laughter rumbled creepily through the space. "Liar." "What are you?" Her clone twisted her head in front of her. "I am a dresser, keeper of knowledge, holder of precious things, and traveler of realms. I can show you if you want." The dresseur extended an open palm, but the cunning curl of its lips gave away its trick. Faythe shuddered. Getting lured into the depths of the mirrors, leaving no trace of her physical being to explain her disappearance, would be a harrowing fate. A dresseur is what you are. What is your name? It dropped its arm and assessed her with hair-rising scrutiny. What a curious little creature you are, it said. A name can be a dangerous and powerful thing. If you tell me yours, I shall tell you mine. Faythe furrowed a cautious brow. You know my name. The dresseur's grin was feline. I should like to hear it. Not in the mood to string out games, she answered. Faythe Acklin. Laughter bounced around the mirrors. In every one of the reflections, her own face mocked her. Faythe was torn between fear and frustration at its unhinged merriment. When its chuckling ceased, it stood straight once more, gold eyes sparkling with dark delight and wonder. What a fate has been sculpted around you, child. Millennia come and go without such a soul coming into the world. One with the power to challenge evil, the spirit to change hearts, and the heart to move mountains. If you only dare to take the leap and trust you will fly with the phoenix, of course. What does that mean? Faythe snapped, a chill seeping over her skin. It means there is so much for you to learn, golden-eyed child. One born with wings is never destined to remain caged. Faythe stared into those eyes, her eyes, transfixed. I do not have a name, Faythe. I simply am. Do not be so quick to offer what cannot be returned. For a second, Faythe's guard slipped to welcome the wisdom. Perhaps it made her a fool for giving the dresseur an ounce of merit, but as it spoke through her image, she felt the words as though they were a product of her own conscience. She shook her head from the trance-like state she was slowly being reeled into, unsure whether it was a trick of the dresseur or her own spiraling thoughts, remembering she came here for a purpose. Tell me where the ruin is. The dresseur stepped forward, pointing at the ground. You know where it is. I hold many items within my mirrors. That which is revealed to those who dare wander is not what they want, but what they need. Though nothing is given without challenge. Everything has a price, as you very well know. What do you want? Faythe demanded, anticipation stirring her exasperation. The dresseur kept her face, wicked playfulness returning to its expression. It is not what you can give to me. It is what I must give to you. Faythe stiffened in dreadful apprehension. Give me what? The dresseur tilted its head in amusement as it observed her. The only way to walk out with the ruin is to accept my knowledge. A dark piece of the future yet to pass. Faythe blinked. It didn't seem like too harsh a trade, though the demon's cruel gleam remained. I accept, she said, before logic or reason could dissuade her. The corners of its mouth curled in feline delight. You should not be in such a hurry to agree, heir of Marvellus. Man and Fae have driven themselves to madness, some to their own deaths at having such knowledge. It shook her awfully at the thought of what could be so grim to warrant such extreme measures. But she didn't have a choice, and couldn't leave without the temple ruin. "Tell me," she pressed, anxious to get it over with. It looked away from her and paced the length of the mirror's edge. "Very well." Gold met gold, and her mirror self straightened, her grin vanishing. Faythe thought she was prepared to hear whatever ill fate might fall on her, thought she could handle the curse of knowledge, no matter how damning it was. Nothing could have braced her for the Dresser's next words. "In your quest to stop the king of High Pharaoh, one of those close to you will forfeit their life." She swayed with the weight of the declaration and stumbled back a step. Coldness embraced her, and the air restricted her throat, while the words replayed hauntingly, inconceivably in her mind. Indelible knowledge that crushed her spirit like a physical pain in her chest. She would have accepted anything else, any pain, any torture, any misfortune, as long as it wasn't one of her friends. Faythe shook her head slowly. "No future is certain," she breathed in denial. "The path can change, but to alter fate would have dire consequences." "You're wrong," Faythe hissed, refusing to believe there was no escape from the worst of her fears. Her eyes pooled as her retort failed to convince even herself. Tears fell as she thought of each and every one of her friends, even Raylan. She couldn't let him in, and pushing him away would be one less person close to her, one less at risk from the foretold doom. She was physically trembling when she looked around the mirrors again. All the reflections followed her now, as she dared to ask. "Who?" "That I cannot tell you." The Dresser refused to take her form again, and Faythe screamed in anguish at every one of her reflections. She asked instead, "Will it be my fault?" A sob left her. At the Dresser's pause of silence, Faythe felt a new scream climbing her throat. Then it answered, "There will be many to blame." The statement didn't rule her out completely, and Faythe came apart. She fell to her knees in front of the box and took it in her hands, catching the glimpse of her reflection. It stayed standing. In a surge of anger, she shot to her feet and hurled the box at the glass with a cry of defeat, pain, and grief. It shattered, the shards cascading to the ground like a glistening waterfall. Her breathing was heavy with rage that she could not stop the unstoppable. Faythe stared at the fragments of the broken mirror. She jerked as she caught them vibrating against the stone, then backed up a step when the pieces began to move, floating upward through the air as if time were reversing itself. In a matter of seconds, the mirror in front of her became whole again. Faythe stared wide-eyed in disbelief, but not at the magic that brought the glass back together. At Raylan. He stood behind her, staring at her through the reflection. He was pale, breathing heavily in exertion while he braced against the stone archway, no doubt feeling the effects of the mage-stone passage he emerged from. Faythe believed it to be another of the Dresser's tricks, until he spoke quietly. "I heard you scream." Chapter 38. Nicolaus. The Prince of High Pharaoh shook the strange small box between his palms. It rattled, but offered no clues as to how it could be opened. The foreign markings etched into the wood were unknown to him and the other Fae in the room, even with their combined centuries of knowledge. They had retreated to Faythe's rooms after their eerie expedition to the passages below the castle. His home for over 300 years, yet he never knew what dwelled beneath his feet. He refused to visit the thoughts his father could have known about them, about the thing that lived there and almost ended Faythe's life. Looking away from the box in his hands, he tried to gauge the thoughts of his companions. Toria was frowning at the item in silent contemplation, but the general watched Faythe. She'd barely spoken since they returned, and was now perched on the arm of the chair by the fire, staring intently at the golden flames as if they spoke back to her. He tried to coax something out of her, but even witty remarks failed to gain a reaction, and he dreaded to think what greeted her beyond the steel door none of them could pass. Well, anyone except Raylan, it seemed. At the sound of Faythe's scream, gods, he'd tried to force through the pain himself, but the stone rendered him completely incapacitated, and Toria had swiftly pulled him back. It was obvious the general felt the harsh effects too, but Nick had to admire his strength as he pushed through it regardless to get to Faythe's aid. "What do we do with it?" Toria wondered out loud. It was the question on all of their minds. The box was sealed without any obvious lock or side that could be opened. Nick shrugged. "Break it?" he suggested. But he knew it wasn't a plausible plan. Something as well guarded and hidden as the temple ruin was likely not going to be sealed in a destructible container. "There may be one person who can shed some light on the markings." Faythe's voice was quiet, distant, and he hated that there was nothing he could do to bring the joy back into it. She finally looked away from the flames to meet his eye as she said, "Marlowe." Nick blinked, feeling foolish he didn't think of her sooner. She was not just a human, not just a blacksmith. Marlowe was an oracle, something that was almost as inconceivable as Faythe's ability. Yet Nick was beyond being stunned by impossible revelations. It made sense that if there was one person with knowledge of the item he held, it would be the one with a direct spiritual connection to the owner of the ruin within. The following morning, Nick, Toria, Raylan, and Faythe crowded into Jackon and Marlowe's small cottage in the outer town. It was a relief to see Faythe perk up a little at seeing her friends, though something still tugged on her mind. Before they could ask about the box, the three humans and Toria sat around the dining table, while Jackon caught them up on the trip to Galmire, a trip Nick was only now learning about. "Caius told me what you discovered. Are the boys and their family safe?" Faythe questioned with worry. Jackon looked grim. "For now, but we don't know what the threat is exactly, and they have no protection there with the Faythe soldiers gone." His eyes flashed to Nick for a second, but the prince didn't take offense. He was the son of the king who ordered the town to be left defenseless, yet this was the first Nick was hearing of the threat. "I'll talk to the king," he said to offer some consolation, though he wasn't exactly a great influence on his father's decisions recently. He was against the movement of the soldiers in the first place. "You say the bodies are completely drained of blood?" the general asked. Nick looked to Raylan. He wore a deep frown as he calculated the details. Jackon nodded. "They say they hear the air stir even when the nights are still, and some swear they've caught a glimpse of creatures in the sky, likened to bats, but something far larger." Raylan looked as if he was putting clues together, but it was Faythe who questioned it. "Do you know what it could be?" The general looked at her with an unreadable expression. "It's impossible, but everything you've described, from the sightings in Galmaya to the creature in the castle passageway, winged,
bloodthirsty. His eyes met Nick's then, and the slight fear in them was enough to set the emotion in him too. There was one species that existed like that, a very long time ago. One that history told us was wiped out during the Dark Age. Nick's face blanched, his eyes widening slightly and dawning. The Dark Fae, he said to no one in particular. It filled him with cold dread to think of them, and he wanted to pass it off as ridiculous, impossible, as the general said. Yet when he recalled the thing in the passageway, mauled beyond recognition, it fit the description of the dark subspecies long believed to be extinct. "There are dark fae?" Faythe said in disbelief. Nick looked to her as he tried to call up an old history lesson. Millennia ago, there existed only two prominent species, humans and demons. The Fae were created to be superior to their human origins, and the Dark Fae to their demon origins, through the blessings of the spirits. Except, it didn't take long for the Dark Fae to completely annihilate their weaker ancestors. Nick tried to continue, but his mind reeled with the horrifying notion history could be repeating itself. Raylan picked up on his explanation. After that, the Fae, the humans, and the Dark Fae lived together throughout the 7 kingdoms. 3 races mixed with little conflict. He took a pause, and his face fell grim. Until the Dark Fae developed a taste for human blood. They found it gave them a strength and speed that could surpass even our kind, but only temporarily. They had to keep up the feed to keep the effects. When humans started to become targets, killed for their blood, harming them became outlawed in every kingdom. Except one. Nobody needed to say it, but Faythe whispered in fear. Valgard. Raylan nodded solemnly. It was the one kingdom with a dark Fae king, Mordecai. So he went to war against the rest of Engardia. It was the darkest age the realms had ever seen, and rightly named as such in history. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Raylan as he told the story, and Nick could feel the fear around the room. The general continued. They could have won. With human blood in their system, they could take out an army even outnumbered 5-1. But word of the carnage got to Salenhaven, and amid fears it wouldn't stop with Engardia, they joined the cause. Together, 2 great continents wiped out the Dark Fae for good. Faythe didn't waste any time in saying, "So how the running dam does such a thing rise from the dead?" It wasn't what Nick thought was happening, or Faythe for that matter, as it seemed merely a comment made out of fear and disbelief for what could really be at large. They were created once. Maybe they were again, and some of the outcomes didn't quite go to plan. Raylan let the explanation linger. The creature in the cave was far beyond any human or Fae recognition, and now it was beginning to make sense that it was perhaps the product of an experiment gone wrong, too savage for purpose. "You say the spirits were needed to create you and them." Faythe's eyes flashed to Nick. "We need to get that box open, now." He understood, as she had told him it was possible to summon the spirit of life with her ruin and the Resquilius without the need to be in the temple. Nick took the few strides over to the table, while Marlowe and Jackon frowned at him in question. Placing the small box in front of the blacksmith, he said, "Faythe thought you might know what these mean. They might offer a clue as to how to open it." Marlowe took the box in her hands and flipped it around in curiosity.
Faythe added. The temple ruin is inside. Marlowe's brow curved, and she pored over the box with more scrutiny. Wordlessly, she stood, going over to a tall bookcase in the corner. Every pair of eyes in the room stalked her movement in anticipation. Nick glanced around the cottage, scattered with open volumes on every possible surface. Most people would glimpse the blacksmith and fear her for the deadly blades she could craft from blunt steel. Nick knew the real weapons that made her a force to be reckoned with were the books she absorbed, the knowledge she tucked away in every corner of her arsenal. Words, when crafted artfully, could cut deeper than any blade and imprint on one's soul for eternity. To inspire or to torment, that depended on the will of the speaker. Finding the tome she was searching for, Marlowe came back with it, not taking a seat as she thumped the heavy book onto the table. They all stood in silence, letting the rustle of old, stiff paper fill the room as they observed Marlowe filtering haphazardly through the pages. In front of him, Nick noticed Toria clasping her hands together tight to keep from trembling. His stomach dropped at the sight, at the thought of her fear. Before he could stop himself, he put a hand on her shoulder in quiet comfort. It was a relief when she didn't immediately shrug him off. Instead, she shot him a quick smile in gratitude. After everything she'd been through, he always thought of her as the bravest and most resilient Fae he knew.
I knew I'd seen the likeness before.
Marlowe's voice snapped him from his thoughts, and his heart thundered as she sounded confident she'd cracked the code. Nick really had to admire the brilliance of the human and the convenience of her gift. Raylan stepped closer, coming to stand behind Faythe as they all leaned in to glimpse what caught the blacksmith's attention.
It appears to be a blood box.
Across the aged yellow pages were several delicate drawings depicting the same marks etched into the wood of the box. Marlowe was deep in concentration as she slid into her seat, eyes scanning over the information with a look that glazed her eyes.
What in the rutting damn is a blood box?
Faythe asked. Marlowe inhaled deeply as she peeled her face from the pages.
It's exactly what you'd expect it to be. A container sealed with the blood of its owner, she explained. And this appears to be a spell to accompany it, both to seal and undo. It's worded in the old language, blood magic in its most basic form. If mastered, the symbols could be etched onto bigger containers for one with enough power to bind the spell on a larger scale.
Nick soaked in the blacksmith's knowledge, tucking it away in the depths of his own internal trove of useful information. He knew very little of spell magic, as it was a highly outdated practice reserved for the ancient Fey mages who crafted words to call on the weak, diluted powers some harbored that never translated into a proper ability. Over time, the practice of such spells had become insignificant and forgotten about, the more the abilities manifested. Blood magic in particular was highly frowned upon, and even outlawed in some territories long before the kingdoms were established as they were now.
So, if the owner happens to be the king of High Pharaoh,
Faythe trailed off. Marlowe nodded grimly.
You'll need his blood to open it.
She straightened in her seat.
Well then, who's up for challenging the king to a duel?
She asked around sarcastically, before huffing in defeat. Nobody has to. Everyone's eyes shot to the general as he spoke, and when Nick did too, he recoiled, catching Raylan looking directly at him. We already have his blood. Nick realized what he was implying immediately. It was a genius thought, and one he should have had first. Yet it was still perhaps a long shot. Marlowe followed Raylan's gaze to him. You're not the pure blood source, but it might recognize you as his kin."
Nick took a long breath, reaching for the dagger at his side. He curled his hand around the sharp blade, but paused. His heart raced, and a selfish part of him prayed his blood wouldn't open the box, if only so he might hold on to the small shred of hope his father had no knowledge of the temple ruin and didn't seek its power for unlawful political gain. He ground his teeth at the thought and pulled the dagger from his palm, slicing through it with a quick lick of pain. Before the drops of his blood could fall, he walked around the small table and held his closed palm over the wooden box. Then he clenched his fist and watched 3 drops fall across the delicate circular markings on its surface. At the same time, Marlowe began to quietly recite the words on the page with near-perfect eloquence. Nick knew some words from old teachings, but not enough to decipher the whole phrase. He wondered if Marlowe found it intriguing to learn the old language, or if she had simply picked up on the pronunciation through her various readings. She finished her last words in barely a whisper. Nick's wound had already clotted to stop the blood flow. He stepped back. Then they all waited in painful silence. Each tick of the clock on the mantel rang in his ears, and everyone's breathing turned shallow. Nothing happened. Then the centerpiece lit up like a glowing seal. Those around the table sat back as the circle suddenly caved inward an inch and spun halfway, fixing the symbol upside down instead. There was a dull click, and then nothing. Nobody immediately moved to touch the box. Nick heard Faythe's heart the loudest, and she was the first to reach out both hands toward it. The suspense was torture as they all waited for her to test it. Her small fingers gripped the top edges, and when she lifted upward, the top slab came away from the rest of the container. She looked to him, only briefly, as she believed both their souls were bound to the lost ruin inside. Nick gave her a small nod of encouragement, and she returned her focus to the box, removing the lid and setting it aside. Then he felt it, waves of ethereal power emitting a faint hum from within. There was no doubt they had found the spirit's ruin. It was confirmed in image when Faythe reached in and pulled the broken slab from its wooden cage. She sucked in a sharp breath as she weighed it in one hand. "Gods above," she muttered, eyes transfixed on the thick gray arrow slate marked with Aurealis' symbol on its point. "What does it feel like?" he questioned. It radiated power to where he stood, and he could only imagine what it felt like within her grasp. She didn't look at him as she said, It's like a current of pure energy through every vein in my body. I feel powerful." Faythe breathed the last word as she held her eyes to it, completely hypnotized by whatever unearthly power was embedded in the stone. Raylan leaned over her and took the ruin from her hands, placing it quickly on the table in front. Faythe seemed to snap out of a dream and looked to him wide-eyed, as if returning to her own senses instead of whatever spirit's power channeled into her from the ruin. "In the wrong hands," the general trailed off. He didn't have to finish his sentence, as everyone in the room arrived at the same conclusion, having seen the effects it had on someone as good-hearted as Faythe. Marlowe reached across the table. Jackon jerked to stop her from picking up the ruin, but he wasn't quick enough, and the blacksmith held up the stone in curiosity.
"It certainly radiates spiritual power, but I don't feel any altering effects."
She pondered out loud, admiring it from all angles. Jackon added, "I don't feel anything." Nick frowned inquisitively. We can only assume it's either because you're human or don't have an ability. Marlowe is linked to the spirits, being an oracle, but her gift isn't anything that can be heightened or changed physically. Faythe chimed in. I'm human, and the king doesn't have an ability. What would he want with it if he can't wield its power? Both valid points. Then he remembered. You're half-Fae. Faythe cast a quick glance behind her, and he realized the general didn't know that piece of information about her. Yet he didn't appear the least bit surprised by the revelation. Raylan instead looked mildly confused, stating, I thought you didn't know who your father was. Faythe shifted uncomfortably. I don't, but the spirit of life seems to think he was a Nightwalker. Explains my ability, she said quickly. Nick's brow twitched, feeling there was perhaps something missing from the story she was yet to disclose. It didn't feel right to probe in that moment. The general dropped his eyes from her oddly and said nothing else. Speaking of the entity herself, I think she has a lot of explaining to do. Faythe bounded to her feet before anyone could protest. She drew Lumarius from her hip and paused for a moment, looking to no one in particular to help ease her nerves. Everyone stood in a disorganized circle around the pool of light by the window. Raylan moved to stand by Faythe. Nick was grateful, as he felt compelled to stay by Toria while she stood in nervous anticipation. Everyone was on edge, and he longed for the confrontation to be over and done with. Marlowe came forward with the ruin, placing it gently on the ground in the center of the sunlight. Faythe took a deep breath before she steadied the sword between both palms. It would not be new to her to see the goddess of the sun, but everyone else in the small room stood in utter silence, knowing the impossible was about to appear before them. When Faythe connected the light shining through the Resquilius to the ruin, a searing flash of light had everyone stepping back and wincing. Then it dimmed, and from it appeared a tall, ethereal beauty with the purest white hair. Nick was struck by the glowing form that faced Faythe. He wasn't alone. Everyone except Faythe stood gawking at the spiritual goddess, as if they didn't really believe Faythe wasn't insane all this time until they experienced it for themselves. Hello, Faythe. Aurealis spoke first, her voice like a soothing symphony. Then the spirit glanced around at the rest of them. Only darkness and light remains, she observed. What it meant, he was too dumbstruck to question. Faythe didn't appear at all impressed by the spirit's presence. She had seen her twice before, but Nick didn't think he would ever get used to the physical manifestation of Aurealis. What do you know of the Dark Fae? Is that the evil in Engardia you're so afraid of? She skipped all pleasantries to jump straight to the point. Aurealis's expression turned grave. They are an accessory, yes. Nick shuddered at the confirmation of their fears. The Dark Fae had returned. But if there was something else, something worse they should be afraid of. Terror shook his body. The spirit continued. They are a great weapon, but not all have turned hearts. They will bring darkness, and they will bring salvation. The contradictions seemed to confuse everyone as brows furrowed around the circle of friends. Faythe looked close to losing her short temper, and he prayed for them all in that moment. If you didn't help make them, who did? She pressed. It was odd to see human emotions on a spirit, but a pained look crossed Aurealis's features as she said, My sister, Dakotas.
It shouldn't have come as a surprise. There were only 2 remaining goddesses, and it made sense it would be the spirit of death behind such a ploy. The shock came with her next words. But she acts with the desires of another. Faythe was quick to question. The king of Faythe? A pain stabbed Nick's chest at the mention of his father. He held his breath until the spirit answered. At the shake of her head, he almost relaxed. He is but another puppet. She turned to him, and Nick blanched as Aurealis addressed him directly. It was not your father who locked away my ruin in a place where it could not be stumbled upon. His blood pounded. It was your mother. Nick could have collapsed with the weight of the words, of the mention of his long-past gentle mother. He felt a warm hand take his, and he didn't have to look to know it was Toria who offered him comfort. The only sign of gratitude he could give back was a slight squeeze, as he couldn't tear his eyes off the glowing form. That doesn't make any sense, Faythe said impatiently. The spirit turned back to her. For you to understand, I must start at the beginning, at least before the great battles. Nobody spoke out to object, though they knew they were in for a long story and a lot of emotion to absorb at once. At least Nick felt so, as both his parents seemed tied to it. Aurealis raised her chin as she began her tale. Over 100 years of your time ago, the High Pharaoh King journeyed to Ryanel with his most trusted advisor and captain of the guard. Nick cast a glance to Faythe at the mention of Captain Varys. Her eyes twitched in a wince, but she remained impassive and attentive. He was guided to the Resquilius that had laid untouched in the castle of Ryanel for centuries, just as I guided Marlowe to it in High Pharaoh. The blacksmith didn't appear in the least bit surprised, and he supposed she might have already been aware of it. Nick became nauseatingly aware that perhaps nothing was left to chance anymore. With it, he was also compelled to make the expedition to the Niltane Isles to Dakotas' temple. Marlowe cut in with a breath of disbelief. The spirit nodded grimly. He used the Resquilius just as you did, Faythe, and summoned my sister with its power. Aurealis paused, and the shift on her face indicated the story was about to take a dark turn. She is powerful, and in the time she was released before them, she took away the color in their eyes to bend their will to the command of another. It brought about the dawn of the great battles. With High Pharaoh at his mercy, and with no one to suspect him, the king was used to deploy and delay armies to give Valgard more opportunity to conquer. They succeeded in taking the kingdoms of Dalrune and Finstead, but they could not stand against the might of Ryanel, who extended their reach to protect Olmstone too. So they retreated their forces, but the war was far from over. Ever since, they have been growing their army to a far more deadly capacity. You asked about the Dark Fae, and you are right to hold fear, for the High Lord Mordecai lives once again. He holds dominion over Valgard, but he has thus far been successful at remaining hidden. A creeping chill wove through every one of the gathered friends, piercing their hearts with trepidation. No one could have predicted the height of what they were up against. The impossible, the inconceivable, and the damning, foreboding doom that lurked right at their borders. Nick was too struck with stupor to even feel relief that his father's wicked actions over the decades, his hatred and malice, his lack of mercy, were never him. Not truly. It suddenly all made sense. He knew the king was once a better male, yet it didn't bring him any comfort. Nick dared to ask, "Did my mother know?" Aurealis turned to him once again and gave a solemn nod that brought the world down upon him. "The Queen found out through the very escape passages that led you to my ruin. Coming across the knowledge by spying into the king's council chamber, she stole the Rescilius to come to me. She took my ruin and planned to summon me in front of the king so I might reverse the damage that was done." "She never got that far," Faythe interjected quietly. The spirit shook her head. "She had very specific instructions on where the ruin was to be hidden should she fail to carry out her plan. She confided in one young human, her most trusted friend and handmaiden. Your grandmother, Faythe." Nick glanced to Faythe on instinct. Her eyes were wide at the knowledge. "Which is how the Rescilius came to be in your mother's possession. Your grandmother fled to Ryanel with it to get the stone far from the king's reach. The kingdom of the Phoenix was where your mother was born." Faythe looked shell-shocked, and Nick had to admit, the fact her mother wasn't born in High Pharaoh was an unexpected blow. If it held any significance, he couldn't be sure. "The temple ruins possess great power on their own, but it is the joining of the three that makes up the tripartite that must never come to pass in the wrong hands." Nick didn't process any of the last dose of history as his mind rang with one blaring question he was terrified to know the answer to, yet had spent a century searching for. What happened to my mother? Tension curled up his spine, turning his whole body rigid as Aurealis slid her gaze to him, eyes filled with apology. The kind that braced a person to receive the world-shattering truth. "I am sorry for the dire fate that fell on her, Prince, and that I now must be the one to give you the truth you have longed for. The king of High Pharaoh learned of your mother's intentions, and without his right mind, only saw a threat, not the female he loved and was soul-bonded to." Nick trembled all over. The spirit's next words felt worse than any physical blow in all his centuries of existence. "The king had her executed, privately, and blamed a silent intruder to swiftly divert all suspicion from himself." A hot rage consumed him as he seethed through his teeth. "You're lying." "She's not." Toria's quiet, interrupting voice made him snap his head to her. She winced, but he couldn't subside the anger he felt at the implication of his father. "I was there," she barely more than whispered. Nick ripped his hand from hers in shock, and Toria whimpered. His eyes were wide, and he couldn't help that he looked at her as if she were a stranger in his disbelief. "That day, I went to seek him out in his study, finding the door slightly ajar and hearing voices inside. I shouldn't have, but I stayed to listen for just a moment. He spoke of a plan, a tale of an intruder that I found alarming, so I tried to catch a glimpse inside. And then I saw her. She was already gone. There was so much blood, on her and on the king. I panicked and I ran. It wasn't long after my arrival in the castle, and if that was what he was capable of doing to his mate..." Toria's voice choked with grief and terror, but Nick couldn't comfort her or find an ounce of sympathy, while his own emotions were overshadowed by her betrayal. She had harbored the secret from him all this time. "I'm so sorry, Nick. I ached to tell you straight away, but you were broken when the news surfaced. If you knew it was your father, I feared what the knowledge would do to you. I feared what he would do to you if you knew."
Toria's face was desolate and pleading. Nick shook his head, but couldn't stand to even look at her.
"Nick, please," she sobbed.
"All this time," he trailed off, unable to finish, not even knowing what to say to her. He wanted to rage, shout, and destroy anything in his path. Toria's was a different kind of betrayal. She knew what she was doing, what she was keeping from him, despite knowing how much it meant. But his father... Nick turned his attention to Aurealis. "You said my mother thought you could reverse the damage to my father. Can you still?" he asked, low and calm, swallowing the eruption of emotion it prickled his skin to withhold. The spirit nodded, but not reassuringly. "I could. It would have been a simple reversal if I had the chance when your mother tried. But after all this time, his spirit would be broken. Everything he's done under the influence would still burden his soul. He may very well beg for death as soon as I gave him his free will back." There was no silver lining to the grim revelation. Nick wanted to kill his father for what he did to his mother. Yet a conflicted part of him had to be sure there was no salvation from the demon that plagued him. Faythe's voice distracted him from his violent thoughts. Who commands his will? It was the killer question. He'd become too consumed by his own grief and anger to even consider the master evil that held more influence than they could have possibly imagined. Nick assumed it was Valgard, their return from the dead High Lord Mordecai. But Aurealis came out with a different name, one no one in the room could have come remotely close to uttering. Marvellous. Chapter 39. Faythe. Faythe stumbled back a step in ice-cold horror. All this time, she had been connected to the name Marvellous as if it were a blessing, an honor to be called her heir. Now, it took on a whole new meaning, with the unfathomable revelation the spirit of souls was the evil at large, puppeteering the kingdoms against each other. With every evil born, a way to destroy it is conceived in turn. It had been right there in front of her since her last encounter with Aurealis. Faythe felt dizzy at the concept. This was bigger than her, bigger than any of them. To think Aurealis believed she was destined to stop Marvellous because she shared some distant bloodline. It made sense. Yet at the same time, she was just one person, one human, with a mind ability she highly doubted would even be a slight threat in the face of its master origin. What she also remembered from her last conversation with Aurealis. The location of Marvellous was completely unknown. It would be logical to assume she was at the heart of the conflict in Valgard, or either of the two conquered kingdoms. Marvellous would be in Fey form with unimaginable power. It would be hard to conceal it from everyone, and with some investigation, very dangerous investigation, probing into enemy territory, perhaps she could be traced. "I am afraid I cannot stay in your realm any longer," Aurealis said through the dismal silence that settled. Seeing her form becoming more transparent, Faythe asked desperately, "How do I stop her?" "First, you must stop the king of High Pharaoh," Aurealis answered sadly. "He must never get his hands on the Resquilius Faythe. He cannot get to the other ruins, or all will be lost if they reach Marvellous." With that last haunting statement, the spirit was gone.
The light drastically dimmed in the cottage, so much so that it could have been mistaken for nightfall. She let her eyes adjust before scanning her companions, who all looked to her. Except Nick. He was staring at the ground in his own internal hurricane of emotion. After everything he had learned today about his father and his mother, Faythe felt the overwhelming need to comfort him, and it pained her that she didn't know how. Toria was silently distraught, but held herself together, and Faythe knew it was only in consideration of everyone else in the room. So much pain, despair, and anger in one room, and it extended to so many of them and for different reasons. Faythe was struggling to hold herself together, and longed to be alone in the confines of her rooms, or in the forest where she could scream at the top of her lungs and listen to her anguish echo back to her. She took a moment to glance at every grim face around her. Her friends, even Raylan, who had proven to have her back more than once now. Oryalis said the king had to be stopped first, and with that warning, the ringing reminder of the Dresser's words followed. In your quest to stop the king of High Pharaoh, one of those close to you will forfeit their life. She couldn't stand to look at them any longer. She wanted to push them all away, shut them all out, if it meant they would be safe from the inevitable fate. But she knew it would do nothing to stop the chain of events that was already in motion. Chapter 40. Nikolaius. Nick leaned with both hands against the fireplace, watching the blue flames fight against each other like the rage of emotions within him. Above all else, he was heartbroken, with more than one cause. The first was the thought of his mother, and how cruelly she was taken from him by the king she trusted, the mate she loved. It would have been easier to despise the murderer and seek vengeance if it were some faceless assassin, like he'd been led to believe. The next was his father. He'd spent a century by his side, following his orders, yet it was never really him, and Nick hated himself for not seeing it sooner. He always knew his father's heart had turned cold, and never thought to question it deeper. He'd let his kingdom be run by a demon, and stood by his mother's murderer. The last and most prominent stab to the heart was Toria. All this time, she knew what really happened to his mother that night, had seen the moment her life was taken. Yet she'd watched it torment him for decades without saying a word. It was a betrayal he couldn't bear. A quiet knock sounded at his door. Toria hadn't stopped to ask before entering his room since the first few years after she arrived in High Pharaoh. It was a mutual trust they'd fallen into. Until now. He knew it was the princess, could scent her approach from halfway down the hall. Nick intended to immediately cast her out when the door opened slowly and he heard her slip inside. Yet despite his resentment, his anger dulled in her presence, and he didn't have it in him to shout. His room was scattered with loose parchments and broken fragments of any meaningless item that was in his path when he first returned. He didn't care, and didn't move when Toria took a few tentative steps toward him. He kept his back to her. "Nick," she said in barely a whisper. She didn't immediately continue with a sentence. His grip on the mantel tightened. Hearing her voice only made the pain worse. "I'm so sorry." "Don't." He pushed off the fireplace and straightened, but he didn't take his eyes off the dancing flames as he slid his hands into his pockets. "Don't bother, Toria. I know why you did it. You thought you knew what was best for me." He turned to her then, and kept his face calm despite the distraught creases on her golden brown skin pulling at something painful within him. "You were wrong." Her face fell even more at his words, but he wasn't sorry. He had trusted her, and she had kept hold of a world-shattering secret this whole time, one he had every right to know. "I was young and afraid. Your father had just offered me refuge from my own nightmare. I was scared of what he would do if he found out I knew. But I was even more terrified of what the knowledge would do to you, Nick. I only wanted to protect you from that burden," she said, her voice wavering with each sentence. Nick had only ever seen the princess cry once, over the loss of her parents and her kingdom. Once, then never again. She was resilient, strong, and brave. It broke him to see her grief now, and to know he was the root cause of it. "You should have told me," he said in defeat, a plea made far too late. "We weren't close then. I didn't know if you would believe me. You were angry, emotional, and you would have tried to find a way to kill your father for what he did. So then he would have you executed too." Nick tore his eyes away from her desperate look. "I don't know what I would have done," he admitted. Even now, knowing the horrifying secret, he was conflicted about what to do with it. A demon wearing the king's face had killed his mother. In his heart, he knew that. But Aurealis's words still rang in his head, that his soul was beyond salvation, that death would be a mercy for the Faythe trapped within the evil grasp. "I need time to figure out what to do and come to terms with it. You don't have to explain yourself, Toria, but I trusted you, and you betrayed that. You watched me agonize over who killed her for decades, and still, you sat silent on the answer to the one question that tore me apart inside." He looked into her sparkling brown eyes again as he finished. "I would never have kept something like that from you, no matter how hard it would be to tell you. I would have helped you to deal with it instead." To his surprise, the prince's desolate look steeled. Her posture straightened, and he knew her well enough to know he'd unwittingly struck a chord. "You can't say that," she said with a hard edge. "You weren't on the run with your life from your home kingdom. Hadn't found yourself suddenly in foreign lands where the king who offered you shelter turned out to be a cold-blooded murderer. Your survival didn't depend on the will of that king. Until you know what it's like to be scared, young, and alone. Yes, alone, Nick. Because you weren't yet as dear to me then as you are now. You do not get to tell me what you would or would not have done." Her shoulders fell again, pain returning to her eyes. "Years went by, and I should have told you sooner. It kills me that you found out this way instead. But now you know, and I understand your grief. I'll accept it if you need time and space. What I will not accept is the blame for being vulnerable and afraid, the blame for thinking of you, or the blame for wanting to protect your heart." Nick blinked, taken aback by her passion. With every word she uttered, he found his anger toward her start to dissolve. Before he could reply, Toria twisted on her heel and stalked for the door. He didn't stop her. He didn't know what he wanted to say in response. The call for her to stay, for them to talk it out into the small hours like old times, stuck in his throat as he watched her disappear. The harsh slam of the door was the last echo of her presence. Chapter 41. Faythe. Faythe walked the halls without conscious direction as her mind reeled over the impossible, the horrifying, and the damned. She couldn't get the thoughts to stop, and swayed in rapid, overwhelming panic at everything that seemed so far out of her control. Eventually, she had to stop walking and pressed her back to one of the walls while she focused on her breathing and wild heart. She tipped her head back and clamped her eyes shut, begging her mind to soothe the storm of emotion that threatened to undo her completely. A tear slid down her cheek, and she clenched her teeth in frustration. Her nails purposefully cut into her palm, hoping the pain would drown the sadness. She was glad for the quiet. No guards loitered in the dark hallway off the main route through the castle. Just as she was beginning to regain some of her composure, a dark chuckle seeped like poison through the silence. Her eyes snapped open, and her heart leaped at the sight of Captain Varys, alone and creeping toward her with cruel amusement at her obvious distress.
"All become too much for you, has it?"
he taunted, coming to a halt in front of her. Usually she found the strength to muster her bravado in the face of the monster, but right now she felt completely at his emotional mercy with the heavy weight of everything else. His presence only added to her rising anxiety, and her chest rose and fell deeply with it.
"This is my favorite version of you, Faythe. The real you, beneath all that insufferable arrogance."
Faythe was still backed against the wall, and the captain closed in like a suffocating shadow that filled her lungs with each step.
"Weak, pathetic human."
His hand came up, and she lost all her bravery under the flood of fear. Thinking he was going to strike her while there was no one around to witness the brutality, she closed her eyes and flinched. Varys's hand went to her face, but not with force. His repulsive fingers traced the wet trail of her traitorous escaped tears. She held her breath, trembling now as she had no fight left in her exhaustion and defeat. Help. She needed help, and for once she wasn't afraid to admit it. She prayed for an escape while her veins pulsed and nausea filled her stomach. Someone, anyone, please.
"Captain."
At the voice that carried down the hall, Faythe snapped her eyes open, breathing a sigh of immense relief despite the malice that laced the word. When she turned her head toward Raylan, his eyes were livid. He stormed the distance to them, and Varys's eyes also flashed in anger at the interruption. She knew he didn't hold high respects for the general at the best of times, and the feeling was clearly mutual.
"You will distance yourself from her,"
he warned, low, dark, and calm, stopping deliberately close to Varys. The challenge for dominance and the fury that rippled from both males trembled every nerve cell in Faythe's body. She shrank farther into the wall, as if it could swallow her whole.
"We were only talking, weren't we, Faythe?"
the captain said playfully, but he didn't take his eyes off the general. She said nothing. Raylan advanced a step, the darkening of his sapphire eyes frightening. Wisely, Varys yielded a step back in response, but rage twitched his expression, and Faythe was surprised he held on to the reins of his violence. Her heart was in her throat at the tension. She almost wanted to put herself between them, knowing how dangerous the captain could be. But Raylan didn't flinch, didn't fear him in the slightest.
"You don't speak her name. You don't cross her path. And if you dare raise a hand to her again, you'll find yourself without it. Perhaps without a life, depending on Faythe's mercy."
They stared off for a few long, agonizing seconds. Faythe held her breath in painful anticipation at the way Raylan challenged the captain. She was sure Varys had never been belittled, threatened in such a way before, and she didn't have to try to feel his immense rage piercing her in nauseating waves. The captain's face flexed and creased as he struggled to hold in his hatred. To her great relief and shock, however, his head bowed in a small nod of obedience, something she didn't think she'd ever seen from the wicked demon. "Remember your station, Captain." Raylan's last words left no room for response. Varys's jaw flexed, but he turned on his heel, his deadly glare locking onto her for a split second before he was storming away from them both. As soon as he was out of sight, Faythe released a long breath, finally letting her stiff posture relax now she was in the presence of safety. She turned her gaze to Raylan, finding his deep blue eyes laced with concern, but still balanced on the razor's edge of anger. "Are you all right?" His question was quiet while he diffused his wrath. She almost came apart, the seams of her grief close to breaking the longer she held everything to herself. The knowledge of the Dresser and everything she knew about her ties to Marvellus's evil. But she couldn't tell him, not without risk to his life, and that thought alone was enough for her to drown out the need to share. "I'm fine," she answered. Pushing off the wall, she began to walk on weak legs, desperate to make it to her rooms to be alone. Raylan followed, and she added, "Thank you, but you shouldn't have provoked him like that. Varys he's dangerous." "He's nothing but a spineless coward who takes pleasure in dominating those he believes to be inferior." Raylan caught her arm to halt her just before she made it to the door. "But you're not inferior to anyone, Faythe. Your strength is within, and your weapon is internal. It's his biggest mistake to underestimate you." The backs of her eyes burned because she wanted to believe in his fierce words, but it was as if her mind was blocking any comfort or consolation from being absorbed into confidence. She didn't deserve it. "You shouldn't underestimate him, Raylan. You don't know what he's capable of." His jaw tensed. "Has he hurt you before?" he asked carefully, his voice as sharp as a blade. She shook her head. "I've seen inside his mind. It's not hard to guess," she lied, and he seemed to know it. Raylan always carried himself coolly, collectedly, as if nothing fazed him. Seeing the flash of fury crease his usual stern indifference, it turned him into a whole new force to reckon with, a threat no man or fae would dare to cross or challenge. Despite this, Faythe wasn't afraid. She didn't think she could ever be truly fearful of him. "It was a long while ago. I took care of it then, and I can handle him now," she said, reading the building temper on his face that made her worry he was fighting against screwing the consequences and confronting the captain with far more than words. Faythe had to turn away from the turmoil in his expression and kept walking until she got to her long-awaited destination. She wondered why he cared, why he was so affected by the knowledge, figuring it was simply overprotective fae-male bullshit. She was about to open the door to her rooms, having every intention of locking herself inside until she came up with a plan to stop the evil at large, when Raylan's voice made her pause with her fingers around the handle. "You don't have to keep your thoughts to yourself," he said softly. For once, she wished she could confide in the general to alleviate some of the burdens on her mind. But she couldn't stand to even look at him. She had barely glanced at any of her friends in farewell. She couldn't without thinking it might be any one of them whose days were numbered. "I want to be alone." Her tone was cold, and it pained her physically that she didn't really mean it. "If you want to talk about anything." She whirled to him, taking all the anger she felt toward the king, the spirits, and the damned world, and pouring it into her voice. "We're not friends, General, and we never will be. The sooner you realize that, the better for both of us. Stay away from me." A flicker of something guarded flashed in his eyes, but it was wiped away quickly as he backed off with a formal nod. Something deep inside Faythe hurt awfully at the look. Without another thought, she tore her door open and shut it forcefully behind her. She waited and listened, hearing silence for a long moment. Raylan stood in place, and she could almost feel his desire to defy her wishes and come after her. "Please stay away," she begged internally, fighting against her own want for him to knock and come inside. Then she listened to his few footsteps until his door opened and closed with a faint click. The moment she heard it, she let herself fall apart completely. Chapter 42. Raylan. Raylan stared at the door he knew Faythe stood behind after casting him away. His fists clenched as he refrained from trying to coax her to voice the worries that were clearly tearing her apart inside. "We're not friends, General." For some reason, that declaration emitted a small pinch to his chest. The pain of believing she truly meant it. They had never said as such, but perhaps foolishly, he had been letting himself believe she was starting to release those hard barriers around him. That given a bit more time, she would come to trust him like she so effortlessly did with her human friends, even Nick and Toria. Then there was the captain. As Raylan stood silent in the hall, it wasn't only the contemplation of knocking on Faythe's door that froze him still. It took all his focus and willpower not to damn the consequences and storm back to find Varys. He feared he'd do something that would cross a deadly line if he got the captain alone. Faythe's panic around him. He could feel it from across the castle, and her plea for help, to escape him. Raylan took a few conscious, calming breaths on the spot. He couldn't allow himself to imagine what Varys had done to instill such terror. He was sure he'd murder the captain without logical thought if given the opportunity. Cursing under his breath, he turned from the door, making the short stride to his own and hauling it open with more force than intended in his bitter frustration. He should have detected the presence inside long before he laid eyes on the Prince of High Pharaoh. He swore again inwardly that he was allowing his guard to slip over foolish concerns for a human who had no interest in even knowing him. "What are you doing here?" Raylan snapped, in no mood for friendly conversation, and angered Nick thought it appropriate to enter his room without invitation. "Close the door," was all Nick said, before strolling out through the balcony doors. Raylan was too low on energy to object, and eager to get the prince to leave as soon as possible so he could have some solitude. He wanted to give in to the torture of silence that fed on his anger and indignation. It had been far too long since Raylan last allowed himself to be so bothered by someone else. What Faythe did, what she thought, what she felt, he was tormented by it all. He shouldn't concern himself with her beyond his duty to ensure she stayed alive, should instead leave her alone as she wished. Yet he had allowed himself to tangle his long-dormant feelings with her. Feelings of care. So slowly, since the day he laid eyes on those golden irises he didn't even know, until it became too late. He couldn't turn his back on her now. Stepping out against the cool air, he found Nick surveying his city with his back to him. "Those doors too," he said without turning. The command flared Raylan's already simmering anger, but he knew better than to voice a disgruntled string of curses to a prince, friend or not. So he did as he was asked, and stood silently waiting for Nick's explanation of the encounter, though he already had his suspicions. The prince turned to him, his expression stern and calculating. Raylan braced himself, figuring Nick had worked up a lecture since they left the human town after all the shocking revelations. He had to pity him for finding out how his mother had passed. Discovering his father, out of his right mind, was the culprit. Raylan knew the pain of losing parents and more, but he couldn't imagine laying the blame on someone he loved and trusted, like Nick did his father. "Out with it, then," Raylan said, when Nick continued to silently assess him. Nick's chest rose deeply before he spoke. "Why did you really come back to High Pharaoh?" Raylan blinked. It wasn't the question he expected, as it was one he had already answered, albeit vaguely and withholding some truth. "You know why," he replied, growing irritable at Nick's accusatory look. "Let's cut the bullshit, Raylan. After all we've been through, at least extend me the courtesy of the truth. I'm here to stop a war before your father destroys everything we've built," Raylan snarled. Nick didn't balk. "I know you well enough. You're a fine war general. Spying in plain sight would be a fool's move with everything you know, everything you stole from Faythe." There it was. The mention of the human he knew held a place in the prince's heart. He wanted to admire Nick for his protection of her, but he could only see white at the hint that Raylan would ever mean her harm. "I'll only ask once more," Nick went on, the tone prodding at some primal dominance. Raylan had to focus his breathing. "Why did you come back?" "I came back for her." It tumbled out of him so recklessly. Seeing the hard look in Nick's eye, his stance, so ready to protect Faythe, from him. Raylan was a fool for exposing himself, but he couldn't stand the thought of being considered a danger to her. The prince straightened, Raylan's confession having the opposite effect as his whole demeanor changed. His scent shifted, turning threatening. Raylan realized he was in dangerous waters because he couldn't back down, couldn't submit to the challenge, even against someone above his rank. He smoothed the edges of his sharp anger, knowing it was he who owed an explanation. "I'm not your enemy," he reiterated. Nick didn't loosen his posture in the slightest. "What do you want with Faythe?" His voice was dark. A hint of warning lay in the words, and Raylan's eyes flashed. He clenched his teeth, fighting the damning need to level with it. The tension between them became so thick it was almost palpable. "I'm certainly not her enemy either," he ground out. "Are you sure? Faythe doesn't seem to think so." He knew he should submit to Nick's dominance, not only because he was a prince, but because he had every right to be defensive of his friend. Or perhaps she was still more than a friend to him. It wasn't hard to detect some romantic history between them. The thought riled the different kind of emotion in him that prevented Raylan from seeing sense in the situation. "You're always around her, always prying into her life when you have no business. And you do," Raylan flared. He couldn't help it, couldn't stop it. "Do you even know her at all? Nick's jaw flexed as he took a step toward him. It was dangerous. Dangerous for the two of them to be alone while they were both high on anger and indignation. He hated the distrust between them, but he knew he could only blame himself for withholding information. Raylan hadn't wanted to confide in Nick before, not because he didn't trust him, but because he didn't want to put him in a position of choice if he knew the truth about the human he so dearly cared for. Faythe's safety came first, by the order of his king. His stomach churned with the seed of guilt that he couldn't be certain Nick would go against his father should the worst of his fears come true. "You'd be wise to abide by her wishes and stay away," Nick said, authority coding the command. Raylan huffed an incredulous laugh and shook his head. "Have you ever really looked at her, Nick? Have you ever stopped gawking and pining for long enough to see her?" It seethed out of him. He couldn't hold it back, even though he knew it would erupt into the type of fury that had Nick reaching for his sword. His hand curled around the hilt, but he made no move to arm himself. Raylan knew it was an instinctive reaction in response to the insult he'd inadvertently thrown. "You don't have a clue," Raylan went on anyway. "All you see is power to be used and a beauty to admire. I have never used Faythe. Never. No. You sit by and let your father do that." Nick did draw his sword then and pointed the lethal tip to his chest. Raylan didn't back down, but didn't arm himself in response. It would be a grave mistake to physically threaten a prince. "So what? You're here because you care for her?" Nick mocked. Yes. Raylan wasn't certain. Not at first. He profusely objected to being sent back north. Yet now, somewhere along the line of duty, he had come to care for Faythe. Torturously. He was a fool, though he would never admit that to Nick. Perhaps not to anyone ever, when it had taken so long for him to realize it within himself. The prince's face once again turned tight when Raylan didn't answer. "You didn't seem surprised by the fact she's half Fae." The statement held both question and accusation. "No," he said carefully. Nick didn't lower his sword. "When Aurealis mentioned Faythe's mother in Ryanel, you didn't seem surprised by that either." Raylan raised his chin in reply, letting Nick put the pieces together in his own mind. The prince's brow knitted with a hint of disbelief. "You knew her?" Nick huffed a humorless laugh, finally lowering the thread of his blade as he turned to pace, going over clues internally. Then he whirled back around, face falling in pale dread. "You weren't involved with her, were you?" Raylan's eyes widened a fraction, not believing that was the first conclusion he'd drawn. "Gods, no," he responded quickly. "Liliana and I were somewhat close, but certainly not in the way you're thinking." Though Nick's expression washed with relief, it was short-lived when his brow furrowed deeply. Raylan instantly knew what had him contemplating. "You never asked Faythe her mother's name, did you?" Nick locked his gaze, knowing it would strike a chord of familiarity in him. "Think about it, Nick. Her father is a Nightwalker, a powerful one, just like her mother. But that was never known. A human Nightwalker is not something that should become public knowledge. People fear what they do not know." Raylan could almost see the cogs turning in the prince's mind as he tried to piece together the answer that was right in front of him. "You may not have met her in person, as her time at court spanned less than a decade.
but her name was common gossip across the kingdoms. Liliana Aklansera, the human woman who stole the heart of a great Fey king. Raylan held his breath. Then he saw the exact moment in the prince's emerald eyes that he grasped the truth. The world-shifting truth that fell like a weight on Nick, who took a step back, as if he'd been dealt a physical blow. "That can't be true," Nick muttered through a breath, looking away while he mulled it over. "Faythe can't be. God's above." Raylan didn't need to insist or even reply. It was clear the prince was fitting everything else together just fine. With the secret out, Raylan felt the need to explain. "Her eyes, they're just like her mother's. Agalor's scent is there, but it's faint. I only detected it because I was looking, but the moment I saw those eyes, I knew." "Nick." Raylan dropped his stern posture, feeling his anger fizzle in the presence of a fear so great. "Your father cannot find out." The prince looked at him, face distraught, and it was the exact reason he initially chose to harbor the secret. It disturbed him to see Nick with a torn heart. He would harm her to get to him, to get to Agalor. He might even kill her. Raylan could barely whisper the last part, feeling the air leave him completely at the thought. Nick said nothing, his face remaining like stone. "Please." It slipped from Raylan's mouth, the word he so very rarely had to use. The prince seemed to snap out of his deep thoughts, locking eyes with the general. His own were hard, and for a split second, Raylan braced for the worst. "Did you really think the worst of me? That I would go running to my father, knowing it would put Faythe in danger?" Nick's voice was pained, twisting Raylan's gut out of shame. "I couldn't take the chance," Raylan said, and he didn't feel guilty for it, not when it came to Faythe's life. "Of course I'm not going to tell my father," Nick snapped. He ran a hand through his ink-black hair. "Shit," he swore. Raylan knew his anger wasn't from the knowledge, or even directed at the general for keeping it from him. Nick's disappointment was in himself, for somehow not realizing who Faythe was sooner. His gaze targeted him again. "She's an ash fire," he said in no more than a whisper, while he glanced over the stone wall. They were high enough he was confident they were out of hearing range below, and Raylan had already extended his senses to know there were no lingering bodies on the other balconies. "You mean to tell me all this time, with everything we know, we've held a ash fire in our midst, and you've done nothing?" Nick hissed low. "Agalor won't force her to Ryanel." "Then I bloody well will," Nick seethed, but his voice was torn with heartbreak. Raylan found himself in mutual agreement with the prince. He'd more than once thought to damn Faythe's choice and take her back to the south with him regardless, back to where she would be unconditionally protected. He only hoped once she knew everything, she would see sense that it was the safest place for her. In fear of the opposite, he'd swallowed his confession of the secret he harbored and hated himself for it. For his cowardice, and for keeping it from her for so long. More than anything, he feared it would drive a wedge of deeper mistrust between them when she found out. "You haven't told her?" Raylan recoiled with guilt. "No." "Well, we have to tell her." Nick threw an arm out in exasperation. "I will. I plan to. She just... not yet. Not after everything that happened in the town and before that." She doesn't need the weight of anything else right now."
Again, his words came out in a pathetic plea, and he internally cursed at himself for it.
"What do you mean, before that? She's not been the same since venturing those caves."
Nick's face fell knowingly.
"She hasn't spoken to you about that either."
Raylan shook his head. Faythe's walls were solid. Her incessant need to protect those around her kept her worries and burdens on the side no one could penetrate. The way through was not to take a hammer to the barrier she'd so expertly crafted, brick by brick, her whole life. It was through patience and persistence without force to get her to open the door she didn't know she'd attached to it.
"I don't like keeping secrets from her. This..."
Nick trailed off, struggling to comprehend the revelation. Raylan sympathized as he'd spent weeks in turmoil after discovering the fact during his first trip to Faythe.
"She deserves to know."
The general nodded.
"Agreed."
The cowardly part of him was glad not to be the only one who knew. Perhaps when the blow landed, it could be softened by the prince she clearly trusted deeply. Though it pained him to acknowledge it, he knew it would take time to gain the same trust from her after everything he'd done. But all Raylan had was time.
"Off to Yulmis,"
he said.
"Give her a little more time to sort through her troubles. Perhaps the holiday can bring her some joy. She deserves that at least."
Nick's face softened.
"After the holiday," he concluded.
1 week. He only hoped that would be enough time for her to diffuse whatever plagued her troubled mind and find room for another impossible truth, one she silently longed for, to know who her father was. As for how she would respond, Raylan's emotions were on a knife's edge in anticipation. Chapter 43. Faythe.
"You asked for me?"
Faythe turned when Caius's voice came through her door after a brief knock. She nodded and welcomed him inside her rooms. "I'm sorry to ask this of you, but I need to get something to Marlowe. I would go myself, but I can't risk raising the king's suspicions if he happens to have me followed." The young guard approached, looking ready to accept any task she asked of him.
"Of course, whatever you need."
Faythe didn't know what she'd done to deserve his loyalty, but she was grateful for it. She smiled with suppressed sadness, hating that she had to involve him at all. She had a plan, or rather, a death wish. She told no one of it. Faythe had barely left her rooms and refused to see any of her friends over the past week, since they spoke to the spirit of life. She had to kill the king of Faythe, and she had to do it alone. Her survival didn't play into any of the outcomes she'd drawn over her days of scheming. It seemed sacrificing her life was the only way to stop the fate the Dresser told her would come to pass. If it became a choice between her life and that of those around her, the answer was obvious. It wasn't her way of trying to be the selfless hero. Out of those around her, she determined her life was of the least value. Nick and Toria had kingdoms to protect. Jacon and Marlowe had a life to grow together. Gods, she even took Raylan into account. He was a highly skilled and respected general who would be of far more use in the bigger war to come than she could ever hope to be. But there were still matters she had to put into place before the main event that would see her commit treason. It was a horrifying, daunting task, and she tried not to dwell on the act out of fear she would succumb to the panic that built inside the hourglass, draining faster toward her end. She would do it during the Yulmis ball by week's end, a party she wasn't invited to, but now intended to crash. The setting would offer the disguise she needed, the chaos to distract, and the opportunity to get close enough to the king for long enough to strike. Each passing day added layers to her anxiety, and she'd pushed everyone away for fear they would suspect something was wrong. Lifting the thickly wrapped package, she held it out to Caius. He took it, white eyes shooting up to hers as he did. Marlowe will know what to do with it, and I'll need it returned at the Yulmus ball. Can you do that for me? He offered a wan smile with a slight nod. Something big is about to happen, isn't it? Faythe reached a hand out to his arm to soothe his wariness as he observed her, perhaps searching for her sanity. You're on the right side, Caius. Thank you for everything you've done for me and for our friends. You're a picture of the brighter future we all fight for. Though she didn't mean it as a goodbye, it overwhelmed her all at once that her encounters with him, and with everyone, were short on numbers. She didn't give him a chance to step away when she leaned in to embrace him, grateful and relieved when he held her tightly back for a long, bittersweet moment. When Caius released her, his frown was deep with protest and concern. Faythe, whatever you're planning... I'll be fine, she cut in, giving her most convincing smile. Caius looked at her sadly, but didn't press further. Instead, he turned and headed for the door. Just before he opened it, however, he twisted his head halfway back. He didn't look her in the eye, but stared in thought at the ground instead. I'll see you at the ball, and I'll have what you asked for from Marlowe. But Faythe, if we lose you, we lose all hope of that brighter future. Then he was gone. The following evening, Faythe felt desperate in her need to release her emotions through the swinging of her blade. She found herself in the training room, an hour into battling it out against a wooden dummy, which she hacked to pieces in her frustration. Caius's last words did little to motivate her. Having the opposite effect, she hated that she started to feel guilty in the sacrifice of her own life. She hated the grief she would cause her friends, which had always been a heavy weight on her decision. Yet Caius instilled a different kind of feeling that made her doubt her choices. Her life was useless in the grand scheme of everything. Against Valgard, against Marvellus. She was of little value in the eyes of battle, though she'd had every intention to fight before she met her new twist of fate. The young guard had succeeded in making her feel guilty for dying, when she hadn't even told him her intentions. I have no purpose. She swung her sword, wedging it into the wood. I am no one. Bracing a foot against it, she yanked her blade free. They all deserve to live. Her teeth ground from the sting in her eyes as Lumarius struck again. I bring them nothing but danger. And again. They're better off without me. And again, until she finally halted, breathless, and hung her head. She wished the stationary wooden figure could fight back as she resorted to using her imagination to parry offense attacks. She'd taken several chucks out of the wood, so it was starting to lose its form as she whittled it down. Wood chips carved of self-resentment and sorrow surrounded her. Bracing her hands on her knees, she was about to scream in indignation into the otherwise silent space, when a familiar voice cut through her deep breathing instead. You know there are servants for that. Faythe jolted at the sound of Raylan's words. When she met his deep blue eyes, she struggled to keep her cold facade of hatred, gleaning the concern that lay within them. Then his words registered, and she frowned wordlessly in question. He jerked his chin at the battered dummy. Chopping firewood. She might have chuckled and even felt the slight tug of her lips, which she forced down. She sheathed her sword instead and couldn't bear to look at his face any longer for fear she would break. Faythe cast her eyes and stepped off the training platform, making to go around him without engaging at all. It was cruel and heartless, but it kept him safe. His hand caught her elbow as she passed, and she snapped her cold eyes to him. "Tell me what's wrong, Faythe." His voice was achingly tender. She had never heard the pleading tone from the general, and wondered why he even cared to try it with her. They weren't friends before, and she'd made it clear she didn't want to be friends now, even though her heart cried the opposite. "You're wasting your time with me, Raylan. Let me go." "I can't." She looked down at his hand still encasing her arm, knowing it wasn't the hold he meant. Losing her fight, she felt the mask of detached loathing dissolve, leaving only desperation to stop something before it could begin. She couldn't land him on the list of those close to her whose lives now hung in the balance. "Please," she whispered, begging him to understand and not press the matter further. She could tell he was conflicted, not knowing whether to accept her wish or stand firm in his assertion that he wasn't abandoning her. Finally, his overprotective female bullshit prevailed. He released her arm, but his expression turned accusatory, and he crossed his arms. "What happened down in those caves?" Faythe instinctively slipped back into her cold guise at the mention. "Nothing happened. We got what we needed, and that's all that matters." "You've been pushing everyone away since. You don't have to face everything alone, gods damn it." There was only one way she could get him to back down. She felt sick at the formation of her verbal blows, which rose from the dark void of her desperation, leaking like shadows through her chest to encompass her heart. She had to hurt him, or he would never let it go. "I wouldn't ever confide in you. I don't trust you, and I don't particularly like you. Your place is at the head of an army, and you've only made things worse by being here. There's nothing here for you, General. Go home. Go back to Ryanell. You're not wanted here." Her words were cold, so bitterly ice-cold. She felt each sentence chill those shadows, circling, tightening. It would only relent if she stole those words back. In the flinch of his eye, she knew they'd hit their mark. The flash of hurt was gone in his next blink. On anyone else, it would have seemed negligible. On Raylan, on someone so well guarded with their emotions, the slither of hurt spoke louder than anything heard by the ear, felt deeper than any cut with a blade. Raylan was a warrior honed for battle. He'd seen bloodshed and misery, lost family to war, and been on the front lines of devastating tragedies in his 4 centuries. She didn't think she would be able to invoke pain within him. Yet there it was, clear in the quick pinch of his brow and the flicker of sadness across his sapphire pools. She didn't mean it, not in the slightest. She'd fought it for so long, holding on to her reserves out of her own fears. But all this time, she did trust him. Completely and unexplainably. It crushed her spirit to think she might never get to tell him she was sorry before she met her end. Without giving herself a chance to beg his forgiveness and give in to her selfishness no matter the risk, she cast her eyes to the exit and marched out of the room. This time, she didn't feel his need to come after her. Chapter 44. Jackon. Jackon watched Marlowe wrap her craft delicately, exactly as Faythe had requested. Then she set it aside, finishing up for the day. Exhaustion was clear on the blacksmith's face, and he longed to take it from her since she'd been working tirelessly for the past few days. He tried to help and hadn't been back to work on the farm for weeks. He couldn't. A dark cloud had settled over everything, and he felt himself on the edge, just waiting for the storm to break. He didn't know why he felt such dread, but he had been unable to relax ever since they returned from Galmeyer because he knew something was coming. Something evil and inescapable. Marlowe released a long sigh, looking over her work. She wiped her brow with the inside of her elbow, and then a deep crease of worry lined her forehead. Jackon moved on instinct and found himself stepping behind her and pulling her small form into him. She leaned into his touch with a smile, but remained slightly rigid and concerned. He kissed her temple, then the curve of her ear, then her neck. "What's wrong?" he mumbled against her smooth skin. Her arm came around and lazily curled her fingers in the back of his hair. "I'm worried about Faythe," she admitted. He leaned his head back and twisted her around to face him. "I don't think we'll ever not be worried about that woman," he commented in light humor, though in truth, he'd been a wreck over her since Caius came to them with her request. He dreaded to think what plans she had for such an item, and he was even more riddled with sickening guilt that there was nothing he could do to stop her on whatever reckless course she'd set for herself. "But how are you, Marlowe?" His fingers grazed under her chin, guiding her face back to lock gazes with him. "Since we've been back, how have you been feeling?" Her brow flinched, giving away her gratitude for his concern. It still pained him deeply, but never again would he allow her to believe her feelings should be suppressed. "I'm not sure," she answered vacantly. Where her mind traveled, he went with her, the sense of foreboding danger that couldn't be placed. "I'm concerned for everyone. I don't think any of us are spared from what's to come. And then, should something happen to Faythe before I can talk to her, apologize for how I've been with her, and explain—" Jackon took her face between his palms. "You have nothing to be sorry for. I know Faythe will tell you the same thing. And she will tell you, because we will see her again." It was as much a desperate reassurance to himself as it was intended to soothe Marlowe's worries. A shiver embraced his body as he wondered what pieces of a cracked puzzle the oracle held to inspire such cold trepidation. Seeing the glittering sadness of uncertainty in her ocean-blue irises, Jackon brought his mouth to hers. They didn't get the chance to deepen the kiss as a frantic form whipped through the back curtain of the blacksmith's. Jackon tore away from Marlowe, pushing her behind him at the thought of danger from the invading presence. His alert turned to shadows of dark fear at the sight of Caius, wide-eyed in panic. "You have to leave," he said urgently. Jackon straightened, his mind reeling over what might cause the guard to be so worried and desperate. "Faythe, is she—" He couldn't bring himself to finish the sentence. "Alive, for now." Jackon didn't have time to breathe a sigh of relief as Caius went on. "But they're coming for you, both of you. I think it's to get to Faythe." He looked to Marlowe in cold horror. "Gather your things, love," he said quickly, trying to keep his calm through the shock. Marlowe nodded and set to work gathering what she thought was necessary from around the workshop. He didn't know if they had time to make it back to the cottage. "How?" he asked first, needing to get all the information he could. Caius's look was grim. "The captain, I think. Night walking," he said vaguely. It shouldn't have come as a surprise. It was always a possibility they could be caught out by such an ability. "What do they want?" "All I know is they plan to use you to get to Faythe. She knows something they can't get to without her." Chagon's mind was a chaos of thoughts. Instinctively, he looked to Marlowe. They shared a moment of dawning before both their eyes locked on the item on the table. "Faythe once told me if she was ever to be caught, you were to run and take the ruin with you." He had to close his eyes for a moment and breathe. Everything in him screamed to go to her. If she was in danger, he couldn't leave her to face it alone. "Can you get me into the castle?" He met the guard's eye. Caius shook his head. "I'm sorry, Chagon, but you'll only make it worse for her. She'll give over exactly what they need if they get a hold of you. The only way you can help her is to run far and take what it is they seek with you." He knew the guard was right, and it infuriated him to no end. He wanted to kill them all, every guard, and even the king who sought to harm Faythe. His friend, his soulmate. He refused to believe there was a chance he may never see her again. "You can't let them kill her, Caius. Please protect her. Help her to escape, and tell her we'll be heading south." He pleaded like a boy. It was all he had in him as he was painfully desperate. Faythe had to live. The young guard lifted his chin and gave a fierce nod. "I will," he promised. Chapter 45. Faythe. Faythe adjusted the long dagger strapped around her thigh one last time before letting the cascade of crimson fall over it in disguise. She stood in front of the mirror, staring at her gold eyes, soon to be those of a king killer, if she succeeded in her plan tonight. She almost couldn't recognize herself, and it had nothing to do with the elegant new look she donned for the Yulmus ball. Her dress was a statement in itself. The deep red with gold accents reminded her of fire, gave her fire. Its fierce strength was exactly what she needed. The neckline was scandalously low and almost reached her navel. The transparent mesh of the sleeves and bodice was embellished with weaving lines of crystals, giving the illusion of vines of flame licking up her arms to merge into the blazing inferno that fanned around her. Even her hair was different. Her waves were flattened, and she'd purposefully abandoned the elegant braids that were customary to the ladies of the court. Instead, her hair was held back from her face by one pin above her ear on each side, like two feathered fans of red and gold. Faythe didn't want to blend in tonight. She wanted for the king to see her and to be heard, one last time. Nick's gifted necklace lay against her bare chest, and she held it, closing her eyes and imagining him standing next to her with Toria by his side. Then Chagon and Marlowe. Then Raylan appeared in the scene, and she looked around her friends in her mind. Out loud, she whispered as if they all could hear her. "I'm sorry." Chapter 46. Raylan. Raylan was never one for grand parties. Back home in Ryanell, it was easy enough to find a reason to be busy when they took place. In his position, there was never a shortage of problems that needed attention. Soldiers who needed training, patrols that needed organizing. It kept him busy. Yet he couldn't have avoided the High Pharaoh Yulmus ball even if he wanted to. He knew he had eyes on him, and it would only rouse Orlon's suspicions if he failed to attend. Still, he didn't plan to stay long. Would only make an appearance to satisfy the king, then retreat back to his rooms, where he knew Faythe would be safe and sound opposite his door. He hated that even being away from her for this short amount of time set him irritably on edge. But he had sworn an oath to protect her, to his king. When presented with the proposition, he had at first objected to being sent back to the north. After all, he was Ryanel's top war general, not a babysitter. Yet his king had pled there was no one else he could trust with the task of watching over the potential heir to his throne. It seemed impossible to believe, and Raylan found himself often forgetting who she was, who her father was, when he was around Faythe. Raylan had wanted to tell her, but the coward in him didn't want to rain more world-shifting news over the woman who already shouldered so much burden. He wanted to protect her, and it terrified him to admit that as much as he tried to fight it, deny it, through all the horror he'd learned and finding Faythe at the forefront of every danger, he was developing his own deep need to ensure her safety, over and above the orders of Agalor. The recall of the day he arrived back in Ryanel following the king's meetings made him shudder. All on Spymaster. It was easy to put the pieces together. Liliana had been gifted as a night walker, which astounded Raylan as she was a human. Coming across Faythe with the immense power she held, he could only assume 2 night walkers had produced such an anomaly. Raylan's answer to the king's question was a grave nod. Agalor turned away from him, and he saw he was trying to process the life-changing news, not only for himself, but for the kingdom. He had no other children, and since Liliana had refused to seek the company of another to marry and produce more, this made Faythe the one true and rightful heir to the throne of Ryanel. There was only one problem. She was human, and no kingdom had been ruled by a human monarch in thousands of years. There was a high chance she would never become queen with her mortality, but whatever children she bore would continue to be the next in line after Agalor's reign, if he didn't produce another heir before then. "You need to go back to High Pharaoh," Agalor said, though he still seemed deep in thought. Raylan jumped in to protest. "With all due respect, Your Majesty, if Orlan and Valas are gathering forces against us, I'm better served here." He sounded a little too desperate. He had no interest in going back to the north. He didn't particularly like the lifestyle and arrogance of the kingdom. Their Fae were pompous, and they treated their human subjects like outcasts. It was a stark contrast to the freedom and unity of the people of Ryanel. The king met his eye then, and his own were haunted as he said, "If they discover who she is, they will kill her." Why did that strike a chord in him? He didn't know her, didn't think he held any feeling for her. Yet he dreaded to think of her life ending. He wouldn't wager on Faythe feeling the same about him. He'd taken her ability against her will and used it to get the information he needed. It was a desperate act, as he could see she wasn't willing to trust him enough to disclose what she saw in the Elmstone King's mind. But he knew she could do it. The king was smart, and would have shielded himself against her to keep up his illusion of kindness and friendship. But Faythe was brilliantly intuitive, and had caught on to every slight hint he gave her to be wary of the monarchs. "You want me to bring her to Ryanel?" He could do that, as grueling as the round trip would be. The king shook his head, and Raylan's stomach dropped. "I won't force her here.
She has a life in High Pharaoh. How can I take that from her? He said sadly.
Raylan knew the king wanted nothing more than to meet Faythe, to look into her gold eyes and make no mistake she was Liliana's daughter. Then he asked,
"Is she treated well?"
Raylan was conflicted in answer. She was fed and housed, but he doubted her station as the king's spymaster was entirely of her own free will. Faythe was too good for such an invasive position. His fingers subconsciously curled as he imagined what Orlan might hold against her to keep her in his service as a weapon.
"As well as can be expected," he said.
Aguilar's only response was a sad nod before he turned back to the white rosebuds.
"What exactly am I to do in High Pharaoh?"
Raylan dreaded to hear what he already anticipated.
"Protect her. Find out if she is happy. And when the time is right, tell her. Tell her how I loved her mother and would have done everything to keep her safe. Both of them."
He looked to him as he finished.
"Then let her make her choice."
Raylan blew out a breath at the memory of Aguilar's broken plea. It was the one thing on his mind that hummed every time she was near. He needed to tell her. She deserved to know who her father was. But he couldn't bring himself to throw the news down upon her. It wasn't a simple piece of knowledge. Far from it. She was the daughter of a great king and could inherit a kingdom if she decided to embrace her heritage. Every day, Raylan saw her more for what she could be, for what she should be. An heir to Ryanel. He stood awkwardly by the side of the hall, antsy as he counted down the minutes until it was acceptable for him to leave. Watching the flamboyance and declining several ladies' offers to dance, it was draining. He had to wonder about the talent of High Pharaoh's suitors to have so many attempting to engage with the most deterring face in the room. He kept hold of a goblet, more to occupy his bored hands, giving the wine more attention than he gave a single soul at the hideously over-the-top ball. Knocking back the last of its contents, he turned and set his goblet down. His hand halted around the jug he intended to refill it with. Slowly, he uncurled his fingers from around the handle, forgetting everything as he felt it. Felt her. He turned and looked up. His eyes didn't wander, didn't have to search, as they landed exactly on the gold orbs they sought, bright even from atop the grand staircase across the hall. Yet it was not Faythe's eyes this time that made everything around him distort in a blur of motion, blocking out the loud music. She met his eyes too, standing proudly above everyone else like a blazing firebird. Like a phoenix. Dear gods. She had no idea what that symbol alone screamed right in the face of every unwitting and ignorant fae in the hull. She was fire and ice, and all destructive contrasts, much like the storm that stirred inside him at the sight. She was not a human citizen of High Pharaoh. She was not Orlan's spy master. Tonight, she was Ryanel's daughter. And the gut-wrenching irony was that she didn't even realize it. His feet moved of their own accord as he felt compelled forward. A part of him flared in anger at the thought of anyone else making it over to her before him. He convinced himself it was simply to protect her, on Aguilar's orders. Yet he knew in his heart he'd developed his own deep need to ensure Faythe's safety, not only as a potential heir to Ryanel, or as his king's daughter, but as something else. Something unexplainable. He glided through the masses of revelers, and she descended the stairs. Her eyes lit up against the red of her gown like blazing beacons of amber fire. He dared to let himself believe she was the single most magnificent thing he'd ever seen. Strong and beautiful. But she was also real. What lay within was always as equally admirable and mesmerizing as exterior beauty. Raylan didn't care that she might reject him the moment he got close enough. Each step was built on the thrill, the need to be near her. As much as Faythe tried to push him away, he just couldn't seem to listen. Chapter 47. Faythe. Faythe's eyes knew where to find the general, as if she understood the sight would offer a moment of absolution. He stood idly by the side of the party, and the flamboyance around him became distant, irrelevant, as she took in nothing but the sapphires that beckoned her. Raylan stared at her for a long moment before he started to walk toward her. She descended the staircase. She looked at no one else, perhaps out of cowardice, but she vaguely noticed the clamor of voices hush slightly with her first steps into the hall. She'd wanted the attention, and she certainly got it. She didn't have to avert her gaze to know the king was also staring from his position on his great throne in the ballroom, likely blazing at the sight of her disregarding his direct orders. She kept her chin high in a mask of confidence, and when she got to the bottom, Raylan's deep blue eyes became the calming source to tame her racing heartbeat. His hand was poised for her to take, and she did without hesitation, sliding her trembling fingers into his cool, calloused palm without breaking eye contact. In that moment, she forgot she was supposed to be keeping her distance from him, was supposed to deny that she had any feelings for him. Allowing herself one night to be selfish, knowing it could be her last, she let Raylan lead her onto the dance floor. His hand glided across her waist and stopped on the small of her back. The other clasped her own. His skin against hers sent soothing shivers up her arm to embrace her heart, sedating its erratic tempo. Tenderly, the arm that held her pulled her to him, so there was no space between the spymaster and the general. She couldn't ignore the warmth in her chest at the movement, and relaxed in the invisible shield of safety she always felt when she was close to him. Faythe didn't know any of the steps, but somehow she knew Raylan would carry her through it. It was slow, and she found it easy enough to keep up with his guidance. The party faded into background noise, and she forgot the stairs, forgot her worries, forgot her fears. All of it became inconsequential while she lost herself in the sea of sapphire and stars. "I didn't take you for one to participate in such dances," she said quietly, almost breathless. She was spun around with the next movement, her dress fanning around them and encasing his legs in her flames of fabric. "I'm not," he said, his voice thick, when they came together again. Her heart skipped a beat at the look in his eye, but she couldn't quite be sure what it was. Not lust or love, not admiration or appreciation. Something more. And it sparked dying embers inside her. The heat from his body radiated onto Faythe, even through the thickness of his formal jacket. Every time she spun away from him, a new thrill pulsed through her when they joined again and moved together as one. An ache clenched in her chest like nothing she'd felt before, but she wouldn't get the chance to tell him. Tell him that all this time, she'd pushed him away, even before the damning knowledge from the dresser. She was only doing so to suppress her real fears. She had come to deeply care for Raylan, and couldn't stand the thought of exposing him to the danger that followed her every turn if she let him in.
"The color suits you." His voice brought her back to the dance. A small smile crept onto her lips.
"You're duty-bound to be biased toward this shade of crimson, General."
He shook his head. "Blue drowns you, but you've never looked more alive in red. You woke every dreary face in this room the moment you stepped out here tonight."
Something in the way he spoke didn't attach the compliment to physical appearance alone. When Raylan looked at her, it was as if he could see right down to the very core of her soul, and he didn't shy from everything she was and all that she wasn't. Feeling so exposed through a mere look should have left her recoiling, but instead, she held on to those sapphires, held them as if they were her anchor to this world. She swallowed her building nerves. It might have had something to do with the human crashing their extravagant Faythe-only ball. A smile slowly tugged at the corners of his mouth.
"It has nothing to do with the shape of your ears. They see you, Faythe. I see you, and I hear you."
He didn't just mean the glamour of her gown or the fact of her mortality. This was more than a compliment from Raylan. It was the flare of strength she needed. He seemed to slow their dance, casting them off from the other pairs. Faythe didn't care as she matched his stare that held something new, something like need, though it was formed around the small essence of pain that swirled in his irises. Raylan brought their clasped hands to his chest, leaving hers to hover over his heart, while his gently poised under her chin. Her breath stilled, skin prickling delightfully at his touch. Raylan looked over her face slowly, a slight frown of wonder disturbing his brow, as though he searched for the answer to his mystifying question. Her quickening pulse as he seemed to inch closer canceled out all other thoughts. His hand shifted on her back a fraction, enough that his fingertips grazed her bare skin from the low dip of her gown. His touch sent a bolt of warm vibrations up the curve of her spine, causing her body to lean into his tighter. That trail of enchanting desire was felt right to the tip of her spine, in her neck, parting her lips on a shallow inhale and tilting her face to be at the perfect angle for their mouths to meet. His slight crooked smile told her he knew exactly what he was doing.
"We might cause an uproar,"
he mumbled, but his warm breath across her lips was enough to subside all thoughts of dissuasion. "I'm already a point of scandal. What's one more act to incite their blatant distaste?" His wicked grin of agreement made her heart skip a beat. She didn't care for the many eyes of disgust that followed their every movement. All she wanted was to damn everything, knowing she may never get another chance. The distance closed in slowly, torturously slow. Each second felt suspended, leaving a chance for either of them to deny, to stop what might become of them should the distance cease to exist. Faythe had no objections, not now. Not even in the most disagreeable moments did she truly want space from him. With his persistence and protection, Faythe couldn't be sure what it was about the General that sparked her want to live. To learn, to see whatever it was that caused the flare in his eye when he looked at her. He saw a strength she didn't know she held within. Saw it, and gave unyielding life to it. His lips came close to grazing hers. Then the lazy applause of nearby spectators snapped both of them back to their present surroundings. Faythe's disappointment weighed heavy in her stomach, as Raylan pulled his face back, becoming aware of the attention. The dance had ended minutes ago for them, but as the rest of the party caught up, they no longer had the cover of song and bustle. It was selfish of Faythe to want that kiss, and maybe he would have resented her for it once her life was claimed for the treasonous plan she harbored. Raylan deserved better. He deserved more than she could ever give him. And that fact was enough for her to swallow the hard lump of a lost promise. She looked past Raylan and found Orlan already staring at her, eyes livid. Once, it would have made her shrink in submission. Now, she had a spark of determination to win him, and with it, the hold Marvellus had on her home kingdom. She cast her attention back to Raylan one last time, needing to tell him, "I'm sorry for everything. You should know that I do trust you." Her eyes searched his, savoring them. "I always have." Her hand fell from his firm chest as she stepped away from him, holding her skirts in a short bow to blend in with the other ladies who stemmed off to find new dance partners. Raylan didn't give her the chance to depart when he swooped in close again, hand going around her waist to lean his mouth against her ear. "Why do I get the feeling you're about to do something reckless?" His voice was in her mind, but his breath caressed her ear as he moved his lips to appear as if he were talking out loud. It sent a tremor of desire down Faythe's back, but she breathed deeply to ignore it. "Goodbye, Raylan." Those parting words split and cracked something deep within. Faythe was grateful for his internal conversation, not trusting her voice would sound steady otherwise. She didn't give him the chance to stop her, and he wouldn't risk attracting the king's attention by making a scene to keep her close. She slid out of his grasp, feeling cold and vulnerable the second his warmth left her. The spymaster drifted into the mass of revelers, losing herself and putting distance between her and the general, who would surely move to stop her if he caught on to her plan. Faythe paused briefly to scan the crowd, looking for one Fae guard in particular who held the key to her plan's success. If he'd succeeded in obtaining it from her brilliant blacksmith friend, of course. Her eyes found Caius at the edge of the dancers. He was already staring, waiting to catch her eye. The music quietened, and her feet felt unsteady as she beheld the look of panic on his face, followed by a short, subtle shake of his head. Her heart picked up in a wild sprint. She could attempt the assassination without the weapon, but the odds of success were severely diminished. Every plan she had required quick reconsideration. Faythe turned to glean the King of High Pharaoh's position, but her view was immediately blocked and her path obstructed by a tall figure. Her eyes trailed up to meet the emerald orbs of the prince. "Dance with me." He held out his hand, and she would have declined the seemingly innocent offer, but in his look there was suppressed fear like she had seen in Caius. Faythe filled with heavy dread. This wasn't merely an invitation to take part in the customary dance. The strange reaction made her listen, and she took Nick's hand for him to lead her to the dance floor, where they merged with the flow of movement. "Smile. Engage." She wisely followed his instruction and forced herself to appear present while the prince sent her a private conversation. Her mind reeled over why he thought it necessary. She looked at him to send something back. "What's wrong?" she asked in cold anticipation. "My father knows." His words echoed, and she swayed with the weight of them. The dance helped to disguise her quickened breathing and uneven footing, but it also added to the beating on her forehead as she became clammy with sweat. Just like that, the hunter had become the hunted. Perhaps she was a fool to ever think she could get there first, but it was not too late. Nick's arm tightened around her as if sensing her intentions. He planned to bring in Marlowe and Jackon. Her eyes widened in trepidation, but he quickly added, Caius warned them in time. They should be long gone by now. She thanked the very bones of the Fay Guard. She owed him more than he could possibly know, as he had responded to their dire need far more times than she cared to admit. What does he know? I can't be certain. All I know is that he plans to have you detained and will use your friends to get the information he wants. It's not hard to guess. She couldn't hear the music from the ringing in her ears, and could barely feel the movement as she continued to dance and twirl with the prince. Her eyes knew exactly which direction to turn to meet those of the general who watched her from the side of the hall. She tried to keep her face neutral, though it filled her with horrible anxiety to see him there, for him to be in High Faro at all right now. You have to warn Raylan, she said quickly. If there was a chance the king also knew about his involvement, he wouldn't hesitate to have the general killed. Caius is taking care of it. Sure enough, when she looked over again, she spied the young guard approaching Raylan to engage in seemingly boring conversation. We need to get you out. Tonight. She tore her eyes from Raylan to meet those of the prince. I can't go. Not yet. Not before she achieved what she set out to do. She wouldn't run, not when she was close to releasing the evil grip on High Faro. When she glanced back across the hall, Raylan was gone. She only hoped he had the good sense to flee back to Ryanel where he would be safe. He, Jackon, and Marlowe would be far out of the king's reach. It was a huge relief. Now, she only had to pray to the spirits there were enough Fae remaining in the evil grip to spare the lives of the king's son and ward should they be outed for their involvement too. It's over, Faythe. You'll only be fighting a lost battle. With the next turn in the dance, she and the prince switched sides. Her eyes met those of the king then, standing and staring right at her with a wicked smile. Nick was right. With him alert to her intentions, she wouldn't be able to get within 5 feet before she would be stopped by the guards who stood poised around him. Orlon had her, and he knew it. Her blood boiled. She almost snapped and forewent the deadly consequences of reaching for her dagger, which had become a dead weight against her thigh, and taking it to the heart of the king against all odds. Feebleness gripped her instead. What do I do? Every ounce of confidence left Faythe. Strength bowed to panic, and she felt completely and utterly lost and helpless. She had failed. You live to fight another day. When she locked onto Nick's emerald eyes, they were flooded with sadness under the smile he wore for the crowd around them, for the king who stalked their every move. Caius has a horse and supplies ready for you to leave immediately. Where will I go? She said desperately. She had nowhere to go, and her friends were already on the run, with no indication of where they might be headed. Far from here, to where you'll be safe. The song came to an end, and they stood facing each other as the couples around them bowed down. She forced herself to blend in with the revelers, though all she wanted in that moment was to fall into the arms of Nick. Would they even get a proper goodbye? She couldn't leave him like this. Not after everything they'd been through, and all that they meant to each other. He smiled sadly, as if he could read her thoughts. Then he came close, taking her hand and leaning in as if to thank her for the dance. Be happy, Faythe. Take the back exit. Go slow, stop and engage, and don't look back. Toria is distracting my father as we speak. Faythe dared one last glance toward the dais. True to Nick's word, The king's attention was now fixed on the ward who kept his back to her.
Caius will meet you by the stables. Go. Now.
Time raced forward, and she begged for it to stop to allow her a few more minutes with the prince. But time was not her luxury tonight, and she met his look with distraught eyes. "Thank you," she whispered, before adding to his thoughts. "Goodbye, Nick." She didn't look at him again as she slipped away, leaving her heart in pieces where she last stood. Her only option was to concede, but the fight was far from over. She wove in and out of the crowd, being careful not to walk too fast, and keeping her face plastered with a smile for those she passed, despite their disgruntled reception. 2 guards were at the back exit. Her heart was erratic as she approached them, body flushed and turned rigid. To her great relief, they paid her no attention, and she glided through without being stopped. Then she relaxed for all of a few seconds, until she quickened her pace down the empty halls. No one usually ventured these passages, and with the Yulmus ball in full swing, it was even more eerily deserted. Catching her skirts by the slit, Faythe swept them to the side as her walk verged on a slow jog. She pictured the back exit through the servants' quarters she would take, and in her urgency, the distance seemed so much farther than she remembered. A cruel taunt in her mind that she would never reach it. Every step felt weighted with internal mockery that she was too slow to get there in time. Just a few hallways more. She twisted and turned down dark passageways, counting her breaths as a distraction from her fear the king would have noticed her absence and sent his vultures on her tail by now. She was so close to her destination, seconds from being outside the castle. But her breath of relief choked like ice shards when a voice from behind froze her still.
"Where do you think you're off to, spymaster?"
Her spine straightened with a dark coil of dread, fingers curling to tame the trembling as she turned slowly. Captain Varys's eyes danced with a wicked gleam. She didn't even try to respond with an excuse as her words were gripped by terror. 2 guards flanked him, and she could see in his face that this was not a chance encounter. Footsteps caught up behind her, and she turned her head just enough to see the further 4 guards approach and block her path to freedom. Too many of them. Her ability was completely useless, and she had no way out as they herded her like cattle.
How fitting a title. Only, you haven't been entirely loyal in your work to the king now, have you?
He asked in taunting malice. Knowing what she knew now, Faythe wondered what kind of male the captain would have been before the evil grasped his heart. She struggled to believe such a sadistic, violent personality was completely the result of Dakotas' spell. Heightened, perhaps, but she suspected the captain likely always had some evil in him to call upon. Faythe lifted her chin, determined to hold on to the dregs of courage she had left. How fitting that the king should send his prized hound to do his dirty work, she sneered. The captain chuckled darkly, the sound churning her stomach.
"Oh, I volunteered."
He stepped closer, and she flinched a step back, her fear overcoming her bravery.
"But don't worry, Faythe. The king has many things planned for you."
He leaned in so close she had to force back her nausea. Then he pulled away with a wild grin.
"Now, are you coming along like a good little girl? Or—"
He paused in mock deliberation.
"Actually, you don't deserve a choice."
His hand lashed out and grabbed her arm, and she couldn't bite back her cry of pain at his excessive pressure and sudden movement. Another guard stepped forward, adding just as much brutality as he took hold of her other arm. When Faythe snapped her head to him, her fight faltered at the face she saw. She recognized him and racked her brain frantically for why his features struck her with immediate fear. Then she remembered where she'd seen him before. In the human boy's memory, the one she was made to kill. He was one of the guards who had terrorized High Pharaoh's civilians for information, not about the castle's defenses against Valgard, but to get them to find the Resquilius for King Orlan. Everything started falling into place, and she slowly began to crumble. All this time, the young boys, Reuben, the guards in the town, they had been purposely made to impersonate the enemy, to make the people believe it was Valgard to fear and not their own king. Then Orlan was killing them when they failed to accomplish what he asked to maintain the guise he was keeping them safe from traitors. It was heinously, treacherously brilliant. The captain and the guard dragged her with undue force. She couldn't fight, not physically, and in her spirit, she felt that fight failing too. Chapter 48. Nicolaus. The Yulmus ball came to an end at last. Nick had barely registered any of it. At least, not since he watched Faythe disappear through the exit. His heart broke to think it might be the last time he saw her. The prince stood from his throne beside his father. He had been quietly desperate to leave for the past hour, wanting to find Caius and make sure Faythe made it out of the city walls. "Stay, Nicolaus," his father drawled with chilling calm. Nick halted. The command rattled his nerves awfully. He slowly turned back to the demon wearing the king's face, who motioned for Nick to take a seat once more. Reluctantly, he did. He was still the king in masterful appearance, and to disobey him would be a grave mistake. Nick didn't know how much of his real father still remained, and didn't want to test whether it was enough to spare the life of his son should he step out of line. He looked to Toria, who sat terrified under her faltering mask of impassiveness, feigning pleasantries as partygoers bid her good night. As the party ceased and more of the revelers casually left, completely oblivious to the thick, growing tension between the three royals overlooking them all, the hall grew quieter. Nick watched each and every Fae leave the hall as if they were the seconds counting down to a deadly confrontation. Then silence fell. Nick heard the approach of the guards before he saw them close in, lazily surrounding the dais in the ballroom. He looked over the ensemble and fell into ice-cold dread at the first thing he saw. Their uniforms were stripped of all hues of High Pharaoh blue. They stood in all black instead, robbed of the griffin crest. To his horror, he recognized none. The king stood and walked a few paces forward, but didn't turn back to them as he spoke. "I'm disappointed," he began, and Nick held his breath in anticipation. "My own son. A traitor." His father twisted his head to him then, cold, expressionless. Nick didn't yield a reaction either. "I don't know what—" "Let's not play games, Nicolaus. I raised you better." Orlan cut him off swiftly. Nick's eyes flashed in rage at being spoken down to. "You didn't raise me," he snapped, rising to his feet. He stared into the black, foreign depths in challenge. "You are not my father. Not anymore." He had all but signed his death sentence anyway. The king looked bored as he dismissed Nick's anger.
I expected more from you, Prince.
He switched his gaze to Toria, and Nick held back the impulse to stand between them.
And you, Princess. I give you shelter, and this is how you thank me.
He shook his head with a mocking huff.
Such a waste of talent. Both of you.
Neither of them acknowledged their guilt, as the king had yet to outright accuse them of anything. Nick couldn't be sure of exactly what he knew or what he thought their involvement was. He stayed silent. The king went on.
It's a shame we'll lose an even greater talent thanks to all this treason.
Nick's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't be talking of Faythe. She was far away by now, safe.
I rather enjoyed having a spy master.
The room swayed, and Nick struggled to stay on his feet as he felt the ground pull out from under him. His voice dropped into a calm fury.
If you harm her...
The king waved a lazy hand that flared his temper recklessly.
I'm afraid your plea for the human's life comes a little too late. I'm sure Captain Varys has long since disposed of that problem.
In a flash of reckless emotion, Nick drew his sword, moving fast, and was steps away from bringing it down on his father's neck without pause for thought. The steel never struck its target. He heard the guards approach seconds before he spun, and his sword connected with another blade. Nick fought against two guards in black who were dangerously quick. "Nick?" Toria's small voice, along with a quiet whimper, snapped his attention away. He found her within the grasp of another Fae, blade poised over her throat. He instantly stopped fighting, staring wide-eyed in terror. "Let her go," he said, failing to sound stern in his desperation. His worst fear flashed before him, one that had tormented him for decades, seeing Toria's life hang in the balance, because of him. Nick almost fell to his knees as he breathed. "Please." Nick's sword was taken from him, and the guards closed in to detain him. His father raised a hand, and everyone halted. The king looked to Toria with bitter distaste.
You let these females make you weak, son.
There was no way out, not with both their lives. He didn't care about his own, but Toria. The king released a long breath.
How disappointing.
He thought he had lost. Nick shifted his position and braced himself to fight without his blade, whatever it took. Then Orlon turned to address his guards.
Take them both away. Confine them to their rooms. No one is to enter without my knowledge, and they are not to leave without my word.
The guards nodded and moved around him. Another four circled Toria, but there was no longer a blade threatening her life. A small relief. Orlon didn't plan to kill them. At least, not yet. The king cast his black stare back to Nick as he spoke.
We don't want to cause a scene now, do we?
Nick clenched his fists together in a trembling rage, his breathing hard as he stared off with the king of High Pharaoh. Then, reluctantly, he was forced to concede and willed his feet to move as he stormed out of the great hall. 6 guards flanked him on all sides. To fight would be futile against so many, especially unarmed. At the corner where he would usually part ways with Toria to go to their separate living quarters, he stopped. She did too, and their eyes briefly met in a silent promise. She was not going to die, not while he still breathed. Nick was pushed forward, and he shot a lethal glare at the guard who dared touch him. When he turned back, Toria was already walking away, her usual straight and confident poise reduced to a low bow of defeat. In the confines of his rooms, all comfort was removed, as his safe space quickly became his prison, his cage. Alone, he was finally left to his own thoughts. And it was perhaps the most dangerous thing the king could have left him with. He'd killed Faythe and threatened Toria. Now, all Nick had was time. Time to plan exactly how he would painfully and slowly release his retribution on his father. Chapter 49. Faythe. Faythe huddled in the corner of her cold, damp cell, grateful for the many layers of her gown as she folded a few up over her arms for warmth. 3 days had passed. She knew this from the small box window she spent her days watching from dusk till dawn. She didn't know what the king was waiting for. Perhaps to see if the bitter, frozen nights would claim her life and save him the hassle. They had her chained to the back wall of the cell, exactly where she had been after her very first day in the castle. It was fitting to think she'd really come full circle. The only company she had was the guard who brought her a meal and water once a day. It was never a lone guard, as 2 others were always on standby right outside, should she try to use her ability. It had taken until now to realize they were drugging her food or water to send her straight into a pit of darkness and prevent her from night-walking. She didn't mind, welcoming the numbness it brought through the freezing nights. She didn't try to use her conscious abilities, but not because she thought it was a wasted effort. In their haste to lock her up, the Fae hadn't thought to check her for weapons. After all, what lady brings a knife to a ball? She had a chance, one chance, to still carry through on her plan to win the king. She simply needed the opportunity to get close enough. Faythe heard footsteps before the door to the cell block groaned open. She didn't bother to move at first. Then she spotted the disheveled, curly brown hair of Caius. Her chains clanked loudly as she moved, and her bones ached in protest from her stationary days against the hard stone. As usual, 2 guards were by the main door as Caius came in with a tray of food. She subtly moved forward as far as her chains would allow. The young Fae unlocked the door to her cell and stepped inside. The moment their eyes locked, she heard, "Can you hear me?" She didn't let her face give anything away. "Yes. Is Raylan?" "He left as soon as I told him of the king's plan. He should be well on his way back to Ryanel by now." A relief. One that stabbed her heart selfishly. But he was safe. Nick and Toria. She noticed him place something else next to the tray of bland food. Clothes, along with a cloak for warmth. Such simple items meant so much to her as she longed to get out of the dirty ruin of her Yulmus ball gown. Caius reached forward and unlocked the chains from her wrists for her to change. She almost moaned at the relief of having the harsh metal removed from her raw skin, and rubbed her painful wrists as he turned his back to her for privacy while she undressed. "They're alive. The king has them confined to their own quarters. They're fully guarded at all times." It terrified her that he knew of their involvement in one way or another. At least he didn't seek to kill them for it. Yet. "Thank you," she said, though it never felt like enough for everything he had done, everything he had risked for her, for all of them. Caius deserved far more than the simple words of gratitude. Her dress fell from her, and she breathed at the weightlessness, quickly stepping into her new garments and tucking her dagger inconspicuously into her boot instead. As much as she was desperate for a full, hot bath, it was a great comfort to be in fresh clothing with a thick cloak to help shield her from the harsh winter nights. He turned to her when she finished, offering a warm smile. "I'll visit as much as I can. You're not alone, Faythe." Tears pricked the backs of her eyes and started to blur her vision. It was exactly what she needed to hear, and she desperately wanted to embrace him in that moment. "You're a better friend than I deserve sometimes." She owed him a debt for life for what he was doing for her, for giving her hope and keeping her sane. Just as another guard hissed at him to hurry up, he gave her one last smile of reassurance. Then he strolled back out, locking the cell once more. Silence fell around her when everyone took their leave. She was not alone. Never alone. Nightfall cloaked her cell in darkness. The only light came from the peaceful full moon that flooded a tranquil glow through the window. It was small, barely bigger than her head, and had a woven metal casing that distorted the view. Not that she could see much anyway, as it was too high for her to catch a glimpse of anything except the sky. The white of the moon brought a different image to mind. She thought of Raylan as she stared at it from her curled-up position on the ground. All she did was think of her friends throughout her restless days. Safe and alive, they would all have a future. The general was smart in choosing to flee. In fact, she was glad it was so easy for him, and she didn't have to fight him on the matter. Yet at the same time, a part of her selfishly hurt at the notion. A small bird landed on the narrow ledge just outside the window. She'd seen it before. White, almost shimmering silver under the moonlight. It came back as if it had no idea of the vast world around it, that it was free to take flight to and travel wherever it wanted. Faythe rose to her feet, wincing as the pain in her bones and abrasions on her wrists got worse by the day. She went over to the window, craning her neck to examine the unlikely friend. Something about the bird brought a small comfort, as if it understood her pain and was waiting for her to join it before it took flight for good. It was a ridiculous concept, and perhaps she had reached the point of delirium at being left for days without any conversation or human contact. Her madness fully came out when she huffed at the bird that sat still in silence, and then started talking out loud to it. "I was always destined to end up here," she said, voice croaking from her days of silence. "You should go, take in every sight possible, before the war taints the world with black days and red streets." She smiled at the bird sadly, turning away from it to rest her back against the wall. "Do me a favor, though, will you? Look out for my friends, Jackon and Marlowe." At the thought of them, her heart cracked, but they weren't the only ones who were fleeing the king's wrath. She found herself adding, "Damn it, Raylan too." The silence answered back to her. She didn't check to see if the bird was still there. She knew it would be. It hardly left. Perhaps when they took her at last and the cell fell empty once again, in its loneliness, it would fly away and never return. The groaning of the cell block door jolted her from her poetic daydream. Her fear rattled in the face of the vicious captain, grinning wickedly as if he got off on her terror before the torture had even begun. She tried to stand tall and keep her mask of confidence, but it faltered more every day in her exhaustion.
Ready to play, he taunted maliciously. Though a cold chill licked up her spine at his tone, she rallied her bravery enough to say, I once promised to kill you, Ferris. The corners of his smile tugged wider. He enjoyed the fight she had in her, if only so he could relish in the victory of breaking her down to nothing. We'll see, he said, darkly seductive. He stepped up close to the bars. I'm going to have so much fun with you, Faythe. Her name sounded vile in his predator's caress. Varys jerked his head, and a guard came forward to open her cell. 2 stepped inside, and she didn't flinch even when they roughly handled her, and she felt her wrists sting in agony as they were let free from their iron grips. She wasn't given the choice to walk with dignity as they took her arms and pulled her from her cell. Her feet fumbled, struggling to step one in front of the other in time with their uneven, wide strides. She wasn't led to the throne room, and she didn't recognize the east side of the castle where they descended many staircases until she was sure they were underground. Underground, where no one would be able to hear her cries for help. When they reached the end of the last hallway, she was pulled into a large room that reeked of death. It also resembled the dark force in appearance, as the dim torches highlighted every blood splatter around the chamber of pain. Nausea overcame her, and in her panic, she couldn't stop the vomit that rose, doubling over the moment the guards let her go. Her palm slapped painfully to the ground, and she gasped to try to compose herself and calm her raging heartbeat. The room had one sinister purpose that struck her with cold dread: torture. The captain chuckled, delighted with her reaction to the location. Then she spotted the king across the room, so out of place in his finery amid the gruesome setting. He didn't smile, but his eyes held a cruel gleam that told her he was willing to do whatever it took to get the information he thought she had. Without her friends as leverage, pain would be the next best thing. There was a long, flat bench in the center of the room, and beside it, a far more comfortable chair was positioned in stark contrast. Faythe, the king drawled her name. Her blood curdled at his voice. What a busy woman you've been. Orlon glided toward her like a venomous snake. He paused, looking down on her as if he could crush her like a cockroach with the sole of his boot. All this time, you held on to exactly what I was searching for. He gave a nod to the side, and a guard came forward, holding an unsheathed sword. Holding Lumarius. Faythe's eyes widened in shock, and she fell numb. He took it in his palms, admiring its craftsmanship, before settling his attention on the stone set in the pommel. The Riscilius, he breathed as if he didn't quite believe it. Then his eyes locked on her again. Yet you still have one more thing I seek, don't you? He took a long breath, and Faythe braced herself as he said, Tell me where you've hidden the temple ruin, Spymaster. Faythe tried to keep all expression from her face, hissing through her teeth. I don't know what you're talking about. The back of the king's hand connected with her face. She whimpered at the sharp sting, head twisting so hard it was her own will that kept the blow from snapping her neck. Do not lie to me, girl, he spat, his voice laced with venom in his impatience. Then he straightened, composing himself. I'll admit, I'm impressed. My initial detaining of you had nothing to do with any of this. You can imagine my surprise at discovering what you so cunningly kept to yourself all this time, eluding me and my guard. I have to credit you. It is no easy feat."
Faythe shook violently against the cold ground as the king paced the room.
"I plan to kill you once and for all for your attack on an ally, on a king. Your skills aren't as sharp as you believe, it seems, though your manipulation of Varlas's memory did hold out for some time."
Orlon stopped his pacing to look down and gauge her reaction to the exposure of her treason. But Faythe couldn't muster a switch of expression while she remained solid, still, frozen in terror.
"In his letter, he demanded I hand you over to him, along with the Ryanel general. How foolish of him to come back to my kingdom. I do still wonder what influenced his return."
Orlon's eyebrows knitted together in curiosity, but he didn't ponder for long. His black stare fixed on Faythe, rippling with the darkness of death as he stalked over to her.
"You'll be glad to hear I declined his request. Or perhaps you'll beg me to surrender you to Varlas when you sample what I have in store for you instead."
He came to a stop in front of her. Faythe didn't look up, eyes fixed on his polished boots as she forced down the acid rising up her throat once again.
"It made me question what you thought you knew of our plans, and if there was any other time you might have dared to use your ability without my knowledge. I knew I couldn't have a Night Walker enter into your mind or my son's undetected. So I had the memories of my ward searched to see how close you two have become in your time here. Faythe, Spymaster, it seems you are far more cunning than I took you to be. But I will get the location of the ruin from you, one way or another."
The king glanced around the room in lingering threat as he observed the gore-coated walls.
"As much as I would love to see you bleed for your treason and deception, it is not physical pain you should be afraid of. No, I plan to go straight to the source of information. Your mind, Faythe. Your biggest asset becomes your doom."
Orlon nodded to the guards behind him and made to walk around her. Faythe breathed hard in the heat of her frenzied panic. She snapped. Reaching into her boot, she pounced to her feet, dagger gripped in her hand, and whirled to plunge it into the king's back. A hand curled painfully around her wrist, just an inch off her target. Faythe cried out as Varys's grip turned bone-crushing, and she dropped the blade, her last hope echoing damningly off the stone floor. Orlon chuckled in mock amusement.
"Your fight and dedication is admirable. It will be a shame to see such talent go to waste. You could have been an invaluable ally. You could have helped conquer the world. Yet you fought me at every turn in your own artful way. Your defiance has become your end."
2 guards approached, hauling her away from the king. She thrashed, losing all her strength and dignity as she became completely overwhelmed with fear. They lifted her, feet leaving the ground completely as she struggled against their brutal handling with everything she had left. It was all wasted energy. In a few quick movements, she was bound by her ankles and wrists, completely vulnerable to the vultures who circled her. Tears burned in her eyes, not from the pain, but at the realization she had absolutely no escape. No one was coming to help her this time. King Orlon moved to the exit, but before he left, his voice sang chillingly. "I will have what I want, Faythe. By the end of this, you'll beg for your miserable life to end." Then he was gone, and the demon switched faces as Captain Varys stepped up to her. Faythe shrank inwardly and strained against her bonds, wanting to run far, far away from the monster who grinned with painful promise. "Let's begin, shall we?" he said with sinister cheer. The captain didn't reach for any tools of torture, didn't even lift a hand to her. Instead, his smile was sadistic and gleeful as he sat in the chair beside Faythe. He leaned toward her in his seat, and the rope bit her wrists as she instinctively recoiled back. The disgusting heat of his cruel breath caressed her ear as he said, "Now, you'll get to know what it feels like to be powerless in your own mind." His words struck a new kind of fear in Faythe as she figured out their means of extracting the information. She wished for anything else, even physical pain, in place of having her mind invaded while she was helpless to do anything. Helpless and aware. In a surge of frantic dread, she pulled wildly against her restraints despite the sharp pain that shot through her weakened muscles and tore her raw skin with every movement. She lost all her dignity and courage, breaking down in a hopeless sob. Yet she smelled it as someone came up to her other side, a scent that sparked a distant memory. A day so long ago, before she had any idea of her capabilities, when she feared herself, her ability, when Nick stepped in to save her. Back then, that scent offered her salvation. Now the tonic to stifle her ability would become her worst nightmare. In a smaller dosage, it can also be used to stifle your ability, but still allow another Nightwalker to enter your mind, and you'd be helpless to throw them out. Nick's words from long ago echoed in her ears, and she sobbed in defeat as the smell grew stronger, closer. She clamped her mouth shut, but a pair of rough hands grabbed her jaw painfully, adding more pressure until she couldn't stand it anymore and cried out. The moment she did, she felt one drop of the foul liquid fall onto her tongue. Then the hands were gone. Faythe slumped against the hard bench, having lost the energy to fight. It was futile anyway. She was human, weak, inferior. She tried to hold on to the shreds of her spirit, but she feared that was soon to be broken beyond salvation too. "Sleep, Faythe," Varys cooed. "I'll see you inside." His last words echoed with a dark chuckle as she felt her eyelids grow heavy. She had failed. She had lost. And now her own mind would become a playground for the worst of all creatures. Chapter 50. Nicholas. Nick paced his rooms with simmering rage. He had 4 guards posted outside his door and a further 6 below his balcony. He wasn't foolish enough to try to fight against so many, and he had no doubt there were others who could be quickly alerted if he dared. No. Physically, he was outnumbered. But he wasn't entirely powerless in his confinement. For the past 7 nights, he'd entered his full unconscious, building his strength and resting his mind. They could take everything from him except his ability, his night-walking. And he planned to use it to bring silent revenge to the king of High Pharaoh. He was ready. That night, he didn't dress for bed. Lying fully clothed, He took a long breath before he closed his eyes and allowed himself to drift off. Nick stood in the black and gray whirls of his subconscious. Before he could head for the king, he had one stop to make. Though he couldn't converse with Toria in her mind as he'd done with Faythe many times, he could still search through her memories to ease his worries and be sure she was alive and okay. Something halted him. At the thought of the human who stole his heart beyond romance, it broke all over again. He'd failed Faythe. It was a guilt and shame he would carry for the rest of his immortal life. He'd lived the past 4 days in denial, unable to accept that she no longer breathed for fear he would fall apart completely and not be able to exact his revenge. Then something hideous and hopeful crossed his mind. Doubt. It was enough that he wanted to change his destination, desperate to be sure, but terrified to meet only empty darkness if he tried. He couldn't stop himself. Despite the pain he would feel to have her death confirmed, Nick found himself picturing Faythe, then attempting to channel into her mind. He met a black wall. It almost buckled him, until something wasn't right. It wasn't an empty void like he was expecting. There was still an essence behind it. Relief crushed him, and he was desperate to get inside. He felt around for any weakness or breaks in the firm barrier. It was a familiar sensation, but he couldn't pinpoint it. Not as if she was in a deep, unconscious sleep. Not as if she was blocking him out. Something else prevented him from gaining entry. Realization dawned like an ice-cold sheet. He'd felt its likeness before, when another Nightwalker occupied his intended target already. Panic pierced his chest. He didn't have to consider the possibilities, knowing exactly who would be inside. The one called upon for all the king's most heinous tasks. Captain Varys. He'd challenged other Nightwalkers before and won, gaining access to get the information first. But it never ended well for the host. He would risk Faythe's life by trying to get inside and cast the captain out, without great stealth and even greater power. Even then, he wasn't entirely confident he could succeed without harming Faythe from the inside. Leaving her in the wicked beast's grasp was not an option either, and he knew in his heart that even with a perilous risk, if Faythe had the choice, she would beg him to try. Nick still hesitated. It was a hideous, gut-wrenching feeling to presume her dead. If he tried and failed, he would all but kill her himself. The thought was shattering, but it was a selfish reason to leave her in the captain's hands. She didn't deserve that fate, and he wouldn't let the captain have what he'd wanted since day one, the chance to win Faythe's life. He needed more time. While he felt strong enough to break through the defenses of his father's mind, he didn't need to be careful in going there. With Faythe's mind, he had to be able to get in without the captain sensing straight away, and more importantly, without harming Faythe. The task was complex and would require a new test of his ability's strength and precision. He couldn't afford to be even slightly restless or have any loose emotions. It frustrated and enraged Nick to no end, as he knew he had to leave her to the monster's mercy for a while longer. Reluctantly, he forced himself back into his own mind completely. His door to the darkness beckoned him. He would rest and calm and focus until he was confident enough in his strength that he could achieve what he needed to do and keep Faythe alive in the process. Nick muttered a silent prayer to the spirits that Faythe would hold on long enough for him to save her. Chapter 51. Faythe. Faythe was trapped, paralyzed within her subconscious, unable to move in her own white and gold mist. She could only stare in wide-eyed horror at Captain Varys as he violated her mind. Still, she fought with everything she had to try to conceal certain things from him. The king couldn't get to the ruin, not only because it would be detrimental to Engardia if it fell into the hands of Marvellus. It terrified Faythe far more that if he found it, it would mean he'd found Jackon and Marlowe too. If they did what she asked, they would be far away from Farrowhold with it by now. While finding that out wouldn't give the king their exact location, she knew it was only a matter of time before he would be able to track them down. Her head pounded with the effort it took to shield the information, and she was close to falling into complete darkness as the captain sifted through her thoughts and memories like a buffet. Everything for the taking.
The Crown Prince of High Pharaoh,
he mused with his back to her while he went through the motion picture of her past.
I always knew he had a soft spot for you. But this...
He turned to cast her an amused, wicked smirk. Faythe looked up from her position on her knees and nearly sobbed at the sight. Not from pain or sadness, but because for one moment she felt comfort to gaze into those emerald eyes. The scene changed, and they were lying on the grass in the eternal woods, carefree and laughing. He kissed her. A day that felt within a different timeline. She loved him then, and she still did, only in a different sense now. Then the vision dissipated into the mist, not by her will, but the captain's. She hung her head again as he stalked toward her. He kneeled down and reached a hand out to grip her chin. She couldn't resist, couldn't fight, as much as his touch repulsed her. She poured all of her hatred into her eyes instead as she glared back at the demon.
Now I know your deepest fears, Faythe. I guess we're even.
His grin turned malevolent.
Unfortunately for you, I don't play fair.
Varys's face slowly began to shift, and dread stiffened her spine. His wicked scars smoothed into perfect pale skin. His tied-back hair turned shades darker, shortening, growing sleek, with a few loose tresses over his forehead. Black eyes wove with vines of striking green until they filled completely as sparkling emerald pools. She wanted to find comfort in them as she had so many times before. But all she felt was frozen terror. It was Nick's face, harnessed by a foreign invader, a cruel and merciless monster. Behind him, her white and gold mist was snuffed out by a creeping darkness, turning eerily overcast as the scene unfolded into something far more sinister. She tore her eyes from the distorted familiarity of the prince. They were in the throne room, only the once bright and impeccable space was now neglected and ominous. Cobwebs clung to the grand chandelier above, distorting its shape and turning it white like a sphere of trapped ghosts. Perhaps those of the victims whose blood painted the dais a sickening dark crimson and filled the scars of the cracked stone floor. The room stung her nose with a revolting scent that churned her stomach. Death. Nick stood, but didn't take his eyes off her or drop the evil smirk as he walked back toward his father, sitting lazily on his throne. Then her eyes fell on Toria, dressed wholly in royal blue, with no hint of her vibrant Finstead green. She wasn't on her throne next to the king. Instead, she stood by his side, her hand on his shoulder, trailing down his arm seductively, while she too kept her eyes on Faythe, face plastered with a sly smile of cruel amusement. Faythe swayed at the sight. Toria would never show love and affection for the king she saw murder his own mate, Nick's mother. She wanted to scream at both of them to wake them up from whatever trance they were under. In a flash of confusion, Faythe remembered it was she who was under a spell, a trick of her own mind. The room tilted, and her vision blurred as her mind fought between reality and imagination. She shook her head. She should be able to wake herself up. She should be in control, and yet she had lost the fight for dominance over her own thoughts.
Faythe.
At the familiar broken voice, her head snapped to the side, and she sobbed once at the sight of Jacon, bloodied and ruthlessly battered. "Faythe, help us." She whipped her head to her other side, and Marlowe was wraith-like in appearance, her usually bouncing blonde hair dull and snapped, her face drained of color, and barely any bruised flesh on her protruding bones. Tears streamed down Faythe's face. "It's going to be okay," she choked out, though her weak words were a forced lie. They had been caught and would all die here over the crest of the Griffin, betrayed by their own kingdom at the hands of a demon king. She met the black eyes of the ruler, who grinned in delight at her distress.
"You can't help anyone," he taunted from his blood-stained throne.
Footsteps sounded, and she turned again, this time to see the captain. Only it wasn't his appearance that caught her attention. It was the glint of the large steel blade poised between both hands. Her eyes widened, and she trembled in shock as he lifted the sword above Jacon's head on his approach.
"I should have done this the first time you were on your knees in here,"
the captain said, and then he brought his hands down. The waves of her scream thrashed and rose in Faythe's ribcage. It tore through her throat like shards of broken glass and echoed loudly through the room, channeling back to ring painfully in her own ears. She didn't stop screaming as she watched her longest and dearest friend get beheaded in one swift movement. His body fell limp, and his head rolled. Faythe vomited the moment her scream choked into frantic sobs. She retched and spluttered, unable to find breath. The blood pooled around her, soaking under her knees and over her splayed palms against the marble. It fell into the chasms of the broken stone, and she watched it break off into several rivers of Jacon's life. The captain didn't stop there. He walked right through the thick blood, blade poised once more, stalking for Marlowe. Faythe was screaming again before he reached her friend. Her throat tore in agony, as if a frantic beast were clawing its way out. She wanted desperately to clamp her eyes shut, to avoid another horrifically gruesome display. But she couldn't. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't look away. She couldn't save them. Couldn't do anything but watch as they suffered the consequences of her actions. They were here because of her, because of what she was. The captain's sword fell down over Marlowe's throat. Faythe screamed. She wailed. She sobbed to no end. Then everything went black. When Faythe awoke, she wished she hadn't. Her head throbbed worse than she'd ever felt before, and she found it difficult to adjust to the weak pull of light from the outside moon. She coughed to clear her throat, and found it painfully dry and hoarse. She was freezing cold and couldn't feel the weight of the cloak she used as a blanket. Peeling one eye open, she managed to gather that she was still in her cell. She took a moment against the ground to collect herself, and it all came flooding back to her with bone-trembling clarity. She jolted up despite the shooting pain in her head that blackened her vision. The captain, the mind manipulation, her friend's beheading. Faythe doubled over on her knees as the vile memories replayed and retched. Nothing came up, but her chest stabbed with excruciating pain, and she trembled against the ice-cold stone. It was all so clear, so real. She couldn't tell the difference in her own mind. She sobbed loudly against the back of her cell, feeling completely lost, vulnerable, and without any hope. She didn't even know how many days had passed since her nightmare ordeal. A small burst of chirps sounded through her sobs, and Faythe's crying ceased. In her anguish and frustration, she shot to her feet and whirled to face the damned bird. Ignoring the physical pain and mental insanity, she glared at it while it stared innocently back. "Go away!" she shouted. It stayed still, silently watching her. She stormed the 2 steps and slammed her palms against the sharp stone, numb to the sting in her frozen state. "You're not in this cage. I am. Leave and don't come back." When it didn't move or turn away from her in its defiance, Faythe trembled in another round of cries. She leaned her forehead against the stone and took a few deep, calming breaths. "I am not alone," she whispered to herself. The stubborn bird reminded her of that. Though it seemed ludicrous to even think it, she silently thanked the creature. But when she looked up again, it was gone. Faythe blinked at the metal shield. Then her stomach dropped, and tears filled her wide eyes as she stared and stared at the empty sky beyond. It wasn't real. All this time, being left alone for days, weeks on end in maddening silence. Had she conjured the vision of the bird in her desperation to grapple onto her sanity? Her mind's way of not shutting down in its loneliness completely. Faythe trembled. She sank back to the ground, curling into herself and running her hands through her hair. Not real. She gripped tight. The pain in her scalp should have been enough to confirm she was awake, but it wasn't. Her mind spiraled, down and down and down. She fisted her fingers into her hair tighter, not sure what was true and what was a vision anymore. Imagining herself still strapped to that metal bench below the castle, with the captain pulling the strings of her thoughts. Not real. She was losing. She was losing herself. Before she could fall into a dark hole there would be no escape from, the opening of the cell block door vibrated over the stone, and she spun around in cold-set fear. She released a shaky breath of relief at the sight of Caius strolling in, a tray of food in hand. The sight of him, and the small comfort he brought. This is real. This mercy is real. Caius is real. Faythe breathed deeply to calm her racing heart when he opened the cell door and stepped inside. He gave her a grim look as his eyes trailed over her. She must have looked a ghastly sight. "I'm sorry for what he's doing to you, Faythe. I want to help. You're doing more for me than I can ever thank you for." She gave a weak smile, cautious of the 2 guards still standing by the main door. He leaned down to place her food, but stumbled, sending a few items clattering onto the ground. It was on purpose, to buy them a few more precious minutes as he fumbled to gather them up. "You should know the King of Olmstone is nearing High Pharaoh." Faythe kept her face placid for appearances, but inside, her chest matched the icy chill of the air. Her body shivered in painful vibrations. "Where is my damn cloak?" As if reading her mind at Faythe's quick glance over the cell, Caius unclipped his own, extending it to her. "We're not to give the prisoner any items," a guard warned from the cell door. A flash of rage she'd never seen before flexed in Caius's eyes as he turned to say, "She's to be kept alive, is she not? Varys won't be pleased if she dies of cold before he can get the information he needs." His tone was surprisingly firm and laced with authority, enough that the soldier backed down with a reluctant grumble. When he turned back to her, his face wrinkled in apology for the mention of Varys, the reminder that her torture was not over. Faythe offered a small smile to display her gratitude and hide her spike of terror. Gripping the thick cloak, her stiff shoulders fell in relief under its weight and warmth, and she didn't hesitate to sling it over herself. She tried not to pay attention to the color or sigil that felt like a hot brand direct from the merciless High Pharaoh King. Faythe asked, "Are they preparing for war?" The only reason for Varlas's return would be to set their plans in motion once and for all. Caius's look said it all, and her heart sank. Had Varys already managed to find out what they needed in her head? It didn't bear thinking about, and she prayed to the damned spirits Jaqen and Marlowe were still safe and out of Orlon's grasp. "I believe so." Oh gods. It was happening. Everything they wanted so desperately to prevent. The war among allies. There was only one way to stop it. She had to kill the king of High Pharaoh, and she was running out of time. Caius finished fixing the items on the tray, and she crouched down to his level. He looked at her then, and she was fierce as she said, "You have to leave, Caius. It's not going to be safe for those like you, those who want to fight for what is right. There's nothing left for you here." The young guard shook his head slightly and gave a warm smile. "I'm not going anywhere." Faythe was about to protest when he stood quickly and strolled out of her cell. As he locked it again, he met her eye once more, and she heard, "Don't let them break your spirit, Faythe. Don't let them win," right before he turned and left her alone in the cell block once more. Chapter 52. Jaqen. "Are you certain about this?" Jaqen's question came out as more of a plea, while he struggled with the hard beat of his heart over what they were about to do. Marlowe's face was desolate, her nod grim. "I don't know how this ends. I can't be certain we will all still hold our lives. But I know we are needed." Jaqen trembled under his cloak, fists clamped tight while they kept hidden in an alley close to the city wall. They intended to flee as soon as they got the news from Caius, and Jaqen was fully prepared to leave High Pharaoh behind if it meant Marlowe's safety. As much as it crushed him completely to imagine leaving Faythe when danger was imminent, Caius was right. He would only be making himself leverage for the king to use against her, and getting the ruin far out of his reach was too important. Or so they all thought. Marlowe pieced together visions from various dreams, concluding there was only one way to take down the king of High Pharaoh, and that was to walk right into his domain and offer up the prize he sought. He can't stand to lose what he never gained, and what he gains will end his reign. He didn't think he would ever get used to how Marlowe spoke in riddles and questions that hid answers. He trusted in her and knew she would never give in mindlessly to the guidance of the spirits without listening to her own gut feelings and rational thoughts. "It's time," she said, achingly quiet. Jaqen's heart tugged. They had spent nearly a week on the road before turning back, then a further week and a half remaining hidden, making sure what they were about to do wasn't a grave mistake, and coming to terms with the fact none of their fates were safe. It pained him to hear the fear in her voice, and he tried desperately to remain strong for her. Taking her face in his hands, he kissed her one last time, When they broke apart, he didn't release her. He stared into the ocean eyes that were his absolution and steadied his breath, finding the serenity to voice what had been weighing him down with nerves, thrill, and fear for some time now. If this turned out to be his last chance... Marlowe Knaze. His thumb brushed over her cheek. A simple endeavor to commission a sword brought me to you, and from that first day you had me. Your infectious wonder, your selfless heart, your incredible mind. I fall for every piece of you harder every day. When we come out of this, I promise to always be yours. And I want everyone to know you will always be mine, as Marlowe Killknight. There is not a day I want to imagine without you by my side. He watched her face fall a shade paler, eyes widening in surprise. Jackon held his breath. Then the brightest smile lit up Marlowe's entire expression, chasing away the clouded sadness just for a moment. Your timing is awful, she breathed in a short, nervous laugh. Yes, Jackon, I will take your name. From that first day, you had me too. I am yours, and you are mine, until the end claims us. She fell into him, and he gripped her tight, his joy of her acceptance cruelly overshadowed by the grief it could be the last time he held her. He tried not to think so grimly, or he risked never letting her go and fleeing Angardia with her before they walked through those dreaded city gates. Until the end claims us, he all but whispered. Marlowe held the box he had come to hate the sight of. Together, they stepped out of the shadows, out of hiding, and out of safety. Hands intertwined, they walked straight into the open arms of the enemy. Chapter 53. Faythe. Faythe lost track of the days. She assumed well over a week had passed, perhaps over 2, since they locked her up in the cold and dreary cell after the Yulmus ball. Varys had dragged her into the torture chamber below the castle twice more since the first time, and she'd spent a few days quiet and lonely in between. The captain needed time to rest and replenish at least sufficient enough strength to riffle through her mind for the king's answers after each torturous violation. Each time, Faythe woke up back in her cell with a searing headache from trying to hide information about her friends. It brought her slight pleasure to know she'd succeeded thus far in eluding the captain when he thought he was triumphant in his complete control. He always played out the same nightmare after reeling through the memories in her white and gold mist. Every time she saw her friends killed by his hand, it ripped open her heart, and she struggled more and more to bring herself back to reality the following day. Faythe stood watching the small white bird. It offered no entertainment and very little movement at all, but she focused on it, afraid to blink in case it disappeared again. But even as her eyes strained and stung, she couldn't be certain it was real. She couldn't be certain what was real anymore. The cell block door opened, and she knew it wouldn't be Caius. There had been too many days since her last playdate with the captain, and she stood, anticipating it had come around again. She stopped feeling the initial fear. She stopped feeling anything at all. Faythe didn't turn around as she heard the door to her cell swing open and 2 guards come up behind her. One roughly unchained her, and she kept her eyes on the bird for as long as she could, holding on to the small, blissful distraction, until she was dragged out like routine. Then she stopped taking in her surroundings and instead focused on her conscious breathing so as not to give in to the panic that rose with each step closer to the room of torture. Still, Her trembling was the physical betrayal of her nerves at knowing she was soon to relive the same vivid vision of her friends' brutal deaths. In her mind, it wasn't an illusion. In her mind, every soul-obliterating replay was real. The captain was sitting in his usual chair when they brought her in and strapped her down. His predatory grin never failed to douse her with a wave of cold terror. Her head was pulled back, and the single drop of ability-stifling serum met her tongue, filling her with the same dread she would never get used to. Before she could drift off completely, the captain leaned forward in his chair.
We get to forego the boring run-through of your memories and skip straight to the fun this time.
Faythe dared to turn and meet his eye. He nodded, smile widening as if he knew the silent question her horror-filled eyes held.
Yes, Faythe, we have your human friends. I'm sure the king is dealing with them through his own measures as we speak.
She couldn't breathe, couldn't even fight against her restraints as the serum started forcing her into a deep, dark sleep. Varys lay back in his seat with a sinister chuckle, reaching for a different sleep tonic to meet her in the nightmare.
Tonight is just for fun.
Her lips parted to respond, but the waves of sleep weighed down her words. Then the darkness pulled her under all at once. Toria was the first face she met, watching on in amusement as Faythe sobbed on her knees in front of the king she stood next to like a trophy. The wickedness and malice looked so out of place on her delicate features and perfect golden brown skin. She wondered how she could have been tricked so badly not to see this side of Toria under the angelic mask. Faythe didn't want to believe the Fae she'd grown so close to over the past months was an accomplice to the murderous king standing before her. Marlowe sobbed at her side, and Faythe looked to her broken friend. "This is all your fault," the blacksmith cried. Faythe's heart tore from her chest. "I'm so sorry," she whispered. Her tears blurred her vision and streamed down her face. They were all about to be executed, and it may as well be Faythe who brought the sword down on their necks.
Faythe.
She looked up at the voice and found the prince looking down at her from just below the dais. Unlike his father in the ward, he didn't hold the same taunting, cruel expression. He didn't hold any emotion at all as he stood still and straight. Something about him was odd. Then she heard the captain's footsteps storming closer, a familiar sound that haunted her waking thoughts. She knew he would be headed with his blade poised to win the lives of her friends. Faythe began to sob in a frantic panic.
It's not real, Faythe. Look at me.
The prince's voice sounded above everything else in the scene around her, and she realized what was different about it. He wasn't talking out loud, not like Marlowe had. No, his voice was closer. Too close, considering his position a few meters away. She tore her eyes from Jackon's executioner and met the emerald orbs once again. Then she felt it, felt him, in her mind.
You have to fight it, the serum. It's just a trick. This is your mind, Faythe. Take back control.
She replayed the words over and over in her head. It's not real. It's not real. It's not real. Take back control. Realization dawned, and she became aware of her surroundings, the illusion of the captain's making. Yet even as she made the distinction between reality and trickery, she found herself unable to move or change anything about the captain's cruel nightmare.
You can fight it. You need to. It won't be long until he senses me here."
Faythe found it a miracle he was able to be here at all. Never mind remain undetected by the other force in her mind. He could even talk to her, and only her, without Varys's knowledge, it seemed, as the captain still approached Jackon and lifted his sword. She knew the prince was powerful in his ability, but this... it should have been impossible. A dull headache formed, warning Faythe she wouldn't be able to stand the force of two entities in her mind for long, especially if the captain became aware of the prince and they fought to be the one who remained. Varys prepared to drop the weight of his blade down on Jackon's neck, and Faythe knew exactly what came next. She'd never been able to look away, and now she knew why. She couldn't watch her friend die. She wouldn't. Her head pounded harder, but she fought with everything she had to take back control. The sword began to fall, and just before it met Jackon's neck, Faythe twisted her head. She didn't hear the thump of Jackon's beheading this time. The captain had paused. Daring a look back around, she found Varys's face was livid. Faythe rivaled him on that emotion as it all came rushing back to her. It was still a struggle as she fought against the serum's hold. But with great resistance, she straightened her back and slowly pulled one leg from beneath her, then the other, before rising to her feet against the weight that wanted to hold her down. She didn't take her deadly glare off the captain once. "Impossible," he spat, and she felt him attempt to pull himself out of her mind in case she regained full control. Something else held him there, preventing him from retreating. Not her mind, but Nyx's. She felt him draw near, and when she turned, he was within arm's reach, holding a hand out to her. "Together," he said. She didn't question it or hesitate to slip her palm into his. Then she felt it. His power exploded through her, and she gasped as it merged with hers. No longer was he just another invading force. He was part of her mind. Two conscious entities becoming one. The serum didn't hold her back anymore, and she breathed deeply with a wave of release. "Thank you," she whispered, still not believing he was truly here and helping her. He smiled back and gave her a small nod. Then they both fixed their attention on the captain, who wore his growing rage clear on his face. "I can still kill you both," he seethed. His force remained strong and dominant. With her ability still partially stifled by the serum, Faythe only had Nyx's borrowed power. It was enough, and it pulsed through her like an electric current. They didn't have long. It would burn Nyx out as much as it would kill her if they didn't take down the captain soon. Varys changed the scene around them. Every other person dissipated into total blackness. Dark, angry clouds closed in overhead, and thunder cracked loudly above them. He still had his sword poised in his hand, and she was about to conjure a mirror of Lumarius when Nyx stepped past her, carrying his own blade to face off with the captain. He was stronger than she right now, so she let him go. The darkness facing off with the light in a dance of storms. Just before Nyx moved to attack, she sent one last thought to him through their internal link. The killing strike is mine. She felt his agreement through that connection. Then steel met steel in the confines of her mind. Thunder cracked louder, and lightning illuminated the duo with every high-pitched symphony of connecting blades. Clouds weaved angrily around them, and she felt every ounce of hatred and malice from the two of them. Her head pounded sickeningly with the battle that raged on in her head. She held on desperately, trying not to fall into the void of nothingness that threatened to pull her under. She knew if she did, it would not be blissful sleep that greeted her on the other side. She couldn't stay on her feet any longer and dropped slowly to her knees while keeping her eyes fixed on the pair in front. Nick was valiant in his efforts. It was impressive to watch him fully engage in battle as he homed in on the captain and unleashed his full fury. She could feel it, mixed in with her own hatred for the monster who tortured her. Nick must have heard her thoughts as he pushed harder against the captain, who started to falter against the force of the prince. Faythe was becoming too dizzy to bear it anymore. She felt heavy, so heavy. It was too tempting to give in to the need to completely shut down. "Hold on, Faythe," Nick said desperately. She gripped onto his words, his lifeline, held it with her entire being so she wouldn't fall into the dark abyss that clawed at her. It took all her focus, and she couldn't make out the blurred bodies in combat or tell who was winning anymore. Her palms met the cool ground beneath the mist, her head hanging limp. Then she felt a sharp sever in her mind, and in panic that it was Nick, she jerked awake, whipping her head up and frantically trying to refocus her vision. It was not the prince who had lost his control in her head. She breathed in elation to find the captain on his knees in front of Nick, who poised his blade over his heart. A weight lifted, and she knew Varys was now completely at her mercy. At their mercy, as she still relied on Nick's power to keep control of her own mind. She raised shakily to her feet again, wobbling on weak knees, but feeling a new surge of strength thanks to the prince. She didn't need a phantom sword. Varys's mind was now hers to play with, and she felt its fragile essence. Felt the anger and despair, self-loathing, along with hatred for the world. For a moment, she pitied him. He had no love for anything or anyone. Perhaps he never did, even before his mind was captured and his will twisted by Dakotas and Marvellus. A life without love was to live in darkness without a glimmer of light, an existence with nothing to lose. She shuffled over to them, and when she came to stand by Nick, the demon's black eyes snapped to her in a feral rage. Yet he was powerless now, and her fear of him reduced to nothing. "Get it over with," Varys spat out. She shook her head, deliberately slow. "You don't deserve a choice." Faythe reached out her hand, and Nick passed over the sword. Though she could hurt Varys without it, the blade held meaning. "Just like old times," she said, holding the sharp point to his chest. Her voice dropped, eyes turning hard and cold. "You should never have challenged me in that cave." She applied pressure and felt the tip of the sword pierce through as if it were real. She made it feel real, to him and to herself. The captain cried out in pain. "You should never have gone after my friends." Another inch sank into his chest. The feeling was both sickening and liberating as Faythe finally stood to slay the demon that plagued her. "You should never have tortured me." She plunged the blade in farther, and he coughed blood through his choked scream of agony. "And Varys, you should never have underestimated me." The sword passed clean through his chest and out of his back as she moved forward with the final motion. His blood pooled out over her hand and the hilt,
But Faythe didn't take her eyes off his depthless black holes as she took his life. She felt everything and made sure he did too, as if they were both fully conscious and awake, not just inside her mind. She wanted to remember what it felt like to finally rid herself of the evil that was Captain Varys. She wanted to remember the day she knowingly, deliberately, took another life of her own volition. With the captain still staring at her, eyes bulging and in immense agony, she wordlessly took the last step to shatter his mind from within her own. When she awoke, he would not. Faythe felt a new black taint on her soul for killing even someone as evil and malicious as the captain. His body broke off in fragments, floating through the air and turning to dust under her hands, as well as the sword that protruded through him. Then he was gone completely, turned to nothing. The black clouds faded, and the brightness welcomed them once again. Her white and gold mist returned to chase away the final whirls of darkness. He had to be stopped. Nick's voice was behind her. She knew it was his attempt to console her for the murder she committed. It didn't work, but she appreciated it all the same. Faythe turned to him, and he was close enough that she couldn't stop herself when she fell into his arms. He held her tight, and she sobbed, out of relief, out of sadness, out of fear. It wasn't over. The captain was simply one obstacle less on her way to kill the king. Nick held her as her body shook with the overwhelming emotions. She ceased her crying slowly, before composing herself enough to step back from him. He wiped her wet cheek with a solemn smile, his fingers lingering a little longer. "I thought you were dead," he said in barely more than a whisper, while his eyes darkened at the thought. Her face paled, and she took the hand still at her face. "You saved me." He smiled sadly, and then his face turned grim. "We don't have much time. Varlas and his forces will already be here to join with my father. The war is coming." Faythe took a deep breath, her senses alert to the news, and straightened with a new fierce determination. She had to get to the king before innocent blood was shed for an avoidable cause, a war of revenge and tyranny. She pulled on every last ounce of strength and courage. She was not alone, and Marvellus would not win. Not while she still lived to stop her. She looked into Nick's emerald eyes, just as fierce as hers, as she said, "Let's end this." Faythe's eyes snapped open. The reek of the room hit her first, like blood and death. Twisting her head, she found the captain slumped in his usual seat beside her. Bile stung in her throat at the sight, at knowing he was no longer simply asleep. He was dead. The other guard in the room would be completely oblivious to that fact. She turned her head to him then, and found the guard leaning lazily against the back wall, looking half asleep. "Help!" she croaked, not expecting him to. But all she needed was for him to be close enough that she could take hold of his mind. The guard straightened immediately, frowning at her as he made the few steps over. "There is no help for you." As soon as he was within reach, she seized his consciousness. He choked when she did, staring wide-eyed in horror. She commanded him to untie her bonds, and then, when her wrists were free, she sighed in relief, the raw, torn flesh no longer stinging against the tight material. She sat up and wasted no time in relieving her ankles while keeping hold of the guard. Faythe hopped off the bench and turned to meet his eye again.
He was just as guilty as the captain and the king in some respects, and she hated that the thought of killing him too crossed her mind. She was not that person. She was not a cold-blooded executioner. Instead, she willed him into deep unconsciousness with a single thought. Then she hastily made for the door. She swung it open, foolishly not anticipating the guard posted outside. He turned to her, and in the same breath was halfway to drawing his sword, until Faythe instinctively seized his mind, quickly sending him into a deep sleep too. She swayed on her feet with the mental exertion, catching herself in the doorframe, still recovering from the painful test of endurance with the captain and the prince. She used the wall to lean upright as she tried to regain her physical strength and burn off the remnants of the serum in her system. Faythe forced her feet to move as fast as they could, not knowing how long it would take for the guards to surface again. As soon as they did, it would be a race to the king. Faythe breathed slow and steady, finding the strength to stay on her feet finally without aid. She quickened her pace, slowly at first, until the rising panic that she could be too late had her running down the dark passageway and hurtling upstairs. Adrenaline alone dulled the throb of her head and the ache of her bones to keep her moving against physical protest. She emerged into brighter hallways and recognized the main routes lined with tapestries and ornaments. She knew the way to the prince's rooms from here. Though it didn't matter, as Nick came into view around the next corner, headed toward her. She whimpered in momentary elation at the sight, not slowing her run until they collided. He caught her, and she released a sob at the feel of him. The real him. They didn't get a chance to bask in the reunion, however, as his grave look when they parted made her stomach drop. It's Jackon and Marlowe. Their mention brought the world down on her, along with his words that followed. The king has them. In a gripping flash of desperation, she damned her weak state, screwed the odds, and switched her intended destination. The king of High Pharaoh would get what he wanted, along with Faythe's undiluted wrath and fury. She spun on her heel to head straight for the throne room. "You're not even armed," Nick said incredulously as he matched her pace. "You're wrong." Her greatest weapon was within herself. "You're weakened, Faythe. You can't stand against a hall full of armed Fae guards and my father," he protested, though he made no move to stop her as she stormed the halls. Guards. It was the first time Faythe realized she had yet to encounter any of them. Not a single one littered the eerily quiet hallways. It should have been a relief, but it made her quicken her pace in a surge of panic over where they might all be gathered. For the show Orlon planned to make of her friends. Nick's words made sense, and she should have been rational and listened. But she wasn't hearing in her need to get to her friends and use every ounce of strength and ability she had left, even if it killed her. Before they reached the end of the next hallway, Nick pulled her to a stop. She was about to bark at his move to delay her until he pushed her against the wall, pressing a finger to his lips in a gesture to be silent. Faythe obeyed, heart racing in anticipation of what the prince's face senses had picked up on around the bend. Nick strained to listen. He took a deep inhale, and when he released it, his shoulders relaxed. He pushed off the wall just as a familiar brown-skinned beauty came into view. The ward gasped in startled shock, folded with relief that it was friends she'd run into. Nick and Toria immediately embraced each other tightly, and it pained her to think of what they too had endured these past weeks. Separation with an uncertain fate. Toria let out a cry as she hurled herself at Faythe next. "I knew you couldn't be. I just knew it," she mumbled in their embrace. Faythe only held her tighter in response, overwhelmingly glad for her safety too. "There weren't any guards at your door either?" Nick questioned after their short moment of joy. Toria shook her head, but it wasn't in the naive hope the king had granted them freedom once more. Nick's eyes were desperate and pleading when they fell back to Faythe. "You can't go to them. It's a trap." She would have been flattered that the king had rallied all his forces in anticipation of her arrival, but she wasn't arrogant enough to think it was to protect himself from her ability. Rather, he planned to offer her up as a spectacle. She hated her faltering courage, but she wouldn't leave her friends at the cold mercy of their ruthless king. "I don't have a choice." Nick's look softened in understanding, and she knew he wouldn't stop her, nor would he let her go alone. She didn't try to convince him otherwise either. The prince was armed with his sword, and Toria had the will of the wind around her. Nick was right. Faythe was exhausted, but she pushed it aside and called upon the remnants of her ability for one final task. In front of the great doors to the throne room, Faythe paused. She counted her breaths to slow her racing pulse and settled her thoughts to ease her nerves. It was not the first time she had braced herself to face off against the king of High Pharaoh in this room, but she intended to make it the last. "Together," Nick said through her worries. It soothed her to hear the word, and she cast him a grateful smile before looking to Toria, who offered a nod in agreement. "Together," Faythe echoed. Nick unsheathed the sword at his hip before taking a step forward to push open the two doors. Inside, straight ahead, she could already make out the evil smirk and wicked gleam in the king's eye, where he sat upon the mighty throne. But it wasn't he who grabbed her focus as she stormed inside. It wasn't that the hall was filled with armed guards down each side either, both blue and purple uniforms alerting her to the fact Olmstone had arrived. And it certainly wasn't King Varlas who rattled her confidence. It was the sight of her two friends on their knees before them, a sickeningly accurate portrayal of the vision she was made to relive over and over from the captain's influence in her mind. Her heart raced, body becoming hot and clammy. First, at the thought she could still be strapped to that cold stone in the torture room, and this was all a new version of the same horrific nightmare. She consciously breathed with every step toward the dais that flashed between pristine white and the blood-stained version of the nightmare. She blinked hard. No, this was real. Second, the notion that perhaps the captain had unwittingly shown her the future threatened her composure completely. Marlowe and Jackon could still come to meet the brutal beheading he depicted in the illusion, even if not by the captain's hand. She didn't let it waver her physical facade of bravery. They were still alive, and that was all the hope she needed to make sure they stayed that way. No one in the room armed themselves, and as she glanced around to take in her surroundings and gauge the many threats, she noted one crucial thing. This wasn't intended to be a fight. It was a gathering for a group execution, and Faythe didn't think the prince and the ward were exempt from it this time. She stopped before the dais, in between Marlowe and Jackon. She didn't look down at them for risk of losing her nerve. Instead, she glared with powerful hatred and opposition at the king who mocked her with a goading smile from where he sat lazily on his throne. Orlon straightened and leaned forward to speak the first words in the room. "Now that the main entertainment has arrived, let us begin." Chapter 54. Faythe. The hall was still. No one moved, no one spoke, as the spymaster and the king stared off in a deadly battle of defiance. Faythe made the first move, though not to the knowledge of anyone else in the room, as she tested Orlan's mind for entry. His barrier was solid, as she expected. Firm, but not indestructible. The more she became a master of minds, the clearer it was that no one's thoughts were unbreakable. It was simply a matter of being strong enough to shatter the wall, or skilled enough to find the faint cracks, neither of which she was confident she was in her current state. Not after weeks of torture by Varys. Maybe never even before that. Nevertheless, she would only get one chance to try, and she had to ensure her friend's safety first. The king chuckled darkly, feeling the probe on his mind.
"Nice try, spy master," he sneered. "I do hope you have something else to offer to those gathered. I promised them a grand spectacle, given your reputation."
Faythe didn't take the bait. He wanted to goad her into recklessness. The king stood slowly, assertively, and she tried not to balk at the tall form that cast a sinister shadow from his heightened position on the dais. His eyes flashed.
"My own son stands against me."
He shook his head in disappointment, his voice turning lethal.
"And the traitorous Finstead princess repays the king who saved her with treason."
"Your time of reign is over, father," Nick said confidently, calmly. The king shook his head with a wide grin.
"And I suppose you think you deserve the crown."
His eyes scanned the onlookers, voice rising in an effort to disparage Nick in front of his guard and allies.
"A prince who would stand against his own kind, against his own blood, for a mere human. You do not deserve to succeed me."
Faythe was about to jump to his defense, but she felt Nick brush past her, taking the step up to be level with the king of High Pharaoh. He faced off with his father with unfaltering confidence. "It is not I who have failed this kingdom and its subjects. It is you and your will to stop at nothing to gain more power, even risking the lives of innocents, those you swore to protect. High Pharaoh's soldiers didn't put their heart into training to be led into a battle that will break an alliance built to protect us all against the real enemy. I will not allow them to bleed for tyranny, nor die for greed." Nick's words resonated throughout the great hall, striking the hearts of every Fae as he spoke like a leader, like a king. Faythe watched the prince before her in awe, the true king the people deserved. It would be impossible for anyone not to see the passion that burned in Prince Nicolaus Silvergriff, his love for his kingdom, and the heart to do anything it took to keep his people safe. Yet Orlan still looked at him as if he were less than a servant. She knew it was breaking the prince's heart. This wasn't his father, not anymore, and she prayed he could see that and not let it shatter his spirit.
"Poetic words, Nicolaus,"
Orlan drawled mockingly.
"But it was not words that saw us through the great battles. It was not words that kept this kingdom thriving in the face of darkness. You know nothing of what it takes to be king, and you never will."
Anger flared in the prince's eyes, and she saw his hand tighten around the hilt of his sword. Her heart pounded. If Nick struck now, he didn't get the chance. Faythe heard the shuffling behind her mere seconds before she caught the glint of the small blade that hurled toward the king of High Pharaoh. It made its mark. Orlon grunted as the dagger lodged into his side, and he stared down at it in bewildered fury. When his dark eyes snapped up to the culprit, Faythe swore she caught the flicker of shadows swirling over the whites of his eyes. Her mouth dropped in horror as she followed his line of sight. The king's glare, death-marked and promised, landed on Jacon, who stood holding a second dagger, positioned to strike again. The fear that gripped Faythe in that moment was an icy embrace that froze her movement. She could only stare in wide-eyed shock at the reckless, fatal error of her best friend. Jacon didn't balk, not even in knowing his first throw had done nothing but attract the strike of the viper far sooner than Faythe anticipated. His face was livid, staring off against the great Fey King as though they were equal in combat. His courage was admirable, but wholly misplaced, and Faythe could do nothing but give in to the high-pitched ringing in her ears in anticipation of the next move. Marlowe, still on her knees, was pale as bone. Faythe's confirmation she had no foresight into Jacon's act of treason. Faythe opened her mouth to get him to halt his next attempt with the blade he held, but the words choked in her throat. She was already too late. Jacon clenched his teeth and threw the second blade. The king caught it effortlessly. His hand curled around the steel blade that cut open his palm in a terrifying rage, his eyes never leaving Jacon's. Orlon loosened off his fingers as he turned to Faythe's friend fully, his blood and the blade dropping to the floor. She was frantic in her thoughts, but stunned into place. Unarmed, she could do nothing when Orlon advanced a step down from the dais. On his second step, Faythe snapped back into herself. She moved to stand between them, trembling in the face of the Fey King, who held a flare of dark emotion that was neither Fey nor human. Black eyes targeted her then, and her spine locked where she stood. Steel sang, and Orlon stopped advancing. His jaw ground as he straightened. Nick stood behind him, the point of his blade to his father's back. But it wasn't the unsheathing of a single blade that blared in a dramatic melody around the room. Faythe spared a quick glance to survey the odds. That didn't exist. 4 guards in black equally threatened the prince. A small whimper cast her eyes down to find another poised with a blade over Marlowe's throat. One more held Toria. Faythe didn't dare look behind to count how many were armed to strike down Jacon. Her heart pounded at the silence while everyone calculated their opposition. They were damningly outnumbered. "You dare to harm a king," Orlon seethed, his voice like ice. "You are no king," Jacon spat. Faythe had to blink hard. If she were facing her friend, she might have halted his speech, despite the twisted feeling that churned in her stomach at the thought of using her ability on him. While she couldn't fault Jacon for his anger, nor his desire to strike back at the male he despised, his words did nothing but spike Orlon's wrath. The tension in the room became tangible. Faythe soothed the edges of her panic to finally speak. "Kill us now, and you'll never get to the temple ruin." Orlon's eyes flexed, an indication she'd hit her mark. The king's loathing didn't leave his face, and Faythe's heart beat erratically while he deliberated her words before speaking his next command. With great reluctance, and to Faythe's temporary relief, Orlon yielded. For now. Her rigid posture didn't ease as he slowly turned from them. "Detain them all, except Faythe," he ordered. She flinched, eyes darting wildly between all her friends who were swiftly brought to their knees in front of the dais in the same manner as Marlowe, while the king positioned himself before it. She couldn't help the glance she spared behind her. Nick was wild against the 3 guards who detained him, reduced to nothing in front of his court and neighboring kingdom. He stilled in defeat when a blade rested along the front of his neck, an exact copy of those poised to take all 4 of her friends' lives in one quick command. The sight struck her with a terror so deep it strained against the seams of her composure. This was her worst fear made very real. Faythe snapped her head to the scene of onlookers, glancing over them in anger that none would step in and come to their prince's defense. Nick had been more than just their prince. He was a loyal friend. Many of them shifted uncomfortably, looking between each other, at a loss for what to do. Going against their king to stand by their prince would be treason. But Nick was right, and they knew it. Faythe wished she could forgive them for wanting to save themselves, but in her fury, she only saw them as cowards. She blazed her eyes toward the king of Ulmstone, who had so far stood in silence like a submissive pet to Orlon. Ryanel is your ally. They helped you when you stood to lose everything in the great battles. To turn on them now for personal vengeance is despicable, she seethed. It should have been her head in an instant to speak to a royal in such a manner. Yet in his eye, for a split second, Faythe swore she saw a hint of regret. Then it was gone, and he flashed livid at her burst of disrespect. I want her dead. Faythe didn't flinch at his lethal tone. She turned her attention to the bigger threat in the room, who smiled in sly amusement. Soon, Varlas. But first... The king of High Pharaoh turned expectantly to the side of the hall. A short moment later, a terrified servant woman was escorted through the side entrance. Faythe would have felt sorry for the poor messenger, except what she carried held her full attention as she stared at it in trembling horror. I'm going to need you to open this for me, Faythe. The blood box that held the temple ruin. He chuckled in dark amusement at her reaction. Do you think I'm a fool? His head tilted with a predatory gleam. Your companions were so generous to have brought it right to me in a foolish bid to save your pathetic life. Now, I will not only have the power I seek, but I will take great joy in ridding the world of all of you. Consider it a mercy. I shall allow you all to die together once this is over. A black-cloaked guard approached Faythe, and she didn't fight or resist when he took hold of her, extending her arm and poising a dagger over it. She made no sound, but flinched at the lick of fire up her forearm, where the blade sliced through her shirt. Her blood ran in hot trails down her hand to drip off her fingertips and stain the marble floor. Then another guard brought the box over, placing it on the ground to catch those droplets. 1 drop. 2 drops. 3. Everyone waited in silence. Faythe held the king's stare for those seconds of thickening anticipation. When she couldn't fight it any longer, a dark smile of victory curled her lips. Orlon's eyes flashed in fury at the mockery. Who have you used? He bellowed in outrage. He would have already tested the blood of her friends. Faythe raised her chin after the guards released her. You might want to start testing the pigs in the town farm, Your Majesty. The king roared, the vibration making every hair on her body stand. All tethers to contain his anger shredded at her insolence. Instead of summoning his guards, Orlon went for his own blade. Faythe watched the white griffin carved into the pommel of the pharaoh's sword cry loudly in flight as it was pulled free from its scabbard. His dark guards grabbed each of her arms and forced her to her knees. Faythe didn't fight it. The king loomed over her like the harbinger of death. He calmed his face once more as he stepped down from the dais and stalked the few paces over to her.
Here we are, yet again. His eyes flashed to her line of friends behind. How fitting that you all kneel before me now. I should have ended you so many months ago. Though it has been entertaining to watch you, Faythe, consorting with my son and my ward. He chuckled without humor. I even commend you for getting the mighty Ryanel General under your influence. It is a shame he managed to elude my guard before I could execute him too.
Faythe released a long breath in momentary reprieve. Despite everything, Raylan had remained out of his reach.
You can die knowing you brought about the death of your friends. Once I torture them for the knowledge of whose blood seals that box.
The king raised the pharaoh's sword with both palms. Faythe faintly registered Jacon's struggle, heard Marlowe's cry, and felt the air around her stir from Toria's influence. And Nick, who tried with all his might to break free and save her. None of them could. She raised her chin to lock eyes with her royal executioner, about to throw her whole mental being at the black barrier of his mind. One final attempt to save herself and her friends. Then the twin doors behind them blast open. Sharp cries of steel cut through the explosion as every guard in the room became armed, ready to fight. Faythe curled into herself to shield against the force of the wind and splinters of wood that flew past. Yet it was not Toria who caused the commotion, as the ward used her ability to deflect the wooden daggers from hitting any of them. Her quick tornado ceased, and Faythe used the distraction to rise to her feet and turn to face the loud intrusion. When she did, she audibly gasped at the sight. A brilliant white lion, too large to be of nature, and too perfect in color. Every guard backed away in terror as the beast growled at them in untamed malice. The vibration of its roar was felt over the stone beneath her feet. Faythe held no fear and did not cower away from it. Her shock turned into relief and joy so overwhelming, she let out a short sob as one word, one name, echoed through her to fill her with strength and hope. Raylan. His eyes met hers with the thought, and his looked softened, curled lips falling back over powerful teeth in his legendary form. Then, after a bright flare of white light, there he was, shape-shifted back into the intimidating fey male who had every other in the room retreating in fear. Faythe wanted to go to him, but halted her near step as a flood of crimson coats started to file in behind the general. They were all beautifully uniformed and held a lethal focus to protect and defend. It was admirable to see their neat lines and perfect form in the current chaos of the throne room. Everything was silent. Then the Ryanel soldiers cut down the middle, stepping to the side to allow someone to pass. Not just anyone. Faythe had never met him, but she had caught a glimpse of the mighty ruler through Varlas's memory. King Agalor Ashfire of Ryanel. She didn't have it in her at that moment to question how they gained access into the city, never mind all the way through the castle. Their forces were fabled, but still, she was struck by how easy they made it seem. It was no wonder the two kings behind her required something more than an army to conquer their ally kingdom. The king of Ryanel passed the final line of soldiers and came to stand with Raylan halfway across the hall. The general's piercing blue eyes only left her to keep track of the monster behind her, silently calculating every possible way to get between them before the High Pharaoh King could strike with the blade he still held. Faythe struggled to believe he was even here at all, too stunned to fear the threat that loomed imminently at her back. She couldn't even turn to gauge Orlon's reaction, though she imagined he was livid at the mockery Rionel made of his defenses. When Faythe tore her eyes from Raylan, she was instantly met with those of Agalor. She recoiled a fraction, not expecting the ruler to pay her any attention at all, never mind the lingering look of what she could only decipher as shock.
"This is an act of war,"
Orlon thundered. Agalor slid his gaze up to the king behind her, not in the least bit fazed by the malice in his tone. "No, Orlon. You took that first step yourself." His voice was deep, calm. He took another step forward, and Raylan drew his sword before following. Agalor switched his gaze to Varlas. "Though I was greatly disappointed to learn of your collusion against me, how many times have we defended your border? Still do, in fact." Faythe felt awkward at the center of the royal feud. She didn't have to try to feel the waves of anger, distrust, and sadness between the three rulers. She would have stepped out of the way, but it strangely didn't feel appropriate to do so. Agalor's gaze traveled to Nick, and then over the rest of Faythe's friends, who were now standing still under the threat of many swords from the Dark Guards. "I see not even your own blood agrees with your actions this time, Orlon. If this is how you treat your kin, I feel gravely for the citizens of your kingdom." Then his face fell bored. Despite being a king, she couldn't believe his audacity. "Now, why don't you let these unfortunate humans go so we can discuss serious matters?"
"You arrived just in time, Agalor,"
Orlon said in a controlled rage.
"The fun is only just beginning. Allow me to demonstrate a just punishment for one who dares to defy. Treason demands death."
Faythe knew he would be bracing to raise his sword to her again, yet the voice of the Rionel king thundered to halt him once more.
"You will not harm her, Orlon."
Agalor's tone of voice as he called out to save her was different. Faythe stared at him wide-eyed, shocked by his unexpected intervention, the command that sounded like fear laced with desperation. It was enough to pause her execution, but she didn't dare turn around. At the same time, Raylan raised his free arm, and the gesture of his hand immediately disrupted the hall with echoes of shuffling, as the front row of Rionel's soldiers became equipped as archers in a few impressively fast seconds. Faythe went rigid in fear, ice dousing her, as she looked along the line of lethal arrow tips pointed in her direction. Their aim was on the king behind her, but she couldn't soothe her terror that just one of them might be a fraction off the mark and would hit her instead. In a delayed counter-response, those in the High Pharaoh and Elmstone ranks who were equipped with a bow drew their arrows and fixed their aim on Agalor. Faythe's chest grew heavy with the anxiety that one slip-up from the archers on either side could erupt into chaos and tragedy. She found the air too thick to inhale as she waited for the next move. There was no sure outcome in their mutually compromised positions. Every slight flicker of movement made her flinch. Anger rippled off the king at her back for the threat of the many iron-tipped arrows that now targeted him. Despite this, he chuckled darkly.
"I knew you held sympathy for them, Agalor. You always have been weak, but even you are not foolish enough to come to the defense of a nothing human."
Orlon spat the word, and she jerked, feeling him close in behind. Then his voice dropped as he pondered his thoughts out loud.
"What is it about you, Faythe?"
She couldn't be sure what he meant by the wandering question, and couldn't form a single thought of her own when she felt warm breath brush her ear at his proximity. His hand came up and slid over her shoulder, fingers curling around her throat, but not with tightening force. Raylan's eyes flashed a dark shade of fury as he jolted a step forward at the contact. Faythe turned painfully stiff under the king's repulsive touch. His face inched so close to hers, she heard his deep inhale, which tremored down her spine and knotted her stomach. She would have doubled over to retch, but she swallowed intermittently to force back her nausea at his dark caress. Her heart pounded faster with every slow, passing second, close to rupturing inside her ribcage. He could crush her neck before she even felt the pain. Then Orlon retreated from her suddenly and all at once. "Impossible," he muttered slowly, quietly. The disbelief in his voice had her looking to the general for answers. Both he and the Ryanel king stiffened their posture as if bracing to advance, and deep-seated fear filled their eyes at whatever Orlon concluded. Then his rumbling laughter chilled her to her core, darkly jovial in contrast to the fear and tension that choked the air in the room. "It's almost too perfect to be true. Your compassion for the humans makes clear sense now, as we all look upon the product of your distasteful infatuation." Faythe kept her eyes on Raylan to try to understand Orlon's words and gauge his movements at her back. She jerked violently when she felt his fingers graze over her shoulder again, tenderly sweeping her hair back to expose her neck. "What a prize I have held all this time," he said in quiet admiration. Then the griffin behind locked eyes with the phoenix in front. "I'm going to take far greater delight in this, knowing that with her life, I will break yours, Agalor." The world seemed to slow as the eyes of those in front of her went wide with panic. Faythe knew what was coming. The promise of a steel-kissed death loomed behind her. Raylan moved faster than she'd ever seen him react, but even he could not outrun the blade that fell. His face was pale with fear as he raced for her, and she had to look away. Faythe owed her friends one final farewell, and only hoped they could see the apology in her eyes for bringing this mess and danger into their lives. Then she closed her eyes, perhaps in cowardice, as she couldn't stand for any of their distraught faces to be the last thing she saw as she met her end. With a deep inhale, she braced herself. The echo of clashing blades pierced a shrill cry through her ears, mere inches above her head. Faythe's eyes snapped open. She turned and was struck by a phantom spear of ice instead of steel. It was not the crossed swords hovering dangerously close that hitched her breath, but the sight of the young guard who'd saved her life. Caius, gods above. Caius held firm against the strength of Orlon, pushing off his blade. It forced the king back a step. His black eyes blazed in animalistic fury, and he didn't hesitate for a second to advance again toward the guard. Instead of raising his sword, Caius let his only weapon, his only defense, his only shield, slip right from his grasp. Faythe's eyes swelled, and her mouth parted, but her scream caught in her throat, gripped by terror at listening to the steel echo off the marble floor. She couldn't move, couldn't hear, couldn't cry out. Caius reached for something else from underneath his cloak, but it did nothing to stop the pharaoh's sword that plunged straight through his abdomen. Time slowed to a crawl and wouldn't reverse. Faythe struggled to accept the fatal maneuver that sealed Caius's fate. He spluttered, falling to his knees. When he did, she beheld the glittering black cuffs around the king's wrists. Shackles, crafted of magestone. She couldn't believe it. Caius had indicated he'd failed in getting the shackles from Marlowe, who Faythe supplied the material to after a lone trip to the caves below. But all this time, he was saving them for this moment. She didn't know why he chose to keep it from her. Perhaps some foolish notion to try to protect her instead. It was a heart-shattering thought that crushed her soul, as the price for it would now be his life. His, when it should have been hers on the receiving end of the king's sword. Faythe wasn't capable of feeling an ounce of relief or joy at the sight of Orlon incapacitated. He cried out in anguish as the iridescent stone took effect, and his knees gave out to hit the floor. Nick moved to poise a blade over his father's chest for extra measure. Caius had saved them all. Her eyes fixed on him, clutching the fatal wound that poured sickening amounts of his blood out across the white marble. Faythe couldn't tear her eyes away from the river of dark crimson. Her heart pounded, and she breathed hard, watching the flow of blood run faster and faster. She heard shuffling around her as the guards in black darted to go to the aid of their fallen master. Her rage was a storm, canceling out all thoughts of mercy and reasoning. She felt her chaos build and turn all-consuming. She wanted to stop them, to kill them, before they could reach Caius. She needed more time with the Fae whose breaths were numbered, yet they closed in like merciless wraiths to rob her of the chance. Faythe tracked the glistening line of red, compelled by it, while ancient words whispered from her mouth of their own accord. A spell so dark and forgotten. The blood met its target, and she watched the item drink its key as she uttered the final verse. The blood box bound by Caius. She'd asked him to seal it as someone she trusted, someone who had proven their undying loyalty, and someone the king would least suspect. Faythe had taken the task of sealing the box alone, so the king could not find out through anyone else's mind who harbored the key. Faster than she remembered, perhaps even imagined in her desperation, the seal of the box glowed before turning clockwise. A wave of immense power blasted from it like a physical blow the moment the closure came loose. Faythe braced her legs and stood firm, recklessly exposing herself to the unearthly magic, allowing it to pierce her being. It ripped through her like a gale in staggering amounts. Straightening, she yielded to that blazing power. It had no beginning and no end, an unparalleled and unforgiving surge of energy not bound for her world. Her veins caught fire, but she fought against letting it consume her. Faythe harnessed that power, adding impossible heights to her ability within. It would kill her, but not before she used it to unleash her rage and retribution. The guards in black darted toward her, and they were fast. But Faythe's senses were wide and clear, with a reach far surpassing even those of a Fae. She could hear the pulse of every mind at once, could see every flicker of motion without looking. Before they could take another step, Faythe seized control of every mind who dared to move. Chapter 55. Raylan. Raylan had never seen anything like it in his 400 years. Faythe glowed under the power of the ruin. He could feel it coursing through the room as well as his own self. Otherworldly power that didn't belong in their realm, and certainly not within a human. Within her upturned palms, matching symbols glowed. A downward-pointing triangle within a circle, a single line struck through its circumference. It rang of faint familiarity, but he couldn't be sure where he'd seen such an ancient mark before, and couldn't focus on anything else in that moment except Faythe. It was a miracle she still stood alive. Raylan thanked the spirits for it. Not for long, however, as she would soon be consumed by it if she kept holding on. 13 Fey guards who moved to aid their fallen king were now paralyzed by Faythe's influence. It shouldn't be possible, yet there she was, like a storm of light as the air stirred around her and her veins pulsed bright. The whole hall gawked at her in silence, then began to retreat with absolute terror on their faces. Raylan matched them, his own immense fear a kind he'd never felt before, but not for what Faythe could do. He feared for her life, which counted down in precious minutes. While everyone wisely sought distance from her, he advanced toward her, cautiously, figuring one wrong move could trigger an attack on him too, if she mistook him for the enemy. Her splayed palms and tense arms trembled, as if she held an invisible tether to each of the dark guards through every one of her fingertips. She looked deathly pale and slick with sweat. She was faltering and would die if she continued to harness the ruin's power. The guards choked and spluttered. Then, all in unison, they were brought to their knees, backs arched while their faces contorted in invisible agony. Raylan swallowed hard, throat dry as bone at the horrifying notion she could bend so many wills at once. Faythe didn't look at him as he edged closer, and mercifully, she didn't turn on him with her deadly power. He sheathed his sword as he approached, taking the final steps until he was standing right in front of her. She didn't pay him any attention, refused to release her hold on the guards who threatened her, or, more importantly, threatened her friends and the young guard as he drew his final breaths. She was protecting them all, even if the cost was her life. "Faythe," he said quietly, carefully. He got no response, and her trembling turned more violent. Raylan surged with urgency. "Faythe, look at me. You have to let go." His tone turned desperate, but she gave no indication she even heard him. He tried to reach her another way. "I see you, Faythe. I see you. And I hear you." Her gold eyes snapped to his then, blazing so bright they glowed like molten ore. Yet she still did not release the minds she held. "I'll kill every single Fey in this room if they dare to take one step toward you. You need to let go." "I can't." Her response was weak, and his eyes widened a fraction in realization. She had lost her control, her own will, to the power of the ruin, and she was fading fast. In a moment of sheer panic, Raylan reached for her, damning the risks as he wrapped his hands around her forearms. She instantly gripped onto him too, as if desperate for the release she knew he could give her, or rather, take from her. The power that raged from her was almost enough to bring him to his knees. But Raylan clenched his teeth and held firm, taking as much of her heightened ability as he could bear in its moment of full, unearthly strength. It pulsed through him, through them, like its own physical life source, and he battled to hold it in. Faythe gasped, grappling to stay standing as the darkness threatened to draw her under. He pulled her to him, one arm going around her waist to take her weight. "I can't," she repeated, head dipping while she fought for consciousness. "Raylan, I can't hold on." "Yes, you can, Faythe. Look at me," he pleaded. She did as he commanded, her tired look laced with the pain he wished to take from her. He raised a hand to her cheek. "I've got you. I am with you. Always. Don't stop looking at me." Faythe leaned into his palm, her lids fluttering with the claim the darkness tried to stake. Silver lined the fire in her eyes as they strained to hold his. "Always," she echoed in a whisper. Raylan's heart was hard in his chest, drumming with a fear so great while each second passed with uncertainty. The room around them disappeared, the world around them faded, and there was nothing that mattered but her. The tears in her eyes lapped waves over the sun that was devoured in her irises. She didn't blink, neither did he, afraid it would be enough to make her vanish. He felt her within, a tether he gripped with everything he had, taking the strain as she faltered. "I've got you." His thumb traced over her cheekbone. "Stay with me." With his soothing words, he felt her reaching for that tether too, and the tension slackened as she slowly reeled back from the brink of oblivion. Raylan's ability worked with hers. Her power filtered through him, taming the wild storm and returning it back to her in calm, lapping waves. Slowly, he felt Faythe regain control of herself, and it dropped the ton weight of relief in his stomach. Her breathing was severely labored, but she was no longer rapidly fading as she fought back. Within her own self, she fought to stay alive against the damned odds. "I see you too, Raylan. I see you, and I hear you." The words crushed him with elation, and he released a long breath. Both of them focused and reeled back their abilities, slowly letting it dissolve until it was no longer a life-threatening force. He was close to burning out, and knew she was several steps closer. All at once, Faythe let go completely. The guards around them fell, spluttering for air as the hold on their minds was released. Raylan didn't register any of it, keeping his strength and attention on Faythe as the power within her slowly fizzled out to no longer consume her body. Her golden eyes dulled of their ethereal brightness as she held his stare. Then she fell limp. Raylan gripped her tighter, lowering them both to the ground until they were on their knees, forgetting all about the room full of spectators who watched in utter silence. Her forehead rested against his chest as she gasped for breath. Raylan also felt the exertion of the short pulse of all-consuming energy, and he couldn't stand to think what it would have felt like for her, in a human body. "You came back," she said through a short breath. He broke at the disbelief in her voice, smoothing his palm over the hair at her nape. "I never left." Faythe peeled her head back to look up at him. Exhaustion trembled her breathing, and sweat gleamed on her too pale face. Her brow pinched in confusion, but when she opened her mouth to speak, coughing from behind stole her attention and brought them back to the scene of chaos and destruction in the throne room. With a sharp inhale, Faythe whirled, swaying sideward. Raylan flinched to catch her, but she regained her own balance before shuffling over to the fallen Fae guard. He knew Caius vaguely from his time in High Pharaoh. The guard was always kind to Faythe, but their relationship clearly went deeper at the complete heartbreak on her face. Raylan was torn about leaving her to have her last moment with him. He wanted them to have as much privacy as the situation would allow, but he felt compelled to be at her side. He stood, making the short steps in silence before kneeling down again beside her. Faythe held Caius's hand. Her soft sobs pulled at something within Raylan, and he wished he could console her. The prince also dropped to one knee to watch in painful silence. Then the Finstead princess came to stand behind Nick with a hand on his shoulder. Finally, Faythe's human companions came to be at their fallen friend's side, all of them grief-stricken in their own separate ways. Caius kept his gaze on Faythe. Despite everything, despite the minutes that counted down to his last breath, the young guard smiled at her. "I can take away your pain," her voice croaked. Raylan had to clench his fists at the noise. Caius managed a slight shake of the head, knowing if she pushed herself to use her ability now, it would cause her harm. Raylan wanted to thank him, even though he hardly knew the Fae. His unfaltering courage was rare. He'd saved Faythe. Then he'd saved them all. "Did we win?" Faythe nodded as a tear rolled from her face and dropped to the floor. "You saved me." Caius huffed a weak laugh, wincing in pain as he clutched his abdomen. "I don't know what I was thinking." His head began to drop to the side. Faythe tugged on his arm with a high-pitched whimper, and his tired gaze snapped back to her. Blood still flowed over his blanched skin. He was fading fast. "Can you promise me something?" Raylan saw it then. A fear that only crossed the eyes of the dying. A fear he had felt himself before and consoled in so many others who hadn't been so lucky to have been pulled back from death's door. Cruel taunts of an unfulfilled existence, unsated desires, and lost dreams. Raylan saw and felt it as he gazed over Caius's haunted face. His chest pained for the Fae while death gripped him with that tragic terror. Faythe's broken voice sliced right through him. "Anything. I don't want to be forgotten. Never." Her answer was fierce but tight, as if a shard of glass had cut up her throat. "I promise." "It's okay," Caius whispered slowly, seeing the devastation on her face. Faythe shook her head. "It should have been me." Raylan's panic rose at the mere thought. Caius squeezed her hand weakly. "No, it shouldn't have been. Make this world the one we all dream of. Make it rise." His breath spluttered, and he rasped. "Make it rise from the ashes, Faythe." "I need you with me to do it, Caius. Please," she begged, but her voice broke, casting her eyes skyward with a desperate plea. "I'm right here." Caius pointed to her chest with the hand she held and tapped weakly over her heart. "I'm always right here." His eyes started to drop and flutter. Faythe choked a sob and gripped his hand tighter, as if it would somehow tether him to their world a little longer. Caius's lids fell over vacant eyes and did not open again. His breath shallowed until it became almost undetectable. Then his body stilled. Caius was gone. Faythe buried her face into him. Her cries, God's, her cries, were the only sound. They echoed heartbreakingly around the hall, while everyone stood still in desolate, palpable silence. Raylan looked up, stunned by what he saw. It started with the guards in royal blue, Caius's companion soldiers. One by one, they dropped to a knee, heads bowing low in grief for their fallen comrade. But it didn't stop with High Pharaoh. The kings stayed standing, but behind them, waves of deep purple and crimson joined them to pay tribute, in mutual loss, as allies. The battle between their kings didn't change the righteousness in their hearts. Faythe's trembling began to ease slowly, and she pulled back to stare at the peaceful Fae, still gripping his hand. Raylan didn't disturb her for a long moment, letting her say her final goodbyes. Then, when everyone rose again behind them, he placed a hand on her back without thinking and spoke softly.
It's time to let go. He watched her forehead crease with an unfathomable pain as she fought another drowning wave of grief. Faythe closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, before gently placing Caius's hand over his chest. With one last lingering look of despair, she straightened her back. Along with her posture, the expression on Faythe's tear-stained face turned to steel. Her eyes filled with an ice-cold glaze. She went to rise and didn't protest as he helped her. Then she turned to the hall of onlookers, golden orbs blazing like tangible flame in her sorrow and anger. "This is senseless," she said, her voice low but compelling, striking everyone to listen. Raylan should have stopped her before she could continue, knowing she was about to address the kings in a manner that would warrant her execution. Yet she had every right to direct her hostility their way, as it had resulted in the death of an innocent, a friend. He knew then he would stand by her side if any of them, including his own king, thought to punish her for it. "You all hide behind high walls, yet you have already let the enemy inside. The seed of destruction has been planted, and you watered it with your revenge and greed. Without this alliance, the war is already lost. Without the strength of unity, we will all fall." Raylan watched her in awe. He wasn't alone, all eyes fixed on her, not with outrage or disgust, but in stunned agreement, floods of crimson, blue, and purple, all brought to common ground by a voice of reason, by faith. She didn't seek revenge, only unity, to fight a far greater evil that was still to come. A wicked voice cut through the thick tension. "Who do you think you are to speak out, girl?" Faythe turned to look down on the king of High Pharaoh, but she didn't get a chance to unleash the wrath that flashed in her eyes at his words, when another voice answered for her from across the hall. "She is her mother's daughter." Aguilar stared wide-eyed at Faythe. The uncanny resemblance was enough to erase any doubt about who she was. It wasn't only her mother she took after in appearance. "My daughter," he little more than whispered. Faythe heard it clear enough, and he saw as much as felt the clash of emotions that lapped over her. The revelation must be sending her already tired-out mind into a wild frenzy. Raylan knew before she turned her head to catch his gaze that this news would finally call upon the darkness that begged her to rest. Her look was a simple, silent plea for help, and he caught her before she had the chance to fall. Chapter 56. Faythe. Faythe sat by the warmth of the fire in her rooms. It was the first time she had been able to sit up for long enough to leave the confines of her bed in days. A healer had visited multiple times, and her physical body was near healed from the abrasions of her shackles and aching bones from her nights in the stone cell. Jacon and Marlowe occupied the rooms beside Faythe's and frequently checked in on her, more than she liked sometimes. It wasn't that she didn't want to see them, but as with Nick and Toria's visits, Faythe had very little to say. She refused to address the world-shifting revelation that had been thrown down at the worst possible moment. She even refused to see Raylan at all following the events in the throne room. Since then, she had all but made herself numb to everything. Pain, grief, shock. She was overcome with it all, and just one thought away from shattering internally. She couldn't think about the Ryanel King's claim, didn't want to believe it. So she let heartbreak become the overbearing emotion, grieved the loss of her friend. Faythe was doused in guilt.
In all her twisted thinking that she should distance herself from her friends and push Raylan away to prevent the Dresser's foretold dire events from coming to pass, she had failed to include the young guard in her worries over who would be taken from her. She could have said more to get him to leave. She could have tried harder. Caius was a dear friend and ally, a dreamer of a better world, and his loss was unbearable. Faythe couldn't help but think he deserved to be here far more than she. The door behind her opened slowly without a knock. She didn't need Faythe's senses to know the pattern of entry was not consistent with any of her friends. Or perhaps she was gathering a sixth sense for the general. She felt him approach hesitantly, giving her the chance to cast him out as she had done already, 3 times. But not this time. She knew she would have to face him sooner or later. Later would be Caius's funeral. She didn't want the weight of anything else bearing heavily down on her for that. So she let Raylan walk all the way up to where she sat, but she didn't turn to look at him. Instead, she chose to watch the dance of the flames in the fire pit, a sight that once comforted her, strengthened her, now filled her with unease at its resemblance to the firebird, to Ryanel. "How are you feeling?" Raylan's voice was soft and concerned. How she felt. No words existed to convey the depth of her guilt and heartache. She didn't respond. Raylan wordlessly took up the armchair opposite. Neither of them spoke for a long moment. She was conflicted about what she wanted to say to him. Eventually, she settled on, "How long have you known?" She looked to him then, needing to see the truth on his face as he answered. Raylan's brow creased into a frown. Faint dispute filtered into his expression, as if the question had him pondering 2 things at once. He didn't meet her eye, only stared with steely features into the amber sparks. He chose his words carefully. "Since the day I met you." Faythe wanted to be angry he kept it from her. She deserved to know. As they came to know each other, started to get close, he still chose to harbor the secret. Yet the emotion failed her when their gazes locked, and pain glittered in the night sky of his eyes. She couldn't bring herself to add to it. "I guess it doesn't matter anyway," she muttered. "What do you mean?" "You know what I mean. Wouldn't you want to give Ryanel a chance, to learn where you came from?" "I have everything I need here. I don't wish for more than that," she said, but she hated that it felt like a lie, weighing heavier as she voiced it. "That's bullshit, and you know it." She flinched a little as he bounded to his feet. "You can try to fool everyone else, but I see you, Faythe Ashfire. What are you so afraid of?" His passion stunned her for a moment. Then his use of the foreign name struck her like an awakening. Her breathing stilled, and she felt a surge of something that kindled like a proud flame in her chest. She quickly doused the shallow fire with the waves of her guilt and grief. She didn't deserve to have her ordinary name coupled with that of a mighty house. She wasn't worthy of it. "This isn't a fairy tale, Raylan. A human doesn't just get given a crown and a throne because of some claim to a name she wasn't even raised with. You may not have been raised with the Ashfire name, but you were born with it. By rights, it is yours, and you will rise to it. I've seen it, Faythe. You don't need a crown or a throne or a damn thing to tell you who you are." His words left her conflicted. Humble pride fought with a hideous seed of doubt that grew the longer she pondered the prospect. I have no place in a foreign kingdom. No one will accept me there. I don't belong there. Yes, you do. I think you've known that for some time now. And I think acknowledging that is what scares you the most. Against the pain that ached in her dormant bones, Faythe rose to her feet. What scares me the most is that I am nothing. It came out as a plea of defeat to get him to understand why she was not worth his determination. I am nothing but a half-breed nobody with an ability that should never have come to exist. Caius is dead. He died to save my abominable existence. I have no claim to anything, no place, and it's better for everyone if I remain here, silent and hidden. This is where I belong. To her surprise, Raylan looked quietly furious at her outburst. Is that what you really think? It's what everyone will think. His eyes flashed as he took a step closer. Let me tell you something, Faythe. This idea you've created, that your worth is somehow merited by your blood, is wrong. A muscle in his jaw flexed. Who you are, who you become, that's all on you in what you choose to make of the life you've been given. Don't make yours a waste. Don't throw away your chance to live beyond merely existing. Faythe's argument faltered. Her face wrinkled at hearing the words she so desperately needed to counter the demons inside her mind. He won't accept me. The fear escaped her lips in a traitorous whisper. The despairing thought had tormented her for days. A thought so painful, it made her shrink back into her confused and vulnerable child self, whose only wish was to know what it was like to have a father. Being confronted with it now, knowing what she was, Nick's words replayed in her head and taunted her mercilessly. Fey fathers who refuse to tarnish their name with a half-breed. You're wrong. Raylan's hard look softened, and he took another step until he was close enough to touch. By announcing who you are in that throne room, he has already accepted you, Faythe. His hand came up to hold her chin, forcing her to stare into his searching blue eyes. Now, it's your turn. All she could do was hold his gaze of encouragement, wanting so desperately to surrender, to believe his words and take the leap with him. But all she could see was the burden she would become. To him, to Ryanel, and to Agalor. This is my home, she said firmly. Raylan's expression twitched with the protests he refrained from speaking. His hand dropped, coldness embracing her whole body in its absence. When you leave to go back to Ryanel, I won't be coming with you. He shook his head as he paced away from her, and she tried to ignore the twist in her gut at his obvious disappointment. I can't tell you what to do, but I knew your mother, Liliana. She was Ryanel's queen, even without the marriage to Agalor. Not because of what she was to him, but because of her love and devotion to the kingdom and its people. She knew where she belonged. Raylan burned as bright as the phoenix of the kingdom he spoke of with such passion. He looked to her with that fierce fire in his eyes, so intense she felt it like heat on her skin, igniting within. When you figure that out, Faythe Ashfire will be waiting for you. Raylan didn't give her time to form a response before he turned to leave. She wasn't even sure she had one, as her mouth fell open at his declaration and the mention of her mother. It didn't cross her mind that he would have been alive to know her. He perhaps knew her better than Faythe did, after losing her at such a young age. A part of her wanted to go after him. In some ways, being close to him would also bring her closer to her mother, as would the king of Ryanel, her father. She felt dizzy in her thoughts and fell back into her seat, sinking lower at hearing her door click shut behind the general. She wouldn't give in to the temptation. Not when Nig would be crowned king with the exposure of his father's cruel intentions. The guards had obeyed their prince's orders to take Orlon to the castle dungeons, where he currently rotted along with his secret guard. A new dawn was coming, and High Pharaoh would thrive once again. It was an age she had only ever dreamed of seeing unfold, and she'd be damned if she left now. Amber torched the sky as Caius's body was laid to rest upon the tall pyre engulfed in flames. It was nightfall, and the spitting hues of yellow and red were vibrant against the dark sky. Smoke climbed, and she imagined it carrying his spirit high while his ashes fell to feed the soil below. Faythe stood silent and alone as her friends gave her space to grieve. She felt nothing. Not anymore, as a numbness so detaching had settled for her to be able to leave the confines of her rooms. She'd cried, tormented, for days in solitude, but it would never change the fact Caius was gone. Loss was an eternal shadow. It had clung to her since her mother's passing, and thickened the moment the light in Caius' eyes went out. It wouldn't diffuse with time. It couldn't be banished with happiness. But it could ease with acceptance, just enough for those still living to bear the passing seasons for however many years they had left in this world. Death was a force that could not be fought, and time was its cunning accomplice. For nothing could prevent death's claim once it sank its claws, and no amount of time could erase the pain it left behind. Faythe planned to make it count, to honor Caius's life, the life of the human boy whose life she took, and for every other innocent who had been forfeited in a war that was not of their choosing. In aid of a better world, like the soul of the dreamer believed in. It was time to fight back. In their names, with her last breath, if the end demanded it. She couldn't deny the inferno before her brought forth the other heavy burden on her mind. Every now and then, she thought she saw the arms of flame cast out like wings and take flight to join the stars, before dispersing as falling embers. The cowardly part of her didn't want to face it. She'd made her choice to stay in High Pharaoh, and had no desire to know her father. Even as she thought it, her mind chastised her for the lie. She'd been dealing with the internal tornado of emotions for the past 5 days. King Agalor was said to retreat his forces by morning, and with them, she would likely not see Raylan again either. She refused to acknowledge her sadness over that particular fact. The general had saved her, brought her back when she lost herself to the power of the temple ruin, and risked his own life to do so. It was a debt she didn't think she'd ever be able to repay. She had nothing to offer him, and nothing to offer the kingdom of the Phoenix. After a few quiet minutes in front of the pyre, she felt Jacon's presence. She didn't turn to him as he spoke. "I told him to protect you," he said, achingly quiet. His voice was thick with regret and remorse. When she glanced over at him, Jacon was staring into the flames, face distraught, as if he somehow thought it was his fault. Faythe slid her hand into his and squeezed. He didn't look at her, but she felt him return the gesture weakly. "Caius chose to save us all," she said in solace. "It's our job to make sure it wasn't in vain." Jackon's throat bobbed, holding back the pain he wanted to unleash. Faythe had never seen him cry, not once in over 10 years. Yet now, silver glistened in his eyes, and the stray tear that fell shattered another piece of her fractured heart. He took a long breath to calm himself, quickly swiping the wetness from his cheek. "It's not over, is it?" Faythe had no answer to the question that kept them from being able to move on completely. She had to look away. "I think it's barely begun," she answered honestly. Marlowe came up to her right, and Faythe turned to her. They exchanged a crinkled look filled with heartache, their faces mirroring their unspoken longing, and fell into each other's arms wordlessly. "I'm sorry," Faythe whispered. Marlowe's arms clutched her a little tighter. "Me too." When she pulled back, the blacksmith's eyes sparkled as flames danced through the tears pooling in them. "You are the strongest of us all, Marlowe. The burdens you carry. I'm sorry I was not there for you when you needed me. I thought you were better off without me. But I was wrong. So wrong. I realize now, we're stronger together, and we need each other." A tear gathered and fell over her glowing porcelain cheek. Faythe's hand lifted to swipe it away with a sad smile. "Can you forgive me?" Marlowe nodded, her face easing to return to its delicate softness. "Of course. But only if you can forgive me in return. I was hurting and overwhelmed and angry, and I took it out on you. Blamed you, when I knew it wasn't entirely your fault." Faythe pulled her into another embrace, feeling the darkness lighten enough for her to breathe easy, knowing there was no longer a rift between them. "There is nothing to forgive. You had every right to feel the way you did. It was my fault. But I won't ever stop fighting for you. Both of you." They broke apart, and Faythe turned to Jackon, whose expression lifted as he observed them. Faythe's lips upturned contentedly, and she linked arms with him, head tilting to rest on his shoulder, while Marlowe folded into her other side. For one small, suspended moment in time, the three friends stood in front of the flames, listening to the crackle of splitting timber and watching the rain of fire stars. Faythe allowed herself to feel the small essence of joy that weaved through her melancholy chest. She cast her eyes to the sky as she silently, painfully thanked Caius in one last internal farewell, and recalled his final words as a vow she would never forget. "Make it rise from the ashes." Marlowe's careful voice broke their mournful silence. "Will you go to Ryanel?" Faythe shook her head. "My home is here, with both of you." Her answering look filled Faythe with dread. She had come to know when Marlowe was speaking to her as more than just a friend, as an oracle. "You shouldn't give up on the chance to know where you came from. I think there is still so much for you to learn, Faythe. The answers you've silently sought are close." Faythe felt foolish for wanting to protest to stay, as if she needed permission. "She's right." Faythe whipped her head to Jackon. His look was pained at the thought of her leaving, but he smiled in understanding. "You deserve a chance to have a relationship with your father. And if you decide the South isn't all it's made out to be, you will always have a home to come back to here in High Faro." She held his eyes filled with encouragement, and in his smile of love, there was a silent push. He was setting her free. He wouldn't object if she went to Ryanel because he would always be here, and nothing, no one could stop her from seeing him anymore. And should you decide to stay in Ryanel permanently, damn if you don't think we'll be heading south too," he added, fitting an arm across her shoulders to pull her to him. Faythe held on to her reservations. She had been separated from them once before. "We only just got each other back." Marlowe gently squeezed the arm hooked around Faythe's waist. "Exactly. There is no one keeping us apart anymore, and no one ever will again. But this is your destiny, Faythe. Whatever land or sea stretches between us can always be traveled. We will always make our way back to each other." She cast her eyes back to Jacon. His smile was unburdened and bright as he looked between her and Marlowe. "What if I don't fit in there?" Faythe asked, admitting the fear that had clouded her mind ever since she saw the path to Ryanel as a viable option. She was only human, only Faythe, a far cry from any semblance of Fae prestige. And to know she would be trading one castle for another. She couldn't ignore where she came from. The sorry, abandoned hut, and her careless but impoverished childhood with Jacon. Faythe wouldn't change her past for the world. Not the days they passed on an empty belly in the early years when neither of them were old enough to find proper work. Not the nights that were so bitterly cold they pushed their cots together in the feeble space and stole burlap sacks to use as extra blankets. Not the days she cried endlessly for her mother and wondered what she had done to deserve to be alone in the world. But Faythe was never alone. Not since the day Jacon entered her life and became her family. For the person she held tightly in her arms in that moment, for him, she would do it all over again. No matter what she learned of her father and why her mother robbed her of the bond they could have had, she would always have him to come home to. Jacon, Marlowe, Nick, and Toria. Her unbreakable found family. "You weren't born to fit in, Faythe," Jacon answered with a hint of amusement that lifted the somber mood. She smiled, finding comfort in the vibrations against his chest as he spoke. "Not as Faythe Acklin, or the gold-eyed shadow, or as a Nashfire." He took her shoulders, peeling her from his body to look her straight in the eye. "It's time for you to embrace that free spirit of yours. It's time for you to fly." Her chest opened up with light that chased the shadows of uncertainty away. Her breathing came easier, clearer, no longer choked by her reserves and protests as she beheld the fierce look in his brown eyes and the warm smile that reassured her nothing could ever sway his opinion of her. No name nor title could waver their bond. And upon turning to Marlowe and seeing the blacksmith's nod of silent agreement, it was all she could do to refrain from pulling her into an embrace of endless gratitude. Her emotions darted between nerves, excitement, and liberation. This was her choice. She was no longer tethered here by a wicked king or spirit bound to the eternal woods. Her heart beat full and free as she realized her life belonged all to her once again. She would be no one's burden but her own. The door to Faythe's cage had been opened, and now all she had to do was dare to fly free. Chapter 57. Nicolaius. The Prince of High Pharaoh wore a brave mask as he entered the castle dungeons. He asked the guards to wait outside while he entered the cell block, needing to be alone for this harrowing task. Nick spotted his father immediately, leaning against the back of the dark stone and iron cell. It relieved him that the monster was caged, but equally broke him that it wore his father's face. A once proud and mighty king, used and discarded like an overworked toy. He tried to convince himself there was nothing of his father left, that he died over 100 years ago when his heart was turned by the spirit of death in Ryanel. He had to believe there was no saving him as Aurealis claimed. It was the only way he would be able to carry out what needed to be done. After witnessing the king's madness in the throne room, the guards, the real blue-coated High Pharaoh warriors, obeyed his commands without a thought once it became safe to do so. His fears that they too had turned their backs on him dissolved the moment they seized his father instead of him, when Caius rendered him incapacitated with the magestone shackles. It was a moment Nick would never forget. He would always remember the young Faythe for his bravery and sacrifice in saving Faythe's life and ending the reign of terror at the hands of the king. The magestone was a stroke of brilliance on Faythe's part, and brave Caius carried through on her plan when all hope was almost lost. His father still wore those bonds that took away his Faythe's strength, chained to the back wall like a dog. Nick pushed his personal feelings aside as he unlocked the iron door and stepped inside. Orlon stared at him through a stranger's black eyes, with no regret or remorse for the events he caused. Despite everything he'd done, killing his mother, conspiring a war, and ruling with merciless malice, Nick's anger and hatred toward his father was overshadowed by another crushing emotion: guilt. That he had believed all this time it truly was his father who committed such heinous crimes over the past century.
"Ah, Nicolaus, my son,"
he drawled mockingly.
"And the biggest disappointment of my immortal life."
It was his father's voice, but not his words. The male he knew, the one who raised him. He was not the one who looked up at him with cold loathing now.
"You're weak, you're spineless, and you let your emotions get in the way of what needs to be done. I saw the future for this kingdom. Power, strength. I did not spend my life building it all so you could simply let it fall with your soft heart."
His father spat. Nick's jaw tensed, and it was as much emotion as he would show as he raised his chin. "You're right. You led these people. You built this kingdom." He took a step forward. "Then you died at the hands of Dakotas a century ago, and so your reign should have too." The king's black eyes blazed in fury, and he knew he'd struck the right chord. "My only regret is that I didn't realize it sooner." He would forever harbor the guilt of failing his father. Nick looked down at those black eyes, trying to detach his father's face from the evil lurking within as it glared back at him with a powerful malice. He locked away all personal feelings behind a steel guard, going on to address the demon within. "Did you know of the creature in the caves below the castle?" Orlon stayed silent, but in the faint flecks of his eyes, Nick saw the recognition. He huffed a humorless laugh. "Of course you did. You were the one ordering for it to be kept fed. But why?" Nick paced the cell, trying to put the scattered pieces of the puzzle together.
"You will not stand against the might of the Dark Fae, Prince."
Nick halted, eyes snapping back to hold its black depths. It was a snarl meant to scare him, but instead, it gave Nick the confirmation he sought, one that inspired a horrible feeling of foreboding. The creature in the passage was a Dark Fae. Such a savage, unhinged species may be a brutal weapon, but they cannot be tamed and disciplined for battle. Nick chose his words carefully, knowing he wouldn't receive answers by asking the terrifying questions he needed to outright. He wanted to gather what information he could to try to gauge what they were up against. It seemed to work, As the demon chuckled darkly, each vibration like a cold trail down his spine.
Those who transition too savagely for purpose are but a distraction. They are without any humanity, yes, but they can deliver carnage.
He drawled, relishing in the opportunity to strike fear into the prince.
But there are also those who are not so different from you, Nicolaus. Perhaps one may have crossed your path, but you would never have known in your ignorance and naivety.
Nick held his breathing steady, but his pulse quickened at the haunting possibility they could walk among them without detection. It didn't make any sense.
Yet they are far stronger, far more lethal. They are a war you cannot win.
Nick's whole body stiffened painfully to suppress the tremor that swept through him. Their numbers can't be all that threatening if they have succeeded in remaining hidden. The dark Fae are winged, he pointed out cautiously. A cruel, triumphant grin split the demon's cheeks.
Their numbers span beyond your imagination, Prince. They are cunning, and there are many with the ability to glamour their dark Fae heritage. Without their wings, would you know if one was staring you in the face? The Fae are too oblivious to question the shift in scent, too imperious to believe there could exist a species superior to them. Fear the dark Fae, Nicolaus, for they will make the netherworld seem like paradise to those who dare defy them.
You pulled back the forces in Galmire. The dawning realization that hit him was chilling. You knew the dark Fae were targeting the humans. You... Nick's breathing hardened in a rage. You let them be targeted. Another puzzle piece shifted into place. The mountains, he whispered to himself as he fitted it all together. A flash of memory from Jagon's recollection of what he'd gathered in the town. The bodies always turned up near. They reside in the Mortis Mountains, don't they? The demon flinched as if he knew it was a piece of information he shouldn't give away. His face contorted as if he were fighting within himself to stay silent. He didn't directly confirm it, but Nick didn't need him to.
They need humans to feed on, and they need Fae bodies for transition.
Transition? The demon nodded.
How do you think they have built their numbers? They have many full-bred dark Fae, but to rely on them would take many millennia more to form the army they require after their near annihilation. The Silver Bloods are strong, pure, but the Black Bloods, the transitioned, add a lethal capacity to their forces. You will not stand against them.
Nick blanched but maintained his outward composure. He stored away the knowledge, unknowing of what he could do with it yet, against an uncharted and absolutely deadly threat, the likes of which no living Fae nor human had encountered before. A threat from nightmares and horror stories. A dark fable and historic myth, made very real. He swallowed hard to wet his bone-dry throat. And Marvellous, does she hear us now?
The great spirit of souls is everywhere. You cannot hide from her, and you cannot escape her.
Good. Nick drew the sword at his hip, and his father flinched back in fear. He blocked out all thoughts of the male he knew, or he wouldn't be able to follow through with his plan. He pointed the blade at Orlon's chest. If you're listening, I want you to know. The prince's heart hammered, and it took all his strength to keep his hand from wavering and letting his world-shattering pain slip through the length of steel.
"We're coming for you, Marvellous."
Then he kneeled, thrusting the sword straight through his father's heart in one swift motion. Orlon spluttered, coughing blood as he looked down to gape at the blade that dealt his killing strike. The king's sword. The pharaoh sword. It would now rightfully belong to Nick. The prince held firm as he watched in painstaking agony while his father's life faded under his own hands. Then Orlon's head snapped up to lock his gaze with a sharp gasp that struck him cold. Regret battered his heart, and remorse clouded his mind at his father's wide-eyed stare and what he saw in it. Through the depthless black voids of his irises, hues of hazel began to lattice. Nick went to retract the blade, horrified he was wrong, that Aurealis had tricked him. But his father's hand curled around his forearm to prevent him from removing the sword in his chest. Nick leaned forward as the familiarity, recognition, and love returned to Orlon's eyes while he stared back.
"Thank you, son,"
he said in a choked whisper.
"I've always been proud of you."
"I failed you, father." Nick's voice was barely a desperate whisper through his tight throat. Orlon mustered a weak shake of his head. His voice was a slow croak in his agony.
"You are smart and wise, my son. You will know how to fight them. You will know how to lead these people."
One of his weak, trembling hands raised, a finger pointing to his chest.
"You have..."
His breathing rasped and spluttered.
"You have your mother's heart."
Nick trembled stiffly. He wanted to take it back. Oh, gods. He was wrong. He was foolishly, horribly wrong. But over his panic that perhaps his father could have been saved, the pleading look in his brown eyes said it all. This was his wish, and perhaps it had been since the moment he became trapped in his own mind by some dark, evil magic. Nick rested his forehead against his father's, trying desperately to accept what he had done was a kindness, a mercy, better than the alternative of living with a burdened, darkened soul, lost beyond salvation. "I forgive you," Nick whispered, hoping it would ease his father's guilt as he passed through to the afterlife. "You're free now." Nick clenched his eyes together and counted his father's ragged, fading breaths. It was all that filled the grim silence as he shallowed his own to listen, right until the very last one. The hand encasing his arm loosened and fell as his body went limp. His father was dead, and along with Orlon's life, Nick felt a sharp sever from within that pulled him back with a gasp. He knew what it was. The release of his soul from the eternal woods. Nick hadn't wanted to concern Faythe, who had looked quietly horrified at what Aurealis had asked of him to obtain the Eucalypts and save her life. He didn't think he would ever carry through on his end of the bargain and be free by killing his own father. Yet in that moment, by his own hand, the prince became the king. Chapter 58. Toria. Toria bit her fingernails nervously as she stood by the fire in her rooms. When her door opened, she immediately spun with pent-up anticipation, shoulders slumping in relief at the sight of Nick. Her heart skipped a beat at his ghostly pale face. She glanced to his side, finding the scabbard at his hip empty. He didn't have to speak. She found her feet moving toward him of their own accord. He only stared at her wide-eyed, hands trembling, when she fell into him and his arms instantly gripped her tight, letting her absorb some of his pain through the embrace. He didn't speak, but she didn't need him to. When she pulled back, Toria looked up at him. "I'm so sorry." His hand slowly raised to cup her cheek in silent thanks, and she raised her own hand to encase it. Nick searched her face, but she couldn't be sure of what he was looking for. She stayed silent, hoping that through her eyes he would see there was no judgment for what he had done, for killing his father. She held nothing but love and admiration for the prince before her, and she knew there was nothing in this world that could change that view. "I don't know if I'm ready," he confessed, his voice so quiet with uncertainty it tore at her heart. She took both of his hands then and looked at him fiercely. "You are ready, Nick. You have been for some time. And High Pharaoh is ready for you and the new age of freedom and unity you will bring." Nick smiled as a hint of brightness returned to his eyes. "Spoken like a true leader." Toria's chest burst with a warmth of pride. For both of them. "One day, I will take back Fenstead, and we will always be true allies. But right now, it is your time." Nick nodded in determination. "When the day comes, I will help you take back your kingdom, Toria. High Pharaoh will always be your home, too." Her eyes burned with irrevocable love and appreciation for the prince, the king standing before her. She had no doubts about the great ruler he was and would continue to become. Nothing gave her more joy than watching him grow to this point. She embraced him once again, overcome with happiness and relief. They were safe. They were free. He didn't step out of her arms when he pulled back, and her heart fluttered at the familiar gentle look laced with a faint essence of pain. Even after 100 years together, Nick was a puzzle she could never solve. In the heat of a tender moment, there was always a battle raging within his emerald pools. Since the night they gave themselves completely to each other, a guard had formed around the depths of his desires. He voiced what could not be between them, but those words were often betrayed by his eyes. Perhaps it made her a fool after all this time, but she couldn't give up on him. Not while the battle remained that planted the seed of doubt she wasn't alone in her feelings. Just like every other time, the conflict in his eyes passed, and he stepped away from her. Toria swallowed her disappointment. Nick took a long breath. "There's a lot I need to attend to. The lords will demand to know what happened, and I'll have to try my best to convince them not to abdicate me for treason." He huffed a nervous laugh. Though he looked silently terrified at the possibility, she believed he would convince them otherwise with the help of witnesses. "The joys of the monarchy," Toria said lightly. "Off you go then, King Nicholas Silvergriff." It felt delightfully strange to address him with his new title, but the crown fit. He rolled his eyes playfully, then turned to leave. She watched him right until the door closed behind him, and then fell back into her own thoughts. While she was elated for Nick and High Pharaoh, Toria went to the balcony and looked out, past the glittering city, beyond the horizon. She kept staring as if she could see all the way to the grassy hilltops that flew proud stag banners, knowing one day she would return to stand on Finstead's soil, to make her kingdom rise and the lands thrive once again. Chapter 59. Faythe. Faythe had one last endeavor she needed to complete. She didn't tell anyone when she slipped out of the castle, and now she was a close friend of Nick, the king, The guards let her pass without any inquisition. Either that, or they now feared her more than ever before, after witnessing the power she harnessed from the temple ruin. The thing burned a hole in the pocket of her cloak as she headed to return it exactly where it belonged. She wanted nothing to do with it, and couldn't wait for it to be out of her possession. After using the Rescilius to open the temple, she stood in the circle of sun that shot a beam of charged light through the stone in the pommel of her sword. She intended to place the ruin back into its designated spot on the podium behind her, and then turn her back on the temple, on the spirits and their feuds, for good. Something stopped her, however. She knew it was the unspoken words that would always remain unsaid between her and the spirit of life, if she left now. And Faythe demanded final answers. So she braced herself and poised her sword, guiding the light beam until it struck its stone-eye counterpart across the room. Faythe shielded her eyes and adjusted to the harsh brightness for a few seconds. When she lowered them again, Aurealis stood in front of her. "I am sorry about your friend," were the first words out of the ethereal beauty's mouth. Faythe's eyes flashed at the mention. "You could have saved him," she ground out. The spirit shook her head. "I could not. You're the damned spirit of life. Where were you when you were needed the most?" she cried. It had been riling her anger for days. How she could demand so much of Faythe, and yet not offer her that one mercy in return. "It should have been me." Faythe's voice fell in defeat. "Why didn't you take my life instead?" In Caius's last moments, she'd put everything she had into trying to plead for his life, and only despairing silence answered. "I cannot take life. I am not my sister, Dakota's. We exist only to keep the balance." Her teeth ground at the mention of the damned balance. He didn't deserve to die. No, he did not. Faythe and the spirit exchanged a solemn look, a look of understanding. "But a sacrifice is not meaningless, Faythe. Nothing is ever without purpose. It triggers so many things in its wake that you cannot begin to fathom. Your role as one of those still living is to ensure the paths opened are taken, and carry with you on your ventures the spirit of those who have been loved and lost to carve this world. Every soul stamps the soil you stand on, in life and in death." Faythe hung her head. A single drop of sorrow fell straight onto the glowing lines of Aurealis' symbol painted beneath her feet. Her mind was racked with conflict. Part of her found solace in the spirit's words, but a larger part grew with resentment over fate and destiny and everything else that was so damningly out of her control. She hardened her gaze, bringing her eyes up to meet Aurealis again. "Why didn't you tell me who my father was?" "It was not for me to tell you." Faythe's temper flared, but Aurealis continued. "You must understand there is an order to everything we do. Disrupt it, and the fate of the world can change." The words sounded so familiar, and they were, as she'd heard them before. Aurealis' words, through Marlowe's voice. Faythe laughed bitterly, despising even more that the spirit was using her friend too. She had only just regained her life. She wasn't about to bow down to a force nether bent on screwing her over. "I only came to return your ruin. Nick and I owe you nothing anymore." She'd felt the tether to her soul break the moment she stepped into the eternal woods that night with the ruin, and she wondered if Nick felt it too. "You must keep it safe." Faythe's eyes widened, incredulous. "No way in Redding Dam. I don't want anything to do with you or your sister feud, and my friends will not be involved either," she warned. You may have freed High Pharaoh from the reach of Marvellus for now, but the threat is far from over, Faythe. You must keep my ruins safe and seek out the Temple of Dakotas before it is too late. Faythe blanched. You can find someone else. I want no part in it. It can only be you. Then the world is bloody well doomed already. She threw her arms out in exasperation. Aurealis ignored her. You must go to Ryanel. Her temple lies within the caves of the Niltane Isles. Orlon was Marvellus's puppet. I won't be yours. I seek nothing for myself. Faythe almost recoiled at the unexpected sharpness in Aurealis's tone. Only to protect and save your world before it is too late, as is my sworn duty as a spirit of your realm. Dakotas and Marvellus lost sight of that, and I'm fighting to keep them from destroying it completely. But I need your help, Faythe. She blinked, a little dumbfounded by the small speech. It no longer felt appropriate to fight against the spirit of life, against one on her own side. To hear an all-powerful being almost beg for her help. It was more daunting than humbling. While Faythe didn't think she could be of much help and wanted to insist Aurealis find someone else, someone better, if only to give the world a damn fighting chance. She retracted all her counter-arguments and listened. We are running out of time. Summer solstice will mark the 1,000-year anniversary of Marvellus's transition to your world. The day will be one in a millennia when the veil between realms is weak enough for history to repeat itself. Faythe paled as her mind sprinted to the conclusion before Aurealis had a chance to finish. On that day, Dakotas plans to break fundamental laws of our kind, just as Marvellus did, to be bound in a physical form to walk your world. It is why Marvellus influenced the king of High Pharaoh to locate the Resquilius within his kingdom. The looking glass is needed to open the Temple of Darkness for the ritual to take place, and for Dakotas to descend. Though they had already narrowly escaped it, it seemed death was quite literally close to knocking on their door. How do you expect I stop her? Faythe didn't believe it was entirely in her power to do so. It was a threat bigger than they could have possibly imagined. Far bigger than Orlon, and far deadlier than Marvellus alone. It wasn't just her own life at stake if she did nothing. It wasn't even her friends now either. It was a threat against the whole of Engardia, and possibly even beyond. There is only one way. On the solstice, there will be a solar eclipse. As the goddess of the moon, it is when Dakotas will be at her strongest. You must reach her temple before this. There, you will have to remove her ruin to prevent her transition into your realm. It seemed too simple an ask. So easy, she questioned why the spirit seemed so nether-bent on bestowing the task upon Faythe's shoulders. She was human, with a mind ability she doubted would prove useful defense in the face of something as great and powerful as the spirit of death. This thing nearly killed me, Faythe said in fear, holding up the arrow-shaped ruin she tried not to think about for too long. It had been silent, emitting only a small hum since she called on its power in the throne room. They respond to chaos. Too much of it, and the ruin can consume its bearer, Aurealis explained. The power you hold within you cannot be glimpsed, and it manifests the more you come to use your ability. But it is not unchallenged. In turn, great power has the aptitude to heighten your negative sentiments.
Before you can wield the ruins, you must learn control, discipline, and how to channel your anger. Find the teacher who tames the storm. Only then will you be able to harness them to your own will, not yield all that you are to them. Faythe shuddered at the thought, refraining from voicing that she was perhaps the least suitable candidate for the role. Isn't there someone else more qualified for the quest? The spirit's grim look made Faythe want to groan out loud. The individual ruins can only enhance what is already there. Without an ability to latch onto, they are powerless. I hardly think my particular talent is the most suitable against Dakotas or Marvellus. An elemental, perhaps. Someone with a more physical ability, she ranted, trying desperately to pass the baton. Her hope faded at the spirit's gaze of sympathy. There is a reason you are the only one of your kind, Faythe. At her pale look, Aurealis added, but your triumph against my sisters will also depend on the help and guidance of those around you. Power, strength, wisdom, courage, knowledge, resilience, darkness and light. You are all soul-bound by the same path of fate. Triumph. The word awoke something in her, and she wasn't sure if it was deadly fear or fierce determination. Failure wasn't an option. Her friends' lives depended on it. The whole realm depended on it. It was a crushing weight that suddenly settled on her shoulders, as she knew it was completely possible to fail and for all to be lost to the spirits that would claim their realm as their own. She dreaded to think what two all-powerful beings could do, never mind one. They were coming to the end of winter. Summer solstice would follow the spring a little over 5 months away. It didn't seem like a lot of time to allow her to sample the new kingdom as she'd hoped to do before attempting to seek out the hidden temple on a small island off the coast of Ryanel. She wanted to see the kingdom with excitement and adventure. The latter she would certainly get, only now it was riddled with terrors and uncertainties. A quest with no definitive outcome. When Faythe didn't respond, Aurealis said, "Good luck, Faythe. I am always with you, and those you have loved and lost follow in your footsteps, no matter where you go." The spirit began to fade, and for once, Faythe didn't feel the desperate need to beg for more time. Her path was set, scattered with the answers she sought. Now, it was on her to find the courage to face them. Chapter 60. Faythe. Faythe knocked briefly, but didn't wait long for a response before welcoming herself into the king's chambers. It was highly inappropriate to enter uninvited, but she knew High Pharaoh's new ruler would not object to her disregard for formality. She did enter cautiously, however, spotting him outside on the balcony, dressed formally in his royal blue attire. His cloak billowed slightly behind him in the winter wind. Faythe was also dressed for the outdoors, and pulled her cloak tighter as she stepped out to greet him. She walked slowly, taking in the picture of him, savoring it, as it was likely to be a long while before she saw him again. It pained her to be leaving Nick as much as it tore her heart to leave Jackon and Marlowe. She had to stop and stare at the image she'd only ever dreamed of seeing. Nicholias Silvergriff, once a humble prince, now a great king. It was dazzling to title him as such, and it brought a smile of pride to her face. "Are you just going to stand there gawking?" he said, not taking his eyes off the immaculate city below.
Faythe huffed a laugh and joined him at the stone rail. Would you really object if I did? His lips tugged in amusement, casting her a quick sideward glance. Then Faythe followed his longing gaze to look out over the white stone maze of glittering buildings. Caius loved this city, Nick reflected quietly, and Faythe's chest tightened. He loved the town. He loved the people, human and fae, because he was both. He was a vision of exactly the kind of peace and unity High Pharaoh needs to be restored to. Yes, was all she could whisper through her wave of grief. That's why I've made my first decision as king. This, Nick waved a hand over the beautiful cityscape, will be renamed to reflect the dawning of change. Faythe frowned mildly in question. Nick's smile widened, and without moving his eyes, he said proudly, Caius City. Faythe's eyes pricked. She fought against tears from the burst of emotion that pierced her heart at the declaration. It was perfect, and beautifully fitting to forever commemorate the young fae whose bravery and sacrifice deserved to be honored for generations. Thank you, was all she could choke out in her emotional state. Nick didn't respond. He didn't have to. For a while, they both just stared out at the city that held a whole new meaning now, inaugurated with Caius's memory for the whole world to see. Faythe wanted to remain in the peaceful moment longer than she knew she could, but there were still pressing matters and impending goodbyes to suffer. It was Nick who broke the silence first. Varlas and his forces have retreated back to Olmstone. Neither I nor Agalor forgive him for what he did and planned to do. But you were right. We all have one enemy, and we can't afford to make new enemies out of each other. Faythe felt her shoulders free of a heavy, looming weight. There would be no internal war. The alliance would remain despite the actions of Olmstone, and she was massively relieved for it. They would need the strength of unity in the face of what was to come. I explained what I could to them about my father. They found it hard to believe. I'm sure they still have their doubts that his actions weren't entirely his own. Nick's voice was thick with pain at the mention of his father. When she glanced at his hands, she found them curled into tight fists. It pained her to ask, but she had to know. Orlon, is he dead? Nick answered sharply before she had the chance to finish. The muscles in his jaw flexed, and Faythe felt cold with his grief. It was the only way. You heard Aurealis. So I took the Pharaoh's sword and ran it through his chest. Faythe didn't move or speak to comfort him, perhaps out of shock as she let him continue. He was still in there the whole time, and now I see the moments when he fought against the control on his will. He took in Toria when the demon inside would have killed her too, and finished off Finstead's royal line. All this time, he was still in there. Nick shook his head, the pain on his face cracking deep within Faythe's own heart. She reached out for his hand, and his balled fist uncurled to allow her palm to slide into his. He looked down at their joined hands before his eyes met hers, sparkling with emotion. Yet when I took his life, he thanked me. Faythe's eyes stung to hear his voice waver. She reached up and pulled him into a tight embrace. She wished she'd been the one to do it, if only to relieve the lifelong burden he would carry as the one who ended his father's life, even if it was a mercy. Then he would have seen the king you were becoming, Nick. He would be so proud of you. His arms tightened around her, and she desired nothing more than to take the pain from him through that embrace. She knew it would be his act to shoulder and come to terms with within himself, just as she had learned to deal with the guilt of her mother's passing, her role in it. When he released her, he looked at her with the same pride she held for him. Then his eyes grazed her from head to toe, a sad but knowing smile spreading across his cheeks. "You're going to Ryanel, aren't you?" It wasn't really a question, yet Faythe felt compelled to explain. "I will never learn more about myself if I stay," she admitted quietly. He gave her a nod in understanding. "There's one last thing I never explained to you about your night walking. I guess I never thought you would ever have to use it," he said somberly. Faythe frowned deeply. She didn't think there could be any more layers to the ability. He huffed a laugh at her look. "Everyone's reach has a limit. Some can walk through the mines only a street away, while others might stretch beyond towns," he said. Then his eyes flashed to her chest before the emeralds pierced through her again. "But with an item gifted by the host, those strong enough can reach between kingdoms." Realization dawned, and she inhaled, her hand reaching up instinctively to grasp the star pendant under her cloak. "How did you know I would need it?" she breathed in disbelief. He smiled sadly. "I hoped you wouldn't. But if you were ever lost or far away, I wanted you to always have a way to visit a familiar face." Tears filled the corners of her eyes, blurring her vision. Faythe blinked to force them back. "You have no idea how much it means to me, Nick. I owe you everything." He shook his head. "I only helped you embrace what was already there, Faythe. Everything you are, everything you're becoming, you always had it in you." "You saved me more than once." He huffed a laugh. "You do have a god's-awful habit of attracting danger." She chuckled sheepishly. "I don't think that's going to change anytime soon." She wanted to tell him what Aurealis told her about what still needed to be done. But she didn't. Not yet. He was about to be crowned king and had his kingdom to think about. She wouldn't get in the way of that. "At least you'll be in more than capable hands," he said. "I've seen the way Raylan is with you. I know he'll look out for you as fiercely as any of us." He didn't have to add that it wasn't by the command of his king. No. Out of the initial unease, distrust, and denial, she and the general had managed to find something amiable together. Friendship didn't seem like a fitting term to describe what it was. They shared something more, unexplainable, but to be treasured. She also owed a life's debt to him, as she trembled to think of the alternative outcome of her harnessing the ruin's power. "Then there's King Agalor." Nick trailed off, as if not wanting to use the paternal term, in case she wasn't ready for it. She was grateful he didn't. He shook his head in disbelief. "By the spirits, I never would have thought the strange human I passed that day in the outer town could turn out to have not only an impossible ability, but an inconceivable twist to its origin. The untamed and untrained woman with a golden heart and a will of steel." Nick looked her over with awe and admiration. She shifted tensely. "I never would have thought that human would turn out to be Faythe Ashfire of Ryanel." Her cheeks burned. She was about to protest the new foreign addition to her name, but before she could, Nick went on. "But it's so clear now. It was always there, yet no one dared to see it until they had no choice. The way you spoke to a room full of Fae,
of royals. You were the voice of reason in the midst of chaos. It was a moment I don't think any of those there will ever forget. Nick took a small step closer to her. When you go to Ryanel, there will be those who will try to look down on you, Faythe. Always give them no choice but to look up. With those last words, his hand raised to her face, fingers grazing to lift her chin high. Faythe choked on a hard lump. She had no words in response to Nick's passionate speech that filled her with pride and confidence. "I'm going to miss you so much," she all but whimpered. Then she fell into him, at ease under his warm embrace once more. "I'll miss you too. We all will. But this is not goodbye. Not even close." She squeezed her eyes closed and treasured the last moments in his arms. They'd been through so much together, and she struggled to think he wouldn't be a part of her daily life anymore when she'd grown so used to his presence. "Promise me one thing," Faythe mumbled against his chest. "Anything." "Promise me. No matter how much land is put between us, no matter what conflicts arise, no matter what names or titles might fall upon us, promise me we will always be just Faythe and a Fay guard in the woods." When they parted, Nick's grin was warm and bright. "To Faythe and the Fay guard in the woods," he agreed. Faythe grinned, and they both chuckled, reflecting on their memories in those woods that she would always hold close to her heart. When their laughter ceased, Faythe weighed a final request for the king before she left. "Before I go, can I suggest something?" Nick said nothing as he gave a nod of assurance. "Despite my title as human emissary being a false frontage, it could be exactly what you need to bridge the gap between the humans and Fay of High Pharaoh. Someone who understands the people there. Someone whom they trust enough to speak freely to." She paused, momentarily weighing up her own thoughts. "There is no one more suited for the role than Jakon." Nick's expression turned wary. "It's a fine idea, but I worry I would only place him in a position in which he would suffer the same scrutiny and prejudice you did. To an immortal, change does not turn over quickly. There will be many who will rebel, who will disagree, and who will be unaccepting. Do you really want to expose him to that?" Faythe was conflicted in her answer. She wanted to protect him, but she also knew it wasn't for her to decide. "I only ask that you extend the offer of the position. I believe he would appreciate the idea, and even if he does not accept, he may want to help in other ways." Nick's smile lifted her doubt that he might object. It was his choice as king, after all, to grant and remove anyone's station. Faythe looked at him, really looked at him, and saw the coat of authority he wore, so proud and humble. "I will extend the offer. But you have my word that Jakon and Marlowe will receive my protection in High Pharaoh, no matter what they decide." Faythe gave a nod, overcome with elation at knowing her human friends would be safe and protected in her absence. Though they didn't have to fear a malicious king, it brought her great joy to know her friends would stay united. The door to Nick's room opened, and Faythe glimpsed the flowing green of Toria's gown before the Finstead princess stepped out to join them. Nick and Faythe moved apart, and she exchanged a sad but happy look with Toria as she strolled over, pulling Faythe into a tight hug. "I always knew you were destined for more than we could ever comprehend." Toria released her but took her hands. "This castle is going to be awfully dull again without you." She pouted a little. Faythe laughed. "You'll have your hands full keeping an eye on the new king.
Someone's got to make sure he's doing his job right. She cast a teasing look back at Nick, who rolled his eyes. Toria giggled. I suppose you're right. Faythe's grin fell to a bittersweet smile. You made me feel welcome in a castle where I wasn't welcomed by many. I can't thank you enough, Toria. The princess squeezed her hands. No. Thank you, Faythe. You helped me more than you'll ever know. You're not just a friend. You're family. She gripped Toria's hands in warm, mutual gratitude. Ryanel's forces left an hour ago. You'd better go now if you want a chance of catching up, Nick said quietly from behind. Stepping back from Toria, she turned to him with a lazy smile. Are you kicking me out of your kingdom? Nick chuckled softly. Never, Faythe. Faythe was jogging down the castle halls when a familiar blonde and brunette couple came into view around the corner. In her high of freedom, she didn't slow her pace, colliding with Jackon, who rumbled with laughter as he caught her with a stumble backward. Faythe held him for as long as she could when they steadied, and from his equally tight grip, it seemed he was in no rush to part either. She closed her eyes and breathed his woodsy scent she would never forget. No amount of time apart could dull any memory of her dearest friend. Her feet met the ground again, and the two only separated for long enough to pull Marlowe into their embrace. The three of them laughed with no exact cause, laughed until tears filled their eyes and their hearts filled with the image they would cherish of the last moment they had to hold on to until they saw each other next. Faythe's decision to leave was made all the more bearable, knowing her two human friends could stay in the castle by Nick's indefinite invitation. Jackon and Marlowe had each other, plus the protection and friendship of Nick and Toria now too. Nothing brought Faythe more joy than to know they would all be safe and together until she returned. Don't go wreaking havoc out there, Jackon teased. I won't be there to bail you out this time. Faythe wiped her teary eyes, her smile bright. I can't make any promises. With a chuckle, Jackon tousled her hair. She batted his arm away playfully, but her chest warmed at the familiar habit she would never admit she loved. You're on the right path, Faythe. Marlowe's arm tightened around her waist. This is only the beginning for you. Faythe squeezed her back in gratitude, eclipsing her reserves and anxieties. I'll miss you both so much. We'll see you soon, Jackon said. You get one letter to us, and we'll be packing to head south. To stay or to rescue, just say the word. While he said it with an edge of humor, he was fierce in his eyes. She didn't know what she ever did right in her life to deserve such devotion, but there was nothing she wouldn't sacrifice or risk for her friends in return. With a final farewell embrace, Faythe left Jackon and Marlowe where she knew they would be safe and well cared for within the city. It didn't prevent the twist in her chest to walk away, but she willed her feet to move, knowing it was what she had to do for the chance to discover herself. She rushed out the side castle door, heading for the stables. She would need to get on the road fast to catch up with Ryanel, and not risk the long journey alone through unventured territory. Faythe broke into a jog, and when she rounded the corner to enter the horses' stables, she stumbled to a halt. It wasn't the two dangerously loose horses that skipped a beat of her heart. It was the silver-haired rider who stood lazily by the side of his brilliant raven mare. Faythe was momentarily dumbstruck at the sight of Raylan. Next to him and Callie, another white and brown horse was also equipped for riding. "Took you long enough," Raylan said by way of greeting, a knowing smirk on his lips. Faythe still gawked. "How did you know I would change my mind?" she asked, Stunned he'd stayed behind for her when she had never told him of her plans to go. Raylan simply turned to the horses, keeping a slight crooked smile. "We'd better get on the road. It's a long journey back," he said, ignoring her dumbfounded look. Faythe willed her legs to move toward the stallion Raylan stood beside, waiting for her to mount first. She hesitated for a second in her daze, and then slid one foot into the stirrup and hoisted herself on top of the large beast with confidence. Something else she had him to thank for, despite his taunting teaching methods to get her to overcome her fears. When she looked down at him, she swore she saw a slight twinkle of pride in his eyes. But it was gone as he turned, mounting his own black beauty in a gracefully swift motion. Faythe's cheeks flamed, and she had to avert her gaze from the thoughts that swirled in her head as she shamelessly observed the movement. Leaving the castle gates, Faythe didn't turn to look back. She had said her piece to her friends with their blessing to look nowhere but forward. They trotted slowly through the city, and she tried to ignore the gawking Faythe and then the humans who stared blatantly in the outer town as they passed. Faythe looked around the dreary brown buildings for a little longer than she did the city, though it wasn't in sadness. She knew her memories would be forever inlaid in the cracks of the stone streets, and a part of her heart would always belong to High Pharaoh. This was not goodbye. When they were past the bustle of humans and Faythe, slowly walking over the grassy hills, Faythe looked over them as if she could see all the way to the kingdom of the Phoenix. The sky diffused hues of red and orange, torched and aflame, as if it beckoned her there. After a long, peaceful silence, she brought up something on her mind that had been left unsaid since their last rocky conversation. "I never thanked you, Raylan." She looked at him through fresh eyes, with a new perspective as it dawned on her. "I might not have survived it without you." His look softened. "You don't have to thank me. What use is my ability if I can't use it to steal immense power from ruin-wielding humans?" he said in light humor. She smiled a little, and then it fell in awe as she went on. "I don't just mean for your help in the throne room." His look was puzzled. "The white lion was impressive, but I think I preferred the silver bird." Raylan's eyes flashed in surprise, and he huffed a short laugh. "It wasn't my proudest form. Great perspectives, though," he said casually, not knowing just how much it meant to her. In the darkest moments of her imprisonment, while her mind was toyed with to distort reality, she couldn't be sure the returning stubborn bird wasn't an illusion conjured up in her loneliness. But since the throne room, alongside the horror and heartbreak, 3 words had chanted quietly on subconscious repeat until she figured it out. "I never left." Remembering Raylan's transformation from his legendary white lion form slipped the realization into place. Raylan really had never left, never let her feel abandoned or alone. "You didn't leave. Why?" He didn't know her an explanation, yet she needed to ask, to know if he had stayed with her out of friendship, or as his sworn oath to his king. Raylan was quiet, and for a moment she thought he might refuse to give her the answer. Then his sapphire orbs bore into her, and she almost missed the hint of pain in them when his look hardened. "Caius warned me of the king's plan to have you detained. I left straight away and had horses ready to leave, for both of us. When it was Caius who showed up at the stables instead of you, and with the look on his face." His jaw flexed, and his gloved hands tightened on the reins. He looked away from her as he continued.
He told me they took you to the tower instead of the dungeon. The casing on the window didn't even have gaps big enough for the smallest creature to fit through. Or I might have shifted into your cell and killed every single god it took to get you out against the odds." His eyes flinched as he looked over the sun-kissed hills. "I'm sorry I couldn't get to you. And I wish I got the chance to thank Caius for everything he did for you in there. Everything he did for all of us." Faythe's heart cracked at the mention of her lost friend. "I had to make sure you stayed alive at least long enough for Agalor and his forces to arrive. I didn't come back to Hyphero alone. Zaya, a shapeshifter, remained hidden with orders to send for Agalor if given the signal. He got word to Ryanel immediately, taking the form of an eagle, and I borrowed some of his ability to stay in the only form I could to see you. I've never held onto an ability for so long before, and was close to draining myself completely. But you needed something familiar, a regular sight, as obscure as it was, to know you weren't alone. Then the captain." Raylan trailed off as if unable to finish. A flicker of frightening rage crossed his face, but she didn't fear it. Faythe didn't think she could ever be afraid of what he was capable of. Raylan was a battle-hardened warrior by glance, cold and fearless, but she wondered how many he let in for long enough to see his armor removed. Above everything else she had to face in Ryanel, Faythe was dedicated to him. To discover everything Raylan was beneath his fierce exterior, knowing there was nothing that could make her turn her back on him now. "My only regret is that I didn't get to make Varys suffer for what he did to you. But I found out you took quite good care of that yourself." One corner of his mouth tugged up slightly in bittersweet pride. Faythe couldn't find it in her to even muster a smile, at a complete loss for words. A lump formed in her throat, as she didn't expect the sincerity and loyalty from him. She'd done nothing to deserve it. In fact, she felt overwhelmingly guilty for how she treated him before. "I think a part of me knew it was you all along," she said, reflecting back, though it tensed her body and slicked her skin to recall the horrors that haunted her while awake and in sleep. "I'm sorry for shouting at you. You must have thought I was insane." She laughed weakly, admittedly embarrassed by her outbursts. He shook his head. "I thought you were insanely brave. God's Faythe, you have far more resilience than even some of the best warriors I know." Faythe wanted to mention that she might not have made it on her own without his silent presence in the lonely cell. But in his eye, it was as if he already knew. The evening was peaceful, the still hills serene, as each blade of green grass was torched bright amber by the flare of the magnificent descending sun. "You'll like it in Ryanel." Raylan's thoughtful voice pulled Faythe's gaze from the wavy illusion of fire over the hills. "How can you be so sure?" "Because you are your mother's daughter." Her heart swelled. The comment meant more to her than he could ever know, filling her with new hope and determination. "It's not every day a human queen comes to power," he said more to himself, with a short breath of disbelief. She spluttered an incredulous laugh as an anxious defense mechanism. "I won't ever be that," she said quickly, unable to even say the title in reference to herself. He cast her a sideward glance. "It's not impossible." "It's completely impossible. I'll be long gone with my mortal lifespan before that could ever happen. And just as well, too." "You're half Fae. You could live for 2, perhaps even 300 years.
Faythe paled. She had never even thought having the heritage in her blood could affect her lifespan. The prospect weighed her with dread more than excitement. She held it together as she said, "And Agalor could live for another millennia. Besides, I don't want a crown. Of any kind," she added, recoiling at the idea of ever being considered a princess. It wouldn't be fair to the citizens of Rhinell to expect them to call her that. She was but a foreign human in their lands. Though Faythe was committed to doing what it took to prove herself and fit in with the humans in Faythe there, she didn't expect any different treatment or privileges because of who her bloodline father happened to be. They too were strangers still, and the thought of trying to build a relationship with a powerful Fey ruler daunted her more than anything. She'd push that to the very back of her mind and fear it would be the one cowardly reason strong enough to stop her from going at all. Raylan continued, "You have it in you to rule. Don't be so quick to discredit yourself. You have nothing to prove to anyone." "I have everything to prove." "Not to me." Faythe looked into his blue eyes, stunned by the fierce belief in them. She couldn't be sure if it was as her friend or for what she was to his king. Perhaps both. Regardless, she was grateful for it. "I'm not sure I'm ready for what's to come," she confessed, and didn't hide her fear as she made herself vulnerable to him. He gave her a look of understanding, and his encouraging smile already began to ease away some of her worries. "Rhinell is ready for you. Whatever you face, I'll be right there with you." Faythe smiled. "I hope you know you have no choice now," she said. Raylan arched a questioning brow. "You're stuck with me. Like it or not, General Raylan Arrowwood, you've sealed your fate as my friend. This day until the end of days." Raylan chuckled, a deep, genuine sound that vibrated delightfully through her. "Spirits help me," he muttered. Then his low laughter ceased, leaving a warm smile that upturned his lips on both sides and created faint dimples in his cheeks. The smile held a rare flicker of contentment that reflected in his eyes and softened the sharp lines of his face. She wondered just how many people had been able to catch a glimpse behind the steel guard he always wore. Faythe treasured the sight. "I promise to stand by you, Faythe Ashfire, this day until the end of days." Epilogue. Reuben. Weeks turned to months. Months dragged like years. Time became an imperceptible force, and Reuben bowed to its mercy. He longed for time to offer him death, for it seemed the only way to find release from the cage of his own mind. There was no door, though it often felt as if he observed the world through a keyhole. He could shout, but no one heard him. He could feel the air, but nowhere was his place to wander freely. Not anymore. Not with the shadow claws that sank into the depths of his mind. It was their domain now, and he was a careless tourist. Reuben looked straight into the bright gold eyes across from him, eyes that once comforted him. A color that used to bring him joy now filled him with terror every time they met his. What color were his own eyes? He couldn't remember. It didn't matter anymore. The fey female with hair like a waterfall of flame was devastatingly beautiful and masterfully enchanting. She smiled at him from across the ornate oak dining table, where she feasted on a delicious spread of fine meats and cheese. She appeared in every sense of the word a queen. But she bore no rightful crown.
She was brilliant. Gods, she was magnificently brilliant. Perhaps even with his free will, he would have fallen to his knees before her, done anything she asked, no matter the risk or cost. The red-haired beauty popped a grape into her sensuous mouth, chewing slowly, eyes fixed on him. Her sultry smile when she finished caressed his spine with both desire and dread. Then she took a long breath, and he watched the expanse of her marvelous full chest from the low cut of her blood-red gown. "I'm afraid our time together is coming to an end," she said through the silence they'd sat in for a long while. Hours, perhaps. She stood, floating from her chair like a wave, gliding toward him like a pretty, poisonous snake. How could such beauty be so lethal? As the enchantress landed at his side, a slender hand came up to his shoulder, trailing over his chest as she stopped behind him. He shouldn't enjoy her touch, but he did. He would bow to that touch. She leaned in close, her voice an alluring whisper. "Will you miss me, Rue?" she purred in his ear. No, he wanted to scream, but his head slowly nodded. Her fingers gripped his chin, turning his face to stare into those glittering molten eyes, those of a snake primed to strike. Her rouge-painted lips drew closer, and she kissed him. He didn't feel it. He didn't feel anything. His mouth moved for her, but it wasn't to her approval. She pulled back, eyes flickering with veins of fire while she looked over his face. "Prove it," she said in that melodic voice, guiding him to stand. Looking down at her face, he glimpsed something he rarely saw behind her exterior of cold grace. Something that almost made him pity her. A creature who longed for love but had no idea how to acquire its true essence. His hand grazed the surface of her chest, over her neck, and held her face as it angled back. Her lips parted in silent invitation for him to close the gap between them. Another person flashed through his mind while he stared into those golden eyes, with hair darker, browner, with rounded ears, not like the Faythe. But what was her name? "I'll tell you what," the seductress drawled playfully. "How about a kiss in return for a memory?" A memory. Did he want that? Perhaps there was a reason he couldn't remember, a reason he didn't want to remember. Yet he sealed his answer when his lips met hers. Not a small, tender kiss. This female preferred passion. It was in the way she moved, in her poise and her voice, wild and untamed, yet perfectly composed. She broke the kiss abruptly, but her smile was feline. Not a smudge on her painted lips, not a hair out of place. Nothing about her was ever shy of perfection. "That's better," she cooed. "Now, for your gift." Her eyes turned hypnotic. The longer he held them, the more he saw movement in her irises, as if they'd captured the sun within them. Then he felt the claws in his mind hissing, resisting whatever was trying to pry them free. No. No, 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 no. He didn't want them gone. He realized they were his absolution, the barrier that kept him from confronting his past, from seeing what he used to be and all that he betrayed in that life. He enjoyed the numbness those claws brought out, the sedation they filled his senses with. He didn't fear. He didn't think. He didn't feel anything in their embrace.
Reuben screamed when one tore free, but it was not a sound that echoed through the room. The pain, the torture, was within his own self, and somehow the beauty in front heard it all, felt it all, with him. Her hand caressed his cheek, and she whispered things that sounded like soothing notes. "I don't want to know. I don't want to feel. I don't want to see." None of his wishes were heard. Images slammed into him. Stories played out in his mind with turbulent motions. Reuben went to his knees, screaming. This time, it tore up his throat like shards of glass. He clamped his hands over his ears, begging for it to stop. It didn't. His past slammed into him, memory after memory after memory. "I am Reuben Green." His throat burned. His cheeks became wet. "I came from High Pharaoh." He didn't want to know, not after everything he'd done. Her name, not for what the wicked beauty in front had planned for him. What was her name? Not when he would be used to betray all he held dear. Faythe. Reuben gasped when the dark claws stopped resisting. Their grip loosened, but his memories. He remembered them all with bone-trembling clarity. Everything he'd endured these past months. But it was nothing compared to what he was being prepared for now. It was time. The dark caress of the female's chuckle rattled every nerve in his body. She crouched too while he trembled on his knees against the stone, the encounter eerily similar to the first time they met. She'd been biding her time with him, had taken everything that made him who he was so she could hone him, craft him, into her own weapon. Her elegant fingers took his chin. He couldn't fight it, not while his mind remained at her mercy. The dark claws, they were her presence, and she'd relented them enough to make him remember. He didn't want to, knowing what she planned to use him for. Why he had to remember her name. Faythe. Oh, God's Faythe. The female smiled cruelly, as if she knew exactly who he thought of. Her next words chilled him right to his core. "It's time for the fun to begin." This concludes A Queen Comes to Power by Chloe C. Panuranda. Narrated by